Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 88th PBMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, uplifting the Filipino veterinarian in the new norm. Our plenary sessions will begin in an hour. Explore the virtual exhibit at pvma-booth.digital to learn more about our partners and to connect with your fellow practitioners in the field. Good morning, everyone. Let us start this second day of our 88th PBMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference with a bang to set the mood. Let us do it by acknowledging our Day 1 selfie game and raffle winners. To kick things off, here are the names of our Day 1 raffle winners. Morning winners: Cristel Ann Raglas, Al Gonzalez, Maria Graciela Carrete, Sherwin Chua, Edgar De Jesus. Thank you, Excellence, for being generous enough to give prizes to our raffle winners. Afternoon winners: Melvin Lial, Eileen Guerrero, Pearly Gay Pacaide, Denver King David, Vanessa Isabel Rico. Thank you, Mars, for being generous enough to give prizes to our raffle winners. And here is our best selfie of the day winner, DVM Joyce Ann Velasquez. Thank you, NutriBiz, Animal Health, Business Wealth for the prizes of our selfie game winner of the day.
Authorities in the Philippines are warning that a volcano near the capital could be on the verge of a dangerous eruption.
These peaks in Quezon City add to the thousands killed as the government scrambles to contain the African swine fever, or ASF.
Several people are dead and more than 100 injured after a powerful earthquake hit the Philippines today.
Earlier this week, President Duterte met with health experts to get their take on the ECQ and how to prevent the further spread of COVID-19.
Volcanic lightning shoots up into huge ash clouds charged with static electricity.
Doctor, could you tell us about
one of nature's most dramatic
last
fires.
5 days? What can you say about the extending or reducing?
Now as steam gushes above, the earthquakes rumble below.
This year, your PVMA is making a big change. For the first time in PVMA history, you can join our annual convention right in the comforts of your home. The PVMA is going digital. Watch Plenary Sessions live. Have a virtual exhibit tour. Get the latest updates from PVMA. And more.
This is your guide to your PVMA at 88 digital experience. Welcome to the 88th PVMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, our first ever Digicon. We have designed this event to be user-friendly for all participants, for the young and the young at hearts alike. To access our broadcast, just type in your browsers www.pvma-2021.com. Click on the Attend Sessions button on the landing page. Our event is exclusive only to confirmed registrants, so you need to log in with your username and password to proceed. This will bring you to what we call the PVMA Broadcast Center. Here, you can select the event day you want to watch and the breakout sessions you want to attend. Voila! You now have access to the broadcast. Watch the events unfold, review the day's activities, ask questions to our speakers, and answer the evaluation forms here. Ain't that easy? Don't forget to explore our website for many interesting stuff to see, such as our speakers' profiles, the program schedule, virtual exhibit booths, and more. If you need further help, we have a support team ready to assist you. Thank you for being with us. Enjoy the event and make sure to equip yourselves with all the learning and experiences we have prepared for you.
Backyard breeder must not be stopped. Only they have to be organized as a community so that we can prevent the disease. We can teach them how to control the disease and also as well as biosecurity.
Welcome all to the 87th PVMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference. Let us all make good memories of this one to take the rest of this new decade. Maayong hapon sa tanan.
So we're really looking to help empower veterinarians, upskill them in all the behavioural and non-clinical skills that can really see them succeed and enjoy fulfilling careers. Research shows that the average human being remembers or recalls about 25% of what you say.
Let us make all that effort count. I enjoin you all to get the most that you can out of this adventure. Learn as much as you can from the talks, discussions, and exhibits. Exchange ideas and good practices from experts in our different fields of interest. Connect with colleagues and potential collaborators.
Naririto ako para tulungan kayo sa empowerment na ito, para tulungan kayo na may paabot ang mga impormasyon na ito.
We cannot control the economy. We cannot control someone's attitude. We cannot control the weather. The events are the way things are. We cannot change the way things are, but we can only change the way we are.
It's sad that rabies is one of the oldest diseases, but yet 59,000 people globally still die of rabies, and 40% of them are children.
In developing a risk assessment criteria, country context, as well as technical knowledge are major considerations.
Agriculture is not about the land and the water. It's about technology. Kahit mas konti ang land and water, if we learn the proper technology, then we will be successful. Rest assured that we are here to support and empower Filipino veterinarians so you can overcome global challenges as well as cope with the local and national concerns.
But what we are very strict about, and I understand in PRC, they are also very strict about dishonesty.
It's been a long year, truly a humbling experience. Thank you, PVMA, for the trust you have given me. I trust that we will all remain committed to PVMA's goals and to the advancement of our profession. Maraming salamat sa ating lahat.
Daghang salamat sa tanan sa pagtambong diri sa 87th Philippine Veterinary Medical Association Scientific Conference and Annual Convention sa Davao. Despite everything,
I think the PVMA share the same philosophy that our organisation does, in that we're passionate about empowering veterinarians amidst global challenges.
You need to upskill them in these concepts and strategies as well. That's when things get very, very exciting.
Ang daming nakuha namin na mga informations regarding ASF, how to control. We were informed the status and updates on ASF. So being an LGU veterinarian, it is very important to us to be informed.
We at the Department of Agriculture look forward to your more active participation and partnership with us in pursuing our shared vision of a modernized, globally competitive, empowered, and prosperous agriculture, livestock, poultry, and fisheries sector.
Masarap.
Good morning. Welcome to the 88th PBMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, uplifting the Filipino veterinarian in the new norm. This year, you can be part of this historic event wherever you are in the world. This 2021, the PBMA goes digital. If you are already on the streaming page, please stay tuned as we wait for everyone to log in. The program will start in 1 hour. Stand to win prizes by joining us in the Me and My PVMA selfie game. Simply take a picture of yourself with the PVMA conference as your background and send it to 88pvma@pvmadigicom.com with your full name as the subject of the email. Participants are allowed 1 entry per day, so increase your chances of winning by taking selfies and making more memories with us. Good morning.
Yan, wala na. Naka-off naman siya. Naririnig ka sa streaming na microphone. Hindi ko alam eh. Yung microphone.
yung microphone. I-mute mo na yung mga microphone, please. Wala, sir. Wala. Hindi, walang video. Walang video. Hindi nga nagre-record eh. Hindi siguro.
Good morning, everyone. Let us start the second day of our 88th PBMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference with a bang to set the mood. Let us do it by acknowledging our Day 1 selfie game and raffle winners. To kick things off, here are the names of our Day 1 raffle winners. Morning winners: Cristel Ann Radas, Al Gonzalez, Maria Graciela Carrete, Sherwin Chua, Edgar De Jesus. Thank you, Excellence, for being generous enough to give prizes to our raffle winners. Afternoon winners: Melvin Leal, Eileen Guerrero, Pearly Gay Pacaide, Denver King David, Vanessa Isabel Rico. Thank you, Mars, for being generous enough to give prizes to our raffle winners. And here is our best selfie of the day winner, DBM Joyce Ann Velasquez. Thank you, NutriBiz, Animal Health, Business Wealth, for the prizes of our selfie game winner of the day.
Authorities in the Philippines are warning that a volcano near the capital could be on the verge of a dangerous eruption.
These peaks in Quezon City add to the thousands killed as the government scrambles to contain the African swine fever, or ASF.
Several people are dead and more than 100 injured after a powerful earthquake hit the Philippines today.
Earlier this week, President Duterte met with health experts to get their take on the ECQ and how to prevent the further spread of COVID-19.
Volcanic lightning shoots up into huge ash clouds charged with static electricity.
Doctor, could you tell us about the
nature's most dramatic
last Friday? What did he say about possibly extending or reducing?
Now as steam gushes above, the earthquakes rumble below.
To mark your time in and earn your Continuing Professional Development or CPD credit, follow these simple steps. PBMA will send a message at the start of each talk, and participants must reply with the following: your full name, space, the type of talk you are attending, space, the number of the talk. For example, Dr. Juan de la Cruz, space, companion animal talk, space, number 3. Participants are also required to complete the speaker evaluation form and to answer the quiz provided. Stand to win prizes by joining us in the Me and Once again, good morning and welcome to the 88th PBMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, our first ever digital convention. Please stay tuned as we start our event in 15 minutes.
This year, your PVMA is making a big change. For the first time in PVMA history, you can join our annual convention right in the comforts of your home. The PVMA is going digital. Watch Plenary Sessions live. Have a virtual exhibit tour. Get the latest updates from PVMA. And more.
Agriculture, look forward to your more active participation and partnership with us in pursuing our shared vision of a modernized, globally competitive, empowered, and prosperous agriculture, livestock, poultry, and fisheries sector.
Nakita mo si Chokes Dugo? Masarap kahit walang sarsa. Pag di natin sinolve ito, ay pagbabago na po yan. Ano? Masarap ang sarsa kahit walang baboy. Alright? So habang 2% pa lang, magtulong-tulong tayo, huwag tayong mag-away-away para ma-eliminate natin ang ASF.
It is a great honor to serve the profession, and I accept this presidency with all my heart. I can't do it on my own. But with all your support and cooperation, the love of my family, the protection and guidance of the Lord Almighty, kakayanin natin to. Mabuhay ang mga veterinaryong Pilipino. Salamat.
Good morning, delegates, and welcome to the 88th PBMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, uplifting the Filipino veterinarian in the new norm. For the morning plenary sessions, our moderator will be Dr. Gilbert Cervantes. Dr. Cervantes is a graduate of the UP College of Veterinary Medicine in Los Baños. He is a fellow and a former president of the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners and the key account manager in Southeast and East Asia, H&N International, GmbH. In 2019, he received the PBMA Award for Outstanding Veterinarian in Agribusiness. Delegates, please welcome Dr. Gilbert Cervantes.
Our speaker will discuss COVID-19 in domestic pets and different steps and techniques that veterinary clinics may employ to minimize exposure to the possible COVID-19 infection. Our speaker this morning, Dr. Raymond Devilla, my classmate, is a graduate of Doctor of Veterinary Medicine, UP Los Baños, and graduated top of our class as valedictorian, cum laude, in 1989. He also served as an instructor in the Department of Medicine and Surgery for his alma mater. Before moving to the U.S., becoming full-time veterinarian at the Downey Veterinary Hospital in Los Angeles, California, he was past president of the Southern California Filipino Veterinary Medical Association. And of course, our pride sa Philippines is he's the current president of the Southern California Veterinary Medical Association. So colleagues, I give you Dr. Raymond Devilla.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much to the PBMA for inviting me to come over to give this talk. Ideally, I would have liked a plane ticket, but well, we can't do that now. So you guys will have to bear with me and listen to this one. This talk was already given twice. The first one was sometime in June, I believe, on a webinar hosted by the UP Society of Men and UP Suquietos Miliarum. Then after a few revisions, I presented it again at the Philippine One Health seminar back in October. So some of you may have already seen this. If you have, I don't mind if you fall asleep, but for the others, hopefully you learned something new. Okay. My name is Dr. Raymond Devilla, and I have spoken with on PBMA for a couple of times. So let's start. First, I'm just a regular small animal practitioner, no advanced degrees, no MS, no PhD. It's just plain old me. And I have no financial relationships with any commercial company. Although, if anybody's out there, I'm willing. The outline of you will have a short discussion on some coronavirus cases, and not just in pets, but also other animals, a bit of testing, what are some of the recommendations, and I'll go through what my hospital is doing with regards to curbside service, which is the recommendation currently to be used for veterinary clinics. Okay, so let's start. COVID-19 hit us sometime in December, January. Then by March, in Hong Kong, they identified a Pomeranian who was weekly positive. This Pomeranian shared a home with a German Shepherd, not showing any signs, and the household did have some COVID-19 patients with them. So it's assumed that they got it obviously from their owners. Then news came that in the Bronx Zoo, there was a tiger and several other big cats who were also turned positive. As it says, the samples they got from her nose, throat, and respiratory tract. Some of them developed some mild clinical signs. They think it came from a staff member. And as of April, that was last year, all cats were doing quite well. Belgium, so it's worldwide. There's a cat developed some GI signs, respiratory issues after the owner got sick. They did some testing. Cat recovered uneventfully. And in New York City, first case of cats in the U.S. sometime in mid-April. There were no humans unlike in the other cases, in this particular case, the household was free from any COVID-infected people. So they figured it's a cat, it goes out. If it was friendly, somebody else might have touched it, and that person was positive. Okay. Then there's a bit of let's just say fake news initially. They said that Winston, which is a pug, was the first one to develop COVID-19. Okay, and because they thought that the family had some members who were testing positive, Winston had the most contact with them sleeping in bed, and he's recovered. Later on, they said that apparently he lost his 5 minutes of fame because he was not the first dog to develop coronavirus in the US. That dog was a German Shepherd in New York. And as the article says, the USA showed signs of respiratory illness after two of the dog's owners exhibited symptoms. Again, the culprit is the human. The other dog did not test positive but had some antibodies. And they figured that in the case of Winston, it was probably a case of contamination. However, this dog did die, but it's not in this article, but eventually they figured he probably died from some other disease, such as cancer. This is that one. Unclear whether the body died from complication of coronavirus, which he most likely caught from his owner, or whether he died from lymphoma. And as we know, lymphoma is a pretty deadly disease. There is treatment for that one, or chemotherapy. It's unsure whether the owner decided to pursue that line or not. Okay. Then we go to minks. Okay. Well, minks are farmed because of obviously their fur, and Netherlands was one of the first countries to report COVID-19 in minks. They figured again it was the human carrying it, and since some of the staff have reported symptoms, that farm got quarantined. Later on, unfortunately, it has decided to, well, not it, but coronavirus was detected in lots more farms. And as the article says, as of August of 2020, 1.1 million minks have been culled at 26 farms. Okay. And all of those farms were closed down because they don't have any more minks to take care of. Then the problem there is it wasn't just detected in Europe, but it also showed up in some mink farms in the US, especially in Utah. It says wiped out 50% of the breeder colonies. We do know that coronavirus has a worse effect in older people, so it's pretty understandable. Younger minks were largely unharmed. It's no joke in the sense because of its economic impact. 9 countries have now reported outbreaks in mink farms. So what did they do? Just like what we did with swine flu, with avian influenza, with mad cow disease, the approach is to stamp out the infection as early as you can, meaning widespread culling. So millions of minks were culled by the farms. How do you dispose of them? Apparently, they decided to bury them. And this ended up with a small problem. It created zombies. Well, not really zombies, but they call them zombie minks because they were rising from the grave. Why? Okay. Because they've theorized that when you dump a whole lot of bodies in a grave and you just cover it up, eventually these bodies will decompose, and decomposition leads to the buildup of gas, Now imagine putting together a pile of balloons and blowing them up all one by one. Eventually, it will take up a lot of space and move the soil, and now you have zombie minks threatening to overrun the country. And what's more disturbing, though, is more recently they found COVID-19 in wild animals around the mink farm. Okay, so it is theorized that this, it didn't say how or what, but certain minks outside were already detected to have COVID-19. So it's theorized that it came from the farm itself. Now, this has health implications, such and especially in the sense that you now have COVID-19 running wild in the outside. Then, in December recently, there were snow leopards that tested positive for coronavirus, making it the 6th confirmed animal species. So you have dogs, cats, minks, they think ferrets, hamsters, and one more, but can't think of it right now. But it does affect there are, later on we'll go into some certain studies wherein they postulate which animals may eventually also be susceptible to coronavirus. No, so how do they test those? IDEX, I guess everybody's familiar with IDEX. It's a pretty big laboratory company. I know it's available in the Philippines. I'm just not sure whether the actual COVID-19 test is available for that. Because of the clamor for it, they decided to develop a test for that. And again, they are using the same test as possible for people, which is the real PCR, or real-time polymerase chain reaction. This is the latest data that I have. February, IDEX has tested more than 5,000 dogs, cats, and horses with respiratory symptoms from 17 countries. No positive results. I could not find any further studies done. There are some limitations. You can't just submit a sample and tell them, please test for COVID-19. There are certain criteria that have to be met. Otherwise, they'd be inundated with lots of samples. One, the pet has to be living in a household with a human who has COVID-19 or has tested positive for the virus. We've seen in the various samples, the various situations before, it's always the human that gets the COVID-19 first, then it's for the animals. Now, we do know that COVID-19 causes respiratory issues, so therefore, you don't want to jump the gun. You want to make sure that the pet has already been tested for the other common infections, such as Bordetella, pneumonia, might just be a simple collapsed trachea, or other causes of the respiratory symptoms, or maybe even heart disease, before you send out samples to test for COVID-19. Okay? And if it's a cat, that's one of the things you may want to really figure it out. Okay, but you have to have a consultation with a veterinarian and a public health authority, meaning you have to report it to your public health office so that they know if the pet tests positive, what to do next with regards to quarantining and managing the outbreak. OSAVA has done their own serological surveys of domestic and wild animals to find out who gets infected or not. Okay, and in their abstract, it says the results show that no SARS-CoV-2 specific antibodies were detected in the above samples, which was 1,900 samples from 35 animal species, which excluded the possibility of 35 animal species as the intermediate host. More importantly, companion animals, including pet dogs, cats, street dogs, and cats also showed serological negative to SARS-CoV-2. Okay. Now, in case your pet does test positive for coronavirus, the CDC or the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention already published guidelines on this one. The key points are, I would say, number one would be, if you think your pet has COVID-19, call a veterinarian, and that's you, so you should know what to do. Okay. The same things apply. Isolate. Do not let your pet roam around, because although there are still no confirmed reports of pets actually transmitting the virus, you don't want to be the first test case. You do not want to be patient zero. Okay, and look at point number 2. Do not wipe or bathe your pet with chemical disinfectants, alcohol, hydrogen peroxide. In the Philippines, maybe they'll tell you used motor oil or any other products not approved for animal use. Remember, it is a virus that's inside the body, not on the outside. So whatever you do, do not inject bleach. Okay. And pets confirmed with a COVID-19 infection should be restricted to isolation in the home until a veterinarian or public health official determined they can be around pets and other people. So it's just a matter of quarantining. It's always nice to quarantine with your pets, though. Now, they've also we've tackled the certain cases wherein we've already mentioned that cats are more prone to get infected. So they've done several studies using cats. In this case, they did an experiment. They inoculated 3 domestic cats. The virus was detected through nasal and the always fun rectal swabs in 2 cats immediately. Then they introduced cats without any infection, and those cats were also infected, tested positive eventually by day 5. Okay. However, main thing here is none of the cats showed any severe symptoms of the disease. Their conclusion, COVID-19 in cats may be of public health significance. This was still early in the game, and so far it hasn't, I don't believe it has changed. Okay. Then other studies, experimental infection of domestic dogs and cats, pathogenesis transmission in response to re-exposure in cats. This is it, basically. Adult dogs did not get sick or shed live virus. So cat owners, maybe. Dog owners, you're much more safe. Okay? But this doesn't mean you have to get rid of your cats. Okay, so the gist of this, cats are highly susceptible to infection with a short, prolonged period of oral and nasal viral shedding, not accompanied by clinical signs. Cats are susceptible to SARS-CoV-2, but are unlikely to develop clinical disease. So just like most people, they become asymptomatic. And they also develop a robust neutralizing antiviral response that prevents a reinfection. In people, there have been several reports of secondary infections, and usually the secondary infection is a bit more fatal. So they still don't know that with regards to cats. As mentioned, dogs do not shed virus following infection, but do seroconvert, meaning if you do the antibody test, they will turn positive. There's currently no evidence that cats or dogs play a significant role in human infection. However, reverse zoonosis, meaning they get sick from you, it's not you getting sick from them. Okay? It's possible if infected owners expose their domestic pets to the virus during an acute infection. So if you are sick, try to isolate yourself from your pet. Avoid using your cat as your handkerchief. For example, you feel a sneeze coming on, you don't want to grab your cat and sneeze into your cat. Okay? That's not a good thing. We have seen that COVID-19 has the capability to infect different species. So they decided to do some certain studies by not actually infecting a variety of species, but looking at certain gene sequences that might make a certain species more susceptible to infection. Okay. And they have a couple of those. Genomic analysis, there's one by UC Davis. There are several species that they've identified, and the following are, okay, they found the binding process between virus and protein in sheep and great apes is like to be as strong as it is in humans. Sheep in a particular concern, given the prevalence in agricultural settings in many parts of the world. So that brings to mind, I mean, as a veterinarian, whenever somebody mentions sheep, the country that comes to mind is New Zealand. And you should be thankful that New Zealand so far seems to be one of the countries that has brought COVID-19 under great control. I haven't checked, but I believe they've gone for several months now without any positives. So that's a good sign. Otherwise, if it escapes into the sheep population, who knows what's going to happen. So in their study, so as it says, humans are very high on the list. And obviously, because of the relationship, chimpanzees, the western lowland gorilla, and the bonobo monkey. Also of high risk would be white-tailed deer. That one we have here in the US and certain mountain ranges or forests. Chinese hamster, that is, I believe, a common pet. The giant anteater, I don't think we have to worry about that one. I still have doubts how you will be able to infect a common bottlenose dolphin, but, well, who knows? So I would say if you got COVID-19, avoid going to Ocean Park and swimming with the dolphins. Other animals, tiger, sheep, cat, and cattle. Okay. If the strange thing here is, well, I'm not sure if it's really strange, but you can see that the cat is lower in the risk. So we do know that they can get infected, but they don't show any clinical signs. And again, the dog is in the low risk. They can get infected, but they recover very rapidly. And it says very low: California sea lion, the mouse, American crow, and the American alligator. This, I'm not sure, I believe I posted this somewhere, if you managed to read it. Gorillas have been have tested positive over at San Diego Zoo, which bears truth to the study done by UC Davis that they are also very susceptible. And at the latest update, as of an email from San Diego Zoo, I believe all of them have fairly recovered. Again, source, zookeepers. But basically, this is as of September 28, 2020. Animal health professionals encourage kindness because there is still no evidence of animal to human COVID transmission. Okay. We can give it to them. So far, they have not been proven to give it to us. So it is not right to be afraid of your pets. Please tell your owners, do not throw your pets to the street because you're afraid of them giving it to you. Okay, when possible, have another member of your household care for your animals while you're sick. If you're sick, avoid contact with your pets, including petting. This is petting of the good kind, okay? Snuggling, being kissed, licked, and sharing food. If you must care for your pets while you're sick, same hygiene. Wash your hands before and after you interact with pets, and wear a face mask. Actually, if you've been following certain guidelines, I think the thrust is now to wear double face masks, an N95 and a cloth mask, if you can. So, some people do this just for kicks. Okay. We as veterinarians know that there are vaccines for coronavirus available for our pets. Basically, there's the enterocoronavirus for dogs, and the coronavirus vaccination for cats against FIP. But there is no basis for suggesting that this vaccine will protect against COVID-19. Both are they're all coronaviruses, but we do know that vaccines are supposed to be specific, and therefore these do not work to prevent that, okay? Veterinarians must not be recommending or using vaccines containing canine enteric coronavirus in the mistaken belief that they may induce immunity to SARS-CoV-2 in dogs. The same comment applies to the FIP vaccine. Although I have to say most cat practitioners will actually not use FIP vaccine because it has not proven itself to be actually effective. And again, more recently, there has been some news items. There is supposed to be this, I think, a discussion group called Virulence. It's a group of scientists. They released an opinion that they think that eventually, after people have been vaccinated, we should try to develop a specific COVID-19 vaccine for our pets in the I'd say to prevent a situation wherein coronavirus mutates, goes to the pets, then it becomes highly transmissible, then the pets give it back to us. So if you protect the potential vector, you're essentially protecting the population. That article came out last week, if you want to search for it. Okay. There are AVMA recommendations for pet owners. You can always look them up in their website. But basically, again, I cannot stress enough, there is still no evidence that the pets will be able to transfer it to people. Take home message, there's no evidence. Oh, there, I already said it. Individuals who know they have COVID-19 should minimize direct contact with their pets to avoid potential transmission. Now, other fun facts for coronavirus and pets. So far, testing, as we know, can be done either through the nasal swab, which is never fun. There's an oral swab. There is a take-home kit. Not a take-home kit. You can order a saliva test kit. You spit into it, send it to the lab. They'll test it for you. There is a blood test. That's a rapid antibody. But all of these take time. There are certain, we do know that dogs have a very heightened sense of smell. They can detect drugs. They can detect bombs. They can detect most anything that you train them to. So people have been asking, can you use them to detect COVID-19? And the answer is yes. Okay. They found out that certain, well, not certain, I guess people who are infected with COVID-19 have a change in their scent. So using this, they've been managing to train certain dogs to detect people who have infection, whether it's an active infection or even asymptomatic. And it allows for faster screening. Imagine just having a dog sniff you, but just make sure they don't sniff your butt. They might find something's there, okay? Maybe hidden drugs or anything, but they just sniff. Actually, they don't sniff you directly. They sniff a sample of your sweat. And with that, they should be able to tell you whether you have COVID-19 or not. And this practice is actually already being implemented in certain airports, okay, around the world. This one is in Helsinki Airport in Finland. And the next video should be entertaining. Let's see. This explains how it's done.
No, ihminen tulee tähän ensimmäiseen tilaan ja sitten se ottaa ihopyyhintänäytteen itsestään sideharsotaituksilla ja sitten se laittaa sen suoraan semmoisen hajupurkkiin valmiiksi ja sitten mä annan sen koiran nenän eteen hajuradalle laitan, jossa on sitten muita kontrollinäytteitä ja sitten kysytään koiralta, että mitä mieltä se on siitä näytteestä.
Okay, so very interesting, right? Do take note that the dog is not definitive. If the dog suspects that you are infected, you still have to get an actual test to confirm it. Because this method is very fast, it allows you to screen large numbers of people at a time. So the whole process becomes a bit faster. There are some entrepreneurs who are thinking of using this method to screen, let's say, concert goers. You have a couple of thousand people. There's no way to test them. You just let them go through a dog sniffing I'd say alley, and then you can actually screen more people to allow them to go into the concert. Okay, interesting stuff. I would just caution you that you may want to make sure that you take a shower before you fly out next time, especially if you're going to Finland or any of the other countries that are utilizing this technique. Now, we have been under COVID-19, the shadow of COVID-19 for, I would say, a year now. We've suffered lockdowns, quarantines, and all of that. Thankful that the veterinary practice is or has been considered as essential, and therefore we are allowed to remain open. But because we are open, that makes us susceptible to getting infected, and you need to protect yourself against that. There are certain changes that have been made in how veterinary practices have been doing this, and I'd like to share with you what we do in our clinic to the best that we can. Okay. The CDC has also released guidelines for this. That's the website there on top. That's the address. You can. I think you guys will be getting a copy of this lecture, or you can screenshot it and you can just go over there. And that is updates as of August 12 of 2020. They also have some guidelines for house call veterinarians. Here in the US, I don't think too many vets do house calls. I know they do house calls now for euthanasia, but not much for clinical cases, at least not in California. So they also issued guidelines for such veterinarians. And I believe the house call business or the house call vet is still very much alive and prevalent in Manila. This is a slightly disturbing flowchart. It's hard to take in at a glance. So again, take a screenshot. That's the address on top. Peruse it at your leisure. There are also magazines that have given out advice on this. This is best practices for veterinary curbside check-ins to stem coronavirus. Okay, this was sometime, I think, in the middle of last year. From today's veterinary practice, you can sign up on their website. It is a free magazine. I advise that you take advantage of it. The OVMA, or the Ontario Veterinary Medical Association, also early on released a detailed guideline on how they want veterinary practices to adapt. And again, that's the website. There's a PDF on that one. But so how do we do it? The basic principles are education, meaning education of your clients, education of your staff, because it was very hard to start with at first. Everybody's used to just going to the clinic, being accepted, having your pet looked at, then going home. The concept of appointments was not practiced by all or by a majority of clinics. And with my experience in the Philippines, I don't believe appointments were ever a thing. It's just always walk in, wait a little bit until you get seen. So you have to teach them that this is now the new method in order to save yourself and save themselves from getting infected. Okay. There's a lot of physical distancing and PPE. We might already be quite tired of hearing these terms, and we know them by heart. Obviously, cleaning and disinfection, that's very, very important. And then how do you deliver your veterinary services? Okay, so cleaning and disinfection. Every day before we start, you clean the whole place. You clean the floors, the walls, and especially your high-touch surfaces, such as your telephone, your doorknobs, your faucets, your sinks, your drawer handles, just to be sure that you're starting the day clean and fresh. There is a quote from a friend who said, "I never thought that I would see the day when my hands would consume more alcohol than my mouth." And I believe that this trend will still continue for quite a while until everybody gets vaccinated. Very smart, my friend. Staff safety. So all staff members are encouraged to speak up when they or a family member is ill. They are allowed to call in sick when necessary. Even if your family member is ill, I mean, you're okay. But if somebody in your family gets sick, there is a chance that you could be an asymptomatic carrier, and therefore you don't want to infect the whole clinic. So make sure that you let us know. Okay. No contact temperature readings are taken of all staff members in the morning. Before we start, we take the temperature of everybody. It's logged in, recorded, just to be sure that nobody has been running a fever. The no contact temperature or thermometer has been around for quite a while. And if they refuse, for example, even your clients, if you are forced to bring them in, you can always take their temperature. I believe they do that at the malls right now. And if they refuse, you let them know that you will allow it, but you will take a rectal temperature. Right? I hope that will cure them of their reticence. All are required to wear PPE, and a short staff, this is important. A staff meeting is held at the start of each day to brief everyone of what to expect in terms of appointment and workload. That way you can mentally prepare yourself and be ready to face the day. So this is our staff meeting. Every day we review the schedule, give the assignments, who does this and that, what are the expected procedures, how long will it take, so that we can plan the day as very well. This never used to happen. You can never do this in a walk-in clinic. And no contact temperature readings, usually on the forehead. And like I said, if you want, you can use a rectal thermometer, but that goes into contact. Then, the outside of our door, so nobody gets in. Well, I said pretty much nobody gets in. There are some exceptions. And basically, the door is plastered with signs. However, just like any place, these are signs that people don't read. It just says, please call from your vehicle to check in. They'll still keep knocking and knocking and knocking without ever reading anything. But at least it's an attempt. And obviously, if you have a first-time client, you want them to fill out a form. The forms are already available outside. So what happens? When the client arrives, they should call or text the clinic to let us know that they are there. Otherwise, how would we know? Okay. Second line says, know your vehicle breeds. As a veterinarian, you're required to know your animal breeds. Now, I guess this is more of a job for the technicians and assistants. They should know their vehicle breeds. What is a Honda? What is a Toyota? What is a Mercedes-Benz? Okay. Then a staff member is designated to meet the owner at their parking spot, and the animal is taken inside. So again, owner stays outside. We also use our own leashes. We have the, not necessarily disposable leashes, but the ones with just a ring on the end, so you can always use them. And after each use, you disinfect. So call or text. Calling will take up your phone line, and that's a little bit difficult. So we signed up for this app called Pet Desk. And as you can see, there's an option there to text us, and that frees up the phone lines for the other more important calls. They text us and say, oh, we're already here. We are in parking spot like this. How do you know which parking spot? You put numbers. You don't say, I'm in the parking spot beside the garbage can near the tree, or my car is beside another white car. No, those are very non-specific. You want to make sure. If they ask, where am I? Then look in front of you. There's a parking space. The numbers are there. Okay. If you look at the bottom of the sign, that makes sure that they don't leave, because you don't want to be stuck with a pet, especially if it's just a very short stay. That you don't want to be stuck with a pet, because you'll be responsible for that, and they'll be taking up valuable parking space for other clients. A fee will be assessed if you're not here when your pet's visit is finished. These are the different breeds. These are now what your tech or assistant is required to know. Okay? Not just the car colors, but as much as possible, the make and model. These are our reusable leashes. That bucket is there filled with disinfectant. So after you come back in, you drop the leash in the bucket, grab a new leash for the next pet. The folders we created this little slip that tells us what time is the appointment, what's the car, what parking spot, last name of the owner, name of the pet, very important, the contact number, the cell phone number, and whether or not they speak Spanish or English. That way you know who to send out. You don't want to send out an assistant who doesn't speak Spanish to pick up a pet from an owner that only speaks Spanish. So this happens either rain or shine or cold. Good thing we don't have snow. Otherwise, I think the level of difficulty would be much more or much higher than what we have right now. But we have no choice. We have to go out and get them. Once they're in, usually the staff does a short interview outside. What are they for? What are any other complaints? Then when they come in, you as the veterinarian will review the record, figure out what you need to do. You can do a general physical exam, then do a focused physical exam based on the complaint. If the complaint is eyes, then you do what you need to do for the eyes. If it's the ears, you do what you need to do for the ears. However, it's not always that simple. For example, you're looking at an ear infection, you're able to look in and describe, but there are some other things that you need to do, but you need consent for that one. So when you do your physical exam, I personally, this is the part that I miss most about this curbside meeting, is having that rapport with the owner when you are there. Because while you're speaking and talking to the owner, you will be able to interpret the different nuances of their intonation, the body language, how they're responding to what you're saying to them. And in short, it makes it easier for you to read the owner. You can't do that over the phone. So there are other ways about that, which is video calling. There's always FaceTime, but you run the risk of giving your number. So you may want to get a unit or a phone that's only for the office, so you can go home and not be bothered by the clients. Although I have to say, in the Philippines, it used to be general, or it is, I think, a general practice for the veterinarian to even give their own personal cell phone numbers. Okay. So you do your physical exam. If you have video call, you can do it in front of the owner. I don't. What I do is when I do a video call, to keep it short, I've already done the physical, I've already done the focus, then I just show them exactly what I want in the focus exam. For example, there's a lump, then you concentrate just on that lump. Okay. Otherwise, your whole visit will turn to be from 15 minutes, it becomes an hour. Okay. Then you discuss your notes, and then after that, you put the pet in their cages, and when you're talking to the owner, and because you need to get an estimate and approval first. As a client, you never want to be surprised by a huge bill. So you make your estimate based on your recommendations, based on the testing, the treatment, vaccinations, medications, whatever it is, and you try to get their approval over the phone. And this is where it gets a little bit frustrating, because you can only have so many lines. In our case, we have 3 lines, and they are always busy. So it's very frustrating to, if you want to move forward, you already have your treatment plan, estimate, and everything, and you want to call them, but the lines are all tied up. So then you are wasting time. This is our new waiting room. After you've seen the pet or they're waiting for treatment, stick them in a cage. Make sure you properly identify them. You do not want to be euthanizing a pet that is not supposed to be euthanized, or let's say castrating a breeder. Okay, those are great big no-nos. So identification is very important. Here, in this case, we all have cage cards. Then, once approved, you do the treatment, you do the testing, you do the injections, the medications, and then, but when you do that, you want to get an estimate of the time. If you think it's going to take you a long time, then you tell the owner politely, please go away and come back. It has happened fairly often enough that they think they're just going to wait for a short time. you forgot to tell them, oh, it will take 1 or 2 hours, then they've been waiting in the car. Imagine waiting in a car with the engine running. If it's very hot, with the air conditioning on, or they have some other places to go, they will always appreciate it if you give them an estimate of the time. And if you do give them an estimate, make sure that you are keeping that. Then, when everything is done, you try to contact them again to bill out and pick up the pet. That means billing out is now typically cashless. I guess I'm not sure whether cash is still very much used. I guess they're still very much used back in the Philippines, but here most people don't carry cash anymore. It's all payment through electronics. So a credit card, either you get the number and input it in your machines, or you can send somebody out to get the card itself and swipe it, or if you see the white one, that is a wireless credit card machine. So you can just bring it out to them, they can swipe it, and you're done. Okay. Then the pet is released. The slip is given to them. If it's a credit card, if it's cash, they pay. You give them the change. You give them the medications. Then the staff bringing them out will also do a little bit more explaining with regard. When they get to check out, the receptionist already gives them an idea. You will be sent home with 3 medications. The first medication is an antibiotic. It's this and this and this. The second medication is an anti-inflammatory. It's this and this and this. The third medication will be for your diarrhea. It's this and this and this. But most people do not get that information to lodge in their brain through the phone. So when the staff goes out, they still have to take time to explain everything to them again one by one, especially in terms of administration. If it's a liquid, how to administer it. If it's a pill, how to administer it. If it's a topical, how to do it. These are the things that usually you can do in the room before, but now, because there's no contact, then you have to be able to explain it, because there is no point in sending them home with any medication that they will not be able to get into the pet. It's just a waste of money and a waste of your time. Then they'll call back and say, oh, my pets are getting better. Then you finally find out, I couldn't figure out how to get the liquid in it. Okay. Special circumstances, emergencies. You can never avoid emergencies. However, because of the situation, usually we are fully booked. The AVMA has released statistics that most veterinary clinics are actually much busier now compared to before. And I think it's because we are, I would say, sharing clients. What does that mean? You only have a certain amount of appointments in a day. Most people would like to fill that up. When that's filled up, you can't take in anymore. Therefore, your other clients that are used to just walking in, because we don't have walk-in hours anymore, they can get in. So then they have to go to another clinic, which would have an appointment for them or would have the extra space. And that's what keeps everybody busy. So if somebody did a study, I think you'll find that most clients will probably have records in 2 or 3 different vet clinics, depending on who's open at what time and where they can get their service that they need. Okay. So if it's an emergency, if it's something really life-threatening and I can do something about it, I'll take it in. And I just have to explain to all the other clients by phone, I guess, that there was something that needed to be attended to. Or more often than not, we are lucky enough to have emergency room clinics pretty nearby. So then we just toss them onto them. And it has recently also come to our attention that some of the clinics sent us notices that they will not accept just any emergency, only really, again, the life-threatening ones. Now, euthanasia is a special case because it is a special, it's a special event. It's usually the, how do you say this, the most difficult appointment to make, because more often than not, the family member has to, has to be put down. If we can, we schedule it at the end of the day. That way, it's pretty quiet. We used to do this also during the times that we would take people in. So it's already at the quiet time. There's not too many people staring at them when they're crying and so on. But now it allows us the luxury to really do a good procedure without rushing things, because there are a million other things that we have to do. In certain cases, especially with the not older clients, but longer clients, the ones that have been with us for quite a while, and we truly know the pet, we can let them, these are the special cases, we can let them in just for that service. So we get the pet, we sedate a little bit, catheterize, place it in the room, arrange everything, and then when all is ready, have the client come in, goes directly to the room, say their goodbyes, then you meet them there wearing all your PPE. It's a bit strange, your gown, your glove, you have your face shield, and you're there to put their pet to sleep, but it's necessary. So you give your condolences, do the procedure, and then once you give them enough time, then they leave. It's the end of the day. That's the last case that you're going to do. It's pretty easy to disinfect the room. So, and a lot of clients are very grateful for that service, because by now everybody knows that you cannot just go and walk into a clinic, or I would say majority of the clinics really do not accept walk-ins anymore. Okay, so that's it. I think I barely made it. I have a minute and a half. Thank you for listening. This is my crew. We have one registered tech, two receptionists, one practice manager, and two assistants, or three assistants. And so far, a nice, happy family. Okay, so stay safe, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the talk, and we shall be opening it up for question and answer in a little bit. Again, thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Raymond, for the very informative presentation. Okay, yeah. All right, so I think we have some questions in the chat box or anything. Just like Dr. Raymond. Raymond, sabi nga rin, it's always better to be OA or safe than be sorry. What are the other precautions that the veterinarian take in the veterinary clinic? Should we always wear our PPEs or anything like that? What other tips could tell us, Dr. Raymond? Well, I think Dr. Raymond audio probably could repeat. Uh, what are the other precautions that veterinarians should take in the veterinary clinics? I think it's now very up because now we have some variants and everything. So I think we need some more advice from you.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Better? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. So the question was, okay, I believe the question was what other steps veterinarians can take? Is that correct?
Yes, yes, yes. Very good.
Okay, I guess the number one thing that you can do to help, uh, I would say to help prevent getting infected is, if possible, get yourself vaccinated. The I know it might be difficult to do that in the Philippines at present, but the studies show that if you get vaccinated once by either Pfizer or Moderna, you probably have at least 50% protection. After the second vaccination, you can already gain the 90 to 95% protection after 2 weeks. And the newest regulations from the CDC are that if you have been vaccinated and exposed to somebody who has coronavirus, you do not need to quarantine anymore. That would be one, not just for the veterinarian, but especially for the staff, because they are the ones who are actually, well, at least here, they are the ones who are actually going out and exposing themselves to the owners. Then the second one would be education, with educating the owners that these steps you are taking is not to make their life difficult, but actually steps taken to save their lives and make sure that you are around to be able to give the best possible care for their pet. Did that go?
Yeah, I think it is. That's well said. Just, I don't know what is. Are you recommending testing for COVID-19 for our pets also?
Um,
Some symptoms. I don't know
okay. So the question is, are we recommending testing COVID-19 for pets? As mentioned earlier, it is not something that you do out of a whim or out of fancy. Number one, you have to be able to eliminate all the other possible sources of the respiratory or GI signs before you even consider testing for COVID-19. And at least the regulations here are that there are certain conditions you must meet. You can always refer to the lecture back, and you have to do it in conjunction with a public health veterinarian, because obviously COVID-19 is not just, it's mainly for people, not just for the pets. So routine testing, probably not. The studies show that the pets do not necessarily get very sick from COVID-19. I've already mentioned dogs are typically resistant, whereas cats, they might get sick a little bit, but not necessarily to the point that they're going to require severe hospitalization and so on.
All right. Thank you. Do you have questions in the chat box or nothing? I think they really understand your presentation, Dr. Raymond. All right. So I think maybe we can award a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Raymond. Can we have the certificate? The virtual certificate for Dr. Raymond.
Oh, thank you.
So we're waiting for the. What
Thank
time is
you.
it, Dr. Raymond, right now?
It is now in the afternoon.
All right.
Yes. So, uh, thank you very much to the PVMA for inviting me. I hope I was able to impart something, and then some of the practice and may be able to get some tips on how to manage. But in case that the lecture wasn't enough, if you're able to screenshot some of the slides, there are links there that you can always follow. You can always do your search. They will come out with regards to certain guidelines on how to protect yourselves and your clinic during these COVID times.
Probably if you have some more questions to Dr. Raymond, you can just type in the chat box and then we can send it to Dr. Raymond later on. By email and everything. All right, and we have the certificate now.
Okay, there is a question here. Okay.
Do you have a question there?
There is a question. Okay. So essentially,
Okay.
am I going to read it or you guys want to read it?
You have a question in the chat box.
Yes. Do you want me to read it, or are they going to read it? Are you going to read it?
Yes, sir. Can you read it? I don't have it.
I can read it. Okay, so it says, Dr. Davila, there are no documented cases of human to animal transmission of COVID-19 here in the Philippines, as you mentioned earlier. Are the pets that showed positive to the virus any particular signs? Basically, there are no specific signs that tells you it's COVID-19. As far as you know, as far as they've been seeing, so there are basically respiratory signs. But the thing that will make you suspicious whether or not it might be COVID is likely the presence of somebody in the house that has been diagnosed with an active COVID-19 infection. So if you have a pet that's showing respiratory signs, you've eliminated all the other possible causes. You've done your testing, and then your history says there is somebody in the house that tested positive who's been around the pet. That raises the index of suspicion. Then probably you can just have them tested. But again, even with people, there is no particular. I guess the term is pathognomonic sign saying that it is COVID-19.
But
I
Dr.
hope
Raymond,
that-
no any exceptional signs, anything, just respiratory signs.
in some of the observations they've had with all the different animals that have had it, you may have occasional gastrointestinal signs, but it's not the again. We all know gastrointestinal signs are not necessarily very pathogen specific. So just because they have it doesn't necessarily.
All right, probably we're ready now. It's COVID.
There's one more question. Is there time?
Okay, probably we can have now more questions. Questions.
There's one more question. Is there time?
More questions.
Can I answer this or?
Yeah, we just have to award you the certificate. Can you show it?
Okay. I'll just I'll answer it in the chat box then. Okay.
Okay. We're running out of time. So, the Philippine Veterinary Medical Association presents certification to Dr. Raymond Davila for imparting knowledge insights to speaker during the 88th DigiCon, Digital PBM Annual Convention and Scientific Conference on February 19, 17 to 19, 2021, online with the Pacific Leadership Academy and Anthropology Science. Dr. Pastor Tumaliluan, Secretary, Dr. Paulino Abad, our Vice President, President-elect, Convention Chair, and of course our President, Dr. Corazon P. Occidental. So congratulations, thank you, Dr. Raymond. Thank you, Doc. All right, so we move on for our second speaker. It's break time. Okay, let's.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much to
Delegates, we will be having a 10-minute break. Please return by 9:40 a.m. Thank you. We would like to give the floor to the following partners whose continuous support have made all of this possible: RDF Farms Fresh Options Incorporated and U.S. Soybean Export Council Southeast Asia. Conference, uplifting the Filipino veterinarian in the
Okay, is it okay now? Okay, just have a short background of the topic for this morning. I just read COVID-19 pandemic unraveled the fundamental systemic weaknesses in health systems across the world, with data quality at score. Flattening the curve requires understanding of epidemiological models derived from surveillance data. Containment, mitigation strategies, lockdown, etc., ultimately depends on the accuracy of the pandemic data collected and analyzed. So our speaker for today is a pathobiology expert, Dr. Darwin Bandoy, a US-based University of the Philippines Los Baños alumnus. He pursued his postgraduate studies in the University of California, Davis, and then also in the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and lastly in Singapore Agency for Science, Technology, and Research. Among his numerous recognition and awards are Foreign Fellowship Award from the UP and topping the final pitch competition at the Royal Academy of Engineering in the UK, among others. Now, he is currently the member of the COVID-19 pandemic response team in the Philippines. So, at this time, let's all welcome our speaker for this morning, Dr. Darwin Bandoy.
So I would like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee of this conference, the PBMA, for giving me the opportunity to present the data and the work that we're doing from the UP COVID-19 pandemic response team, as well as our laboratory at UC Davis. So this is the epidemiology of COVID-19 in the Philippines, a veterinary perspective. So mag-iisang taon na nang nabuo ang UP Pandemic Response Team. It is a multidisciplinary group around more than 200. So may social scientists, mappers, epidemiologists, molecular biologists that are providing different kinds of supports sa analysis ng data as well as training. So there are volunteer groups that were part of the training for the setup of the diagnostic laboratories, as well as analyzing the data and generating forecast scenarios. It's important that we look into the data at different scales of resolution. So one of the things that we initially work on ay makapagbigay ng data at the scale of the municipality, provincial, and national. Because not all municipalities are able to have consultants that will transform the data into something that they can make decisions. And we decided earlier on to release this publicly so that it will guide the LGUs in making decisions. This has been a useful feature of this website NCOV, because people are able to look at it and then see what's going on. So one of the things that are useful to look at is the epidemic curve, which plots the new cases for each day. So what you're seeing is the national level, pero available din siya sa provincial at sa municipality. Last year, at the early stages of the pandemic, the government, primarily the DOH, is presenting data in the form of daily new cases. That is useful, but that's not enough, because you need to transform the data into something that we can interpret. And one of this is the transformation of the data into the reproductive number, which is the average transmission by infected individuals at particular time point. So, yun ang ginawa namin. So, nag-generate kami ng reproductive number sa different scales, sa provincial, national. And then, pwede mong ibangga yun sa intervention at a particular time point. You just need to account with the diagnostic delays. And then, once you factor in the diagnostic delay, you will see that when there was imposition of community quarantine, the reproductive number went down, and when we try to ease the restrictions, the reproductive number went up. The national level, at the local level, kung mayroong malaking outbreak, makikita mo yung pag-spike ng reproductive number at makikita mo rin kung na-control na siya. Eventually, bumababa yung reproductive number. So, nagamit ito ng iba't ibang LGUs sa pag-decide. So, yung data na transform into a reproductive number, a proxy for transmission, and then the LGUs were looking at that. So beyond looking into the transmission parameter, it can now be, so the reproductive number is one of the inputs sa modeling, sa forecasting. Now, forecasting is not a magic crystal ball that will be predicting specific numbers, but it's useful because you can look at different scenarios. And the simulation of different scenarios enables preparation. And in this particular case, we can look at the public health system capacity. One of the Achilles heel of our pandemic response is that hindi ganong kalaki yung margin ng health system kasi even without the pandemic, some hospitals are near to their carrying capacity. Mas lalo na kapag nagkaroon ng pandemic. So, what are the proxy measures for public health system capacity? Hospital beds, ICUs, and mechanical ventilators. Yun yung mga parameter na tinitingnan natin. So, if the reproductive number is increasing, you can look at that, put that in a model, and then simulate as well as the public health intervention on how it brings down the reproductive number. And then we can look at what would be the time when the hospital system capacity will be breached. So this combination of simulation scenarios provides decision makers with certain options. And it was very useful because certain LGUs were able to expand their hospital bed capacity as well as their quarantine centers based on the simulation of models. So we have specific LGUs that were asking us, what are the figures we are looking? How can we open up? As well as how much of our hospital capacity needs to be adjusted. And it didn't take long to realize the happening when the fulfillment of some of the scenarios, because at certain stages last year, we saw that the hospital capacity was breached. So hindi naman natin maiiwasan yon kasi nga yung limitation ng health system capacity, and therefore we balance it with the requirement to continue some limited economic activities. But we have seen in different countries that prioritize the control of the pandemic, they were able to open up their economy sooner than those countries that prioritize economic activities first. And therefore, it ended up with having a worse economic performance plus severe mortalities. And I'm thinking of the United States as well as Sweden. So Sweden's model of opening up with minimal intervention eventually resulted to more mortalities without gaining much economic results. And this is very clear. We need to control the pandemic first before we can launch into economic activity. Those are not mutually exclusive, but that can be reconciled for the countries that prioritize, like for example, New Zealand and South Korea. They're able to pursue the economic activities because they prioritize the public health intervention. And so when we look back at what data we are looking, the cases has to be transformed into reproductive number. The reproductive number becomes an input into the epidemic model. SEIR model is composed of different components. One of the innovation we did, because we're computing the forecast model into specific regions, is that we did not naively input the country level numbers, meaning the total population. There were some existing models that inputted the population of the Philippines, and that generated an exaggerated number of cases because they use 110 million. And our innovation was to compute it per island or larger metropolitan areas, and therefore the simulation were more realistic and feasible. So by generating a granular model, it allowed us to look at a more realistic scenario. And the numbers initially were quite high, but as we progress along, those numbers are now, we're seeing with our own eyes that those are really not impossible. So that was the analysis that we did earlier on last year, where we forecasted several scenarios, several interventions. But at this stage, at 2021, the lingering question now is, how do we end the pandemic? And I propose to you several metrics. And again, looking at the data, what will happen and how can we make it happen? There's a historical record actually that was published. And when we look at that pandemic at 1919, 1918, there were a recorded 80,000 deaths. Now we can compare it, direct comparison to the current mortality of COVID-19 in the Philippines. And the mortalities we're seeing is around more than 11,000. So it will probably increase after this recording, but during the time this presentation is being recorded, it's around 11,000. So this might be outdated by the time you are watching it, but at the time of the recording, it's around 11,000. If we just naively compare it without normalization, just raw numbers, it's still not yet equivalent to the number of mortalities 100 years ago. So it's around 80,000. But if we transform it and extrapolate it, the equivalent of 80,000 is approximately 800,000 at today's number. So anong implication nun? Kung kakalat lang ng diretso, kung do nothing yung scenario, so we can simulate this as the worst case scenario. And if we take note at the case fatality, it's around, the estimated number is 2.5%. Now, yung COVID-19 na case fatality is around 4 and it's sometimes increasing. So medyo mas mataas ng kaunti. So, but if we just use this straightforward, it's going to be 800,000 yung worst case scenario. So, if we look at the different types of intervention that we are doing, so nagsusuot na ng mask, may limitations sa movement, there's closure of school, those public health intervention were pivotal in bringing down the number of mortalities. So during that time, wala pa namang molecular diagnostics. So the proxy measure for the pandemic is the number of mortalities. So wala namang na-set up na PCR, hindi pa nai-imbento yung mga test na ginagamit. So ang ginawa nila at that time is to use excess mortality. So if you look at the numbers from January to September, so around 300 to 400. And then pumasok yung October, biglang naging 2,000, and then on November naging 48 and then 35. So yung metric natin for the impact of the pandemic at that time is the excess mortalities. So let's just say it's around 80,000 as a crude estimate. So the worst case scenario at that the pandemic 100 years ago is around, the crude numbers is 80,000, and we did some transformation. So that is yun ang mangyayari kung yung pandemic ay magpo-propagate, it will spill into the population without the public health intervention. So the ending of a pandemic without vaccination and exposure would result to a very high level of mortalities. And then, but the difference now is that we have an available vaccine. So hindi natin kailangang, hindi necessary na mangyari yon. We can prevent that because of the availability of the vaccine. So herd immunity is a very wonderful idea if we apply it correctly, because some people are misusing it. In veterinary profession, we are very familiar with herd immunity because we use it to control diseases at the herd level, and that's the unique veterinary perspective to it. We don't allow the natural exposure because there is an abundant supply of vaccines for different diseases. So what is the ethical way to end the pandemic? I'm putting in the term ethical because, of course, the pandemic can end by natural exposure, but is that ethical? Can we tolerate those number of mortalities? But fortunately for us, the vaccines were developed in record time, not because they were rushed, but because of the maturation of the technologies. We have an mRNA technology as well as the production system and the classical technologies that are available that were used by different companies for the production of the vaccination. But it's the innovation, the maturation of different technologies that enable to, at a very unprecedented speed, we're able to deploy, mass produce, and start vaccination. But again, there's limitation to the supply. So if we are able to achieve herd immunity by a vaccination, the question now is, how many do we need to vaccinate? And this is linking this part of the talk to the earlier components of the data analysis. Because for us to determine the herd immunity threshold, we need to compute the reproductive number. And I'm emphasizing the importance of this because there are differences with the transmission of the disease at different geographic location. And we're seeing it if you look at the global data. So iba yung pag-spread ng COVID-19 sa Western population into tropical areas. And there are several theories to this, but we can also benchmark the hospital capacities, the age profile of the population. So for people where they call it as the aging population, they have higher mortalities. And also the different intervention, because in the US, some people are not wearing masks because they transform it into a civil rights issue. But in the Philippines, there's a higher compliance with the wearing of masks. And therefore, the disease would have different propagation. So I think it's important to compute and determine the reproductive number at a local level, which will be appropriate because of social practices that transform the disease transmission. So let's now determine the herd immunity threshold that is appropriate for our country using the data that is generated by the government as well as the diagnostic centers. So in the earlier part of the talk, we are able to, how do we determine the reproductive number? Well, we collected it via disease surveillance via testing. And how many do we need to test? This was one of the questions last year is that, are we really testing enough? And when we generated the analysis for the COVID pandemic response team, I was surprised because I was approached by several doctors who are trained in infectious disease, human doctors, and they were asking me how many do we need to test for a certain city. So initially, I was thinking that they will not ask this question because in the veterinary curriculum, we covered this in epidemiology, where given a certain number of animals, how many do we test? And we routinely do testing for several diseases. So for something that we take in, for an information that we take for granted, suddenly it's an important question because that does not end with knowing how many needs to be tested. That will be transformed into how many PCR machines should we buy, how many reagents should we purchase. So it becomes a cascade of further decision, has to be communicated to the purchasing authority, which is the LGU. So so my talk is about veterinary perspective, and this is my role in the pandemic response team, is to immediately provide information that is available in our training as veterinarians. And so some people were asking, what is a veterinarian doing at the pandemic response team? We actually contributed a lot, and beyond the data that was transformed into public policy, and some of this data are actually used in the decision making. And when I look at the performance of those LGUs that specifically consulted us, we really saw the improvement in the performance because they were data driven. So if you use data appropriately for public policy, you will see results. And this is one of the dimension of the work that is quite fulfilling, because you're seeing that people that are really adamant on having a data-driven approach, you can see the performance improve significantly versus those people who are just hand-waving. So when we were asked the question, how many do we need to test? I actually use a veterinary epidemiological tool. That tool calculates, given a certain population, that's one, given a certain performance level of a test, the sensitivity and specificity, and the prevailing estimated number of cases. So do you put in several parameters, and then it will generate a number. So we estimated that in order for us to detect COVID-19, we should be at around 8,000 per day minimum test. And we think that we were under testing for the early part up to May. And then after May, we were able to reach that goal of minimum testing. Of course, for the pandemic, so there's epidemiological surveillance, but there's also pandemic control. We need a higher capacity for pandemic control. But what happened nung May? Bakit natin naabot yung testing, at least for epidemiological surveillance? I'm not saying that that is sufficient for pandemic control. So ito yung time na yung Red Cross ay nag-acquire na ng at scale ng testing capacity. So yung government, nag-i-increase siya ng kapiraso, but it's the private sector that was pivotal. So yun yung change na nangyari. Yung Red Cross ay nag-increase so dumating yung mga machines nila, doon natin na-achieve yung minimum number for epidemiological surveillance. But for pandemic control, it has to be higher. So we need to test as much as we can contact trace. So yun yung advantage of looking at it, and we are guided. So kung meron tayong metrics, alam natin kung ano yung level ng purchase ng equipment, ng supply, mas magiging adequate yung ating pandemic response. So that's the value of using data. Now, there are several epidemics that are still impacting so it's not just humans. We have another epidemic that is going on in the veterinary sector. These are the measures that are also applicable. So when we presented this at so last year, DOH was doing a raw number presentation, and we generated the reproductive number, and we view it as a potential pandemic control metric. We use some of the available approaches by Walinga and Tunis. So that's the specific algorithm that we are using, but there are some algorithms. This would require some knowledge in the software, statistical software R. And we're thinking of doing some training about this in the near future in generating capacity. But there's also a web interface and app that will allow you to compute your own, whatever disease you are, whatever parameters you want to be computed. And this is one of the things we're looking in the near future. So the input, I mentioned earlier that you can benchmark the intervention, calibrate it with the diagnostic delays, and then you can see whether the particular intervention was useful. But after the imposition of the community quarantine, we are seeing that the pandemic is hovering, the reproductive number of the pandemic is around 1 for a consistent, and then it will just gradually spike. So the combination of different intervention, the compliance, the people, especially wearing of masks, physical distancing, was able to effectively control. Now, using that as a precursor, so I was mentioning that it's important to compute a local level reproductive number. We cannot just be dependent on the R values generated from other countries, which was the usual practice. Some people would naively grab the R computed from a different country. I think that's not the best practice. It's better to generate our own data, and then that becomes very specific, because if you're looking at the computation of disease transmission, physical contact is one of the parameters that is being estimated. Pero iba-iba naman yung klase ng interaction ng mga tao per society. And therefore, that will change the disease transmission. Now, let's now apply the reproductive number into the solution to this current pandemic, which is associated with adequate vaccination. So the question that we will ask is, what vaccination level is required? Now, to answer this, we need to look into vaccine efficacy and reproductive number. So in order to compute this, we need to have a very specific value for reproductive number that we think is appropriate for a certain location. And then we look at vaccine efficacy. So I simulated several scenarios. If the vaccine efficacy is around 70%, that becomes problematic, because even if you have a vaccination coverage of 100%, that will not generate herd immunity. So because even if you vaccinate, you can see at the figure I have that the red dots, which is the 100% threshold. So that will not be adequate. And therefore, there is now an observation of a variant which has an increase in transmission. So there are several things we can look into. Is the new variant escaping the immunological response generated by the vaccine? And there's some preliminary evidence that for certain vaccines, they are able, the virus, the variants, the new variants are able to escape. And therefore, if the variants are escaping the immunological response, then we need to evaluate the herd immunity level computations that we have. So we cannot be naive with the computation of 60% in order to achieve herd immunity. We might be looking into vaccinating more, especially if we are using vaccines that have lower efficacy. So the government presented values that we need to vaccinate 60%. But the question is, you are assuming 100% vaccine efficacy. So if the vaccine efficacy is around 90, you need to vaccinate more. And these are available in these figures. But there is a hopeful compromise to this, is to combine non-pharmaceutical intervention like physical distancing and wearing of masks that brings down the reproductive number. And therefore, it makes it possible to vaccinate less. And I think this is the combination of intervention that we need to be looking into. So if we combine non-pharmaceutical intervention, that decreases the reproductive number. And therefore, that decreases the amount of people we need to vaccinate. This partially addresses the problem of vaccine hesitancy. In the Philippines, there is a survey that we saw, at least for Metro Manila, that around 60% were willing to get vaccinated. That's not problematic if we consider that we are combining other non-pharmaceutical intervention. So there is hope even if there is vaccine hesitancy, as long as we can combine non-pharmaceutical intervention. Now, this is the third leg of the talk. So I will now switch into more of what we are doing in the laboratory, which is genome sequencing. So I'm part of the laboratory, and one of our projects is the 100K pathogen sequencing project, which was initially sequencing foodborne pathogens. And that's also the reason why I'm appointed as the USDA Food Safety Fellow, because of the work we're doing with One Health pathogens. So we sequence a lot, and then we do analytics on it beyond phylogenetic trees. So one of the classical way of analyzing genomic sequences is to generate phylogenetic tree, as you can see in the figure, but we have gone beyond that, and we are using the insights that we generated by looking at epidemiological tools and applying it to genomics. And we were one of the first laboratories to generate a reproductive number for genomic data. So this is genomic reproductive number. Our limitations in sequencing is quite apparent, because even if we have cases, we were able to detect at around January and February. Unfortunately, at that time when I was doing it, initial analysis on the COVID, on the SARS coronavirus sequences that are available in the public domain, I was not able to find any genomic sequence at around the time when the virus was already being detected in the Philippines. And this was the case until even up to late December. So our genomic surveillance was very limited into around 40 sequences until the B117 was reported. So we have very limited genomic sequencing because of several factors, but it is quite important to understand what genomic sequencing can do and what insights we can generate from it. So some of the data might not be specific to the Philippines, but the insights are useful. So in certain countries where there's limitation to the contact tracing, genome sequencing can be an alternative contact tracing. And how do we do that? We use an index virus, that is the reference sequence. And then we look at the mutations. And in this paper, this is going to be published soon. It's already accepted. We look at how do we use those mutations. So we computed that on average, the virus is mutating around 2 nucleotides per month. If you track the mutation, you can actually infer who infected whom. So that inference is similar to a contact tracing. So if you don't have the contact tracing data, you can look at the sequences, apply the appropriate metadata, and then you can infer how the virus was moving around. Of course, this is dependent on the sequencing capacity, and we are actually proposing this for other diseases. If you do enough sequencing, you will be able to infer the transmission, how the virus moved at different places at different time points. This is also one of the reasons why they were able to compute that the new strain B117 has an increase in transmission because they transform the data into a reproductive number. So this is not the classical phylogenetic analysis. This is an epidemiological metric applied to genomic data. And this is how we are approaching it. So we are using a combination of tools in order to derive the valuable information. Using this approach, we are able to prove that D614G mutant became dominant because of increase in transmissibility using a novel epidemiological metric. So the genomic R enables us to look at specific variants and interrogate are they really increasing in transmissibility, and we're able to show that, demonstrate that. And this was presented at the Cold Spring Harbor Biological Data Science Conference, and we'll be submitting the manuscript soon, hopefully. Beyond the inference of transmissibility, we also look at genome data and PCR primer mismatch. And the virus is mutating around 2 nucleotides per month. And if we factor in that's almost a year, those mutations would accumulate. We ask the question, are the virus, so the virus is mutating? Then we checked. So there are several primers available, and we were able to identify specific mismatches of the primer. So this is important. This has implication in our diagnostic capacity because you think you are able to do PCR tests, but apparently it will give you false confidence if there is primer mismatch. Because you think they are negative, but in fact, it's just due to primer mismatch. And this is also one of the proxy measures for UK researchers that were able to detect the new variant, the B117, because it's negative to the spike protein PCR assay. So genomic data is now important because it's another independent way of assessing how your primers are working. And this is important because otherwise we will have false confidence that there are negatives, but in fact they are positive, but we are not detecting it. So this now shows we need to do sequencing more as a parallel tool for observing the pandemic and also for epidemics that are occurring in the Philippines. And I'm talking about the pandemic in the pigs, the epidemic in the pigs that are occurring. Genome data reveals emergence of new variants. So I was talking that we pioneered the approach in using epidemiological metrics like reproductive number. So the reproductive number, we apply it to the genomic data. We're doing a big analysis right now, 160,000 sequences from UK. So because UK decided to sequence all of the samples. So if the sample is positive, they would send it to their laboratory. So all of their universities were commissioned. So those have that universities with sequencing capacity, they were required to sequence the sequences that were detected by their hospitals. So we look at their data, transform it using our epidemiological tool. We computed the reproductive number, and what we're seeing is the new variants with specific mutations have higher transmission rates using reproductive number. So using genomic data and then applying epidemiological tool, we're able to characterize the emergence of new variants with increase in transmission. Now, if you ask me, can we do this sa Pilipinas? The problem is we have very few samples. This computation requires adequate sampling. We need more sequences so that we will have a confident computation of the reproductive number of the virus and use that as a metric, as a guidance kung nagpo-propagate ba yung virus. That's one. Tracking how the virus spreads, what are the possible sources, and whether the virus is endemic already or it was reintroduced from other source. So genomic data is a very rich source for information. So with that, I was able to present the unique insights that we have as a veterinarian, our unique training in epidemiology, looking at the herd level metrics that provides us with a different perspective that is complementary to our human doctor counterparts. And with that, we're able to contribute specifically to public policies and decision making that were pivotal in controlling and think for the next level, applying vaccination schemes using our unique perspective. Thank you. And if there are any questions, we'll be able to provide answers to the level of information, knowledge that we have.
All right. So thank you very much, Dr. Bandoy. It was informative, and we make us very proud as veterinarians for you representing us in the COVID-19 pandemic situation. So the big question for me will be when will the when will this pandemic end? Depending on the trends that we have now, what do you think? When will this suffering end, Dr. Bandoy?
Hello. Um, can you hear me? Is is my
Yes,
audio
Dr.
okay?
Bandoy, I can hear you.
It depends on it's a logistical question right now, and the key factor is we're seeing results in Israel where they vaccinated sufficient amount, around 90% of their elderly, and there's signs that the cases are decreasing, hospitalization and mortalities. So it's just a function of rolling out the vaccination. And in US, they are confident in saying we might be able to end the pandemic this coming fall. Even our school is projecting that physical classes. So for first world country, it is this year that I think that's the worst case scenario. But for other countries that cannot access, it might roll down
Yeah.
into 2022. That's the sad reality of the logistical concern with the vaccine. But for the first world country that has an assured supply of vaccine, it's probably this fall. We will see partial return to normalcy, especially the schools would be able to open. The schools are confident that we will be able to open by fall 2021.
All right. So thank you very much, Dr. Bandoy. We have a question here from Dr. Grace Bustamante. Is it possible to use the system for livestock and poultry disease situations?
Yes, it's possible to generate the same kind of metrics. It's
It's the
possible.
same,
So
right?
yeah, it's if we are given the sufficient data for, so if the surveillance is adequate, epidemiologically adequate, we can create an African swine fever reproductive number. We can do it per island, and then we can see is the disease being so we can generate a transmissibility metric for that. So it's possible, and I would love to do that also.
Another question. Thank you very much, Dr. Bandoy. Let's see. One more. Okay, from Dr. Matt Roland Osay Tamaro, how can we apply these principles in terms of monitoring or forecasting the number of cases of important animal diseases? Let's example for poultry, it's the Newcastle disease, and of course for ASF.
The principles are the same. So the input for reproductive number would be the surveillance data, which is in COVID-19, it's the PCR test.
Okay.
But the PCR test in COVID-19 is very intensive. So, but we don't need to be that intensive as long as it's epidemiologically adequate. It is well designed and at several time points. So we need several time points for it for us to have computation for the reproductive number. But it is highly applicable.
Okay, anyone anymore? Okay, wait a minute. Okay, from Dr. Camilo Batitis Jr. No? Good AM, Dr. Bandoy. Given the details of your studies, how would you rate the way our government is handling the COVID situation here? How do you rate us?
So there are several. So we will be objective to it because this is a politically charged question. So but
Correct.
let us be objective to it. So
Yes.
we were not. So I demonstrated the worst case scenario. So we were not able to go into that worst case scenario. But the last mile, I think we have some problems with contact tracing. We need to contact trace within 2 to 3 days. The problem is for the early part of the pandemic, it happened that sometimes 2 weeks and the contact tracers haven't traced everyone. So there's another infection cycle that occur before the
Yeah.
contact tracers were able to reach the people. So I think there's specific gaps that needs to be addressed. And even with the vaccination rollout, this is quite apparent. So we will not say 100% not totally successful, but we need to address the gap and we need to be open about the criticisms so that we will be able to improve.
So still, contact tracing would still be the main goal here. Good contact tracing. Huh? Just one last. Do you have one more? Yeah, just a minute. Okay, so from Dr. Bing Crescencio, in relation to Dr. Saita's question, applying these principles to the current problem of ASF in our sector, what test do you recommend? Will you still push for the RT-PCR or any rapid test kits for that matter?
Um, I think for this as a general answer, we need a more integrative approach to the epidemiological data that we have. It seems to me that we need to apply sequencing, that's one, to improve our tracing and to know which saan nanggagaling. So,
Hmm.
endemic ba yung virus or may reintroduction? Masasagot ng sequencing yon. So, hindi lang RT-PCR. Second is, yung COVID-19 data is open. So, anybody can download it from DOH. If we have a certain openness of the data from different so private sector and public sector, we will just have to open it and be frank with the data that we have. So unless we have total access to the data, kasi we can do RT-PCR, but kailangan unified yung data natin from all over the country. So openness of the data is quite important. And then, so yun yung importante for me is pagsama-sama natin yung mga available na data at ano ba yung ground truth. So beyond the testing, the openness of the data is also important. And then we would be able to give a data-driven approach to the policies. Nag-decrease ba? Meron pa bang endemic transmission o may reintroduction? Kasi iba yung magiging policy natin kung endemic yung virus ay nagstay na sa Pilipinas o may pumapasok pa rin na imported virus. Makikita natin sa sequencing data yon. So bukod sa RT-PCR, we need sequencing. We need an infrastructure where everybody could contribute and we will have
Okay.
an overall picture of the disease.
All right. So I think if you have some more questions, just put it in the chat box, and we will send it to Dr. Bandoy, and he will answer it most gladly for you. All right. So now I think we have no more time. We would like to present this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Darwin Bandoy, DJ Darwin Bandoy, for for imparting knowledge and insight as speaker during the 88th Digital PVMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, February 17 to 19, 2021, at the First Pacific Leadership Academy, Antipolo City, and also online. So signed, our Secretary, Dr. Pastor Tumaluluan Jr., our Vice President and President-elect and Convention Chairman, Dr. Pauline Abad, and of course, our able President, Dr. Rason P. Occidental. So once again, thank you very much, Dr. Bandoy.
Thank you po for the opportunity.
Thank you.
inside the storage room to lower down the temperature to prevent growth of bacteria. Furthermore, meats for retail are transported through refrigerated delivery trucks. At the stores, each meat type has a designated chiller. We implement first in, first out, and first to expire, first out. We invest heavily on training our people in the areas of food safety, current good manufacturing practice, personal hygiene, and customer service. And most of all, we adhere to all local and international standards of food safety. At RDF, we shall continually challenge ourselves
Welcome back to the 88th PBMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, uplifting the Filipino veterinarian in the new norm. At this time, we will be conducting our annual formal business meeting. Please settle down as we begin the business meeting with the invocation to be led by Dr. Rodolfo O. Encarnacion Jr., Board of Directors, PBMA.
A pleasant morning, everyone. Please rise for our invocation. Esteemed colleagues, partners, and supporters of the Philippine Veterinary Medical Association, let us all bow our head and feel the presence of the Lord in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Almighty Creator, we lift unto you our beloved association's aspirations and dreams to elevate our profession in the new reality of our lives we now continuously face with COVID-19 viral human pandemic and the very challenging transboundary animal diseases we are experiencing at these trying times, together with our many fellow Filipino veterinarians and countrymen across our country. Bless and forgive, O Lord, anyone who may have tried to disrupt our proceedings yesterday that caused some technical glitches and challenged the integrity of our convention. As we in the National PVMA Board, together with our convention organizing team, sincerely humble ourselves and express our appreciation with much gratitude, the patience, and kind understanding of our colleagues and sponsor partners in our first ever digital convention for bearing with us. We implore your divine guidance, Almighty Father, with much optimism that you shower us your graces and blessings of love, peace, patience, and kind understanding amongst all our fellow veterinarians to seamlessly continue and complete our three-day event towards its humble and successful conclusion. For all our convention delegates, partners, and organizers, memorable satisfaction. We fervently pray, dear God, for the unwavering, selfless commitment and passionate service of our current and incoming national PVMA officers to continuously serve beyond reproach our beloved association, despite all the odds and challenges along the way, but rather see the best opportunities in helping and serving faithfully our colleagues and our profession stakeholders. We praise you with all our love and thanksgiving, Almighty Father, and all of this we ask in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, your Son, and may God bless our PVMA. Amen.
Please remain as you are for the Himno Veterinario.
Mahal ko ang Pilipinas, bansang mahal ng Diyos dakilang lumikha. Mahal ko rin ang profesyong veterinaryo ng bayan at ibang panig ng mundo.
Ang isa pangmadlang veterinaryo, loobin ay makadiyos makatao. Marunong magilas matatag sa paglago ng propesyon sa bayan at sa mundo. Mahal ko ang Pilipinas, tungo sa kanyang pag-unlad hanggang wakas. Mahal ko ang lahing Pilipino, bansa'y matatamo. Tayo ay nagpuli at nagkakaisa upang talakayin ang suliranin sa pagtataguyod ng kalusugan. Mga alagang hayop sa bakuran kanayunan. Mahal ko ang Pilipinas, tungo sa kanyang pag-unlad hanggang wakas. Mahal na mahal ko ang lahing Pilipino. Pagod sa propesyon matatamo. Pagod sa propesyon matatamo. Pagod sa propesyon matatamo.
Let us welcome Dr. Harris G. Constantino, PRO, PBMA, to lead us in the reciting of our professional deportment.
Please raise your right hand for professional deportment. I am a veterinarian. I shall not use other degrees or titles to which I am not entitled. I shall not belittle or injure the professional standing of my fellow veterinarians, nor condemn the character of their professional act. I shall not endeavor to build up my practice by undercharging my fellow practitioner. I shall not assail the professional reputation of my fellow practitioners, particularly for my own advancement. I shall comply with the common laws governing my obligation to my clients and shall obey the official public regulation governing their acts. I shall conduct myself at all times to my professional deportment and in manner above suspicion or reproach.
Dear Lord, you may sit down. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your President, Dr. Clinton here. Let us call our 88th in order. On behalf of our Secretary, Dr. Stor Tumaliban Jr., who is in lockdown in Tuguegarao at the moment, may I call one of our Board of Directors, Dr. Sasa Akaruming. Dr. Sasa, do we have proof of due notice and quorum?
Dokora.
Good morning.
Dokora. Dokora.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Madam President, PVMA Board of Officers and colleagues. In behalf of Secretary Dr. Pastor Tumaliwan Jr., I am hereby confirming the proof of due notice and quorum. Out of our registered participants, which is 1,920, our digital IT confirms that we have a presence of 1,625. Our digital IT confirms that we have a presence of 1,625.
proceed to the reading and approval of the minutes of our 87th business meeting in Davao City last February 20, 2019. So let's go over it line by line. Page 1, line 6 to 33, line 6 to 34, the 87th Annual Convention Business Meeting in Davao last year ran smoothly. So, therefore, I would like to seek your agreement, board, by nodding, and to those who are in their respective homes right now, perhaps can send a message to the chat box available. Any question online? 6 to 34. Any question online? Dr. VP, can you assist me if we push through?
Madam President, I think there's no question or queries about in between lines 1 to 34.
Thank
Can
you.
we proceed, please?
Line 36. Ito, ganun din eh. Reading and correction of the minutes of the previous meeting, yun namang sa Iloilo. 36 to 46. Let me know any reaction.
Madam President, I think it's all okay, so can we proceed?
Thank you. Line 48 to 73. Reports from House of the Delegates and the start of Treasurer's Report. So line 50, House of Delegates, Speaker of the House, Dr. Edna Sinaida Villacorte has reported the following. Okay ba basahin ko with them? Sige. That the HOD convened for 3 times, dated June 19, 2019, October 26, 2019, and February 18, 2020. Line 53. Although the proceedings of the House of Delegates have been institutionalized over the years, the written manual of operation has not been crafted. Thus, the PPMA House of Delegates 2019-2020 decided to craft the manual of operation for the guidance of the succeeding generation. The manual was discussed during the 3 times meeting. The amended PPMA Constitution and Bylaws has been adopted, which include the following. Inclusion of article for the definition of terms. Yung mga nawawala. Line 59. Deletion of the item, active member, under the article of membership. Line 60. Quorum in business meetings during conventions can only be waived by 2/3 vote of those attending the meeting. Line 62. Election is included in the order of business. Line 63. Qualification for nominees for Vice President and President-elect. Line 64. The House of Delegates shall be composed of the presidents of the respective chapters, affiliates, specialty colleges, and cooperating organization accredited by the PBMA, as well as the chairperson of each council. The national officers and board of directors shall attend and participate in the deliberation, but shall have no voting power. Line 68. institutionalizing the nomenclature such chapters, specialty colleges, affiliates, and cooperating associations may be recognized by the PBMA approval of the PBMA national officers and board, provided that they have complied with the guidelines of accreditation. Line 71 to 73. Three more councils shall be added. Council on Technical Standards, Council on Continuing Education, and Council on Specialty Colleges, and organize the framework of the new three councils. So, line 74, and then sundan natin sa next page ha. Next succeeding pages. Yan. Line 74, Treasurer's Report, up to line 89. Ito, report has been approved during our business meeting last year. So, suggestion ko dito, instead of going over it line by line, hintayin na lang natin yung report, update, yung bangga ng treasurer natin ngayong taon. Later, kay Dr. Alina. Okay ba kayo doon? Okay. Yan. So, let's proceed with line 88. Dr. Francisco Bilela Jr., our IPP, then President, replied that one of the proposed project is to help finance veterinary vet graduates who have not yet passed the board to take the refresher course. Likewise, scholarship is still ongoing for graduating students for thesis grant, which grantee can receive 50,000 upon completion of their thesis. Line 92, Dr. Art Kalud, rest in peace, sir, said that the biggest challenge now in the veterinary profession is the occurrence of African swine fever po yun, mali yung spelling. He suggested to PBMA the procurement of a diagnostic kit that can be distributed to some region, especially to swine raising regions such as Davao, Northern Mindanao, Cebu, and Southern Tagalog. He said that time is of the essence and how long it will take to do the test to be able to market the pig. He suggested to utilize the trust fund in this issue. Line 97, Dr. Dave Bilela requested to put in writing any suggestion regarding the matter. Line 98, Dr. Medino A. Lebron commented that DA has a lot of money for the procurement of the said test kit. He said that it is better to grant a scholarship for PBMA members, especially members of good standing. The trust fund can be used for a specific purpose depending how the body will approve it. Line 102, Dr. Rosel Kudal commented that she liked the idea of helping vet graduate who has not made it to the board exam to help them bring back to the profession and help them become licensed. Line 105, Dr. Edna Sinaida Villacorte also mentioned to even seek some advice from Senator Villar, being a financial analyst, on how the funds will grow. They're from the office of, from the office, hindi from Senator Villar, from the office or from the office of her Chief of Staff, Attorney Reggie Samana, who is our ally. Line 107, there being no other issues concerning the Treasurer's report, Dr. Edna Sinaida Villacorte moved for the approval of the Treasurer's report and seconded by Dr. Lisa May Rapisuran. So, ito yung President's report last year, line 110 to 125. Anuhin ko na, summarize ko na. Okay ba, board? Kasi nababasa din naman nila sa bahay. Apologies ha, I have to remove my face mask kasi I believe hindi ako maintindihan and ako din ay nahihirapang huminga. Dito di ako makarelate. Okay, salamat sa pangunawa. May awa ang Diyos, walang lalabas na magkakasakit. So, President's Report 110. Ayun. Thank you, Doc Sasa. Napansin ni Doc Sasa, hindi na ako makahinga. Tense pa. Okay. Ano na yon? Line 111 to 124, sabi ko, summarize ko na lang, ha? Dr. Dave Vilalaran, yung President's Report niya, yung reported body of the accomplishment ng board 2019, 2020. He requested the general membership to go over with the souvenir program yon for the detailed report. He said the current board followed and continued the good program that was made by the previous board, which we also did, FYI, wholeheartedly po. CSR activities realization is to go anywhere from north to south for the spay and neuter. The team was headed by Dr. Harris G. Constantino. Siya rin yung nagtuloy-tuloy later sa President's Report. And better program is to train the community. He suggested further with the coming board to push through with the program. 118. ASF, as per statement of Secretary Dar, yung nag-guest din siya sa atin last year, get and act together to fight ASF, agreed. Campus tour, the purpose of this activity is to introduce PBMA to future colleagues before the student graduates, inspire them to join PBMA. Colleagues, before the students graduate. Oath-taking is being handled by PBMA with the initiative of the Chairman of the Board of Veterinary Medicine, Honorable Maria Elizabeth D. Calianta. Successful yon last year. All these programs will be continued by the incoming board and all new program ahead. And then afterwards, yung ABP niya. Line 126 to 135. Other matters yon. Board, any comments? Okay tayo so far sa tinatakbo? Sige. Line 126, then sa other matters, line 127, nagkaroon ng resolution. Dr. M.A. Yebron made a motion to the General Assembly to pass a resolution commending the current board for a job well done. The motion was seconded by Dr. Edna Sinaida Villacorte. And then adjournment, line 132, there being no other matters to be discussed, the meeting was adjourned 12:05. Kanina pala nakalimutan ko ipa-on yung natin timer kay Doc Sasa. Para 11:30 no, Doc, nag-start tayo. Madam Secretary, paki-note.
Noted, Madam President.
Board and participants, paki-lagay na lang sa chat box yung mga comments. What do you think? Hindi tayo mga 5 to 10 minutes para ma-screen? Tuloy-tuloy.
Tuloy-tuloy tayo, Madam President, and I move for the approval of these minutes as corrected. Lines number 93, African Swine Fever, ASF, spelled as AFS here. And then line 107, lines, wala ko. The one with the Senator Villar, lines 105, from the office of Senator Villar through the courtesy of Attorney Regis Tamara.
Madam President, I second the motion for the approval of the minutes of the 87th business meeting of the PBMA.
Thank you, Dr. Rolly, for confirming the approval of the minutes of the business meeting. Pero ang minumove din na we need to second it para maging formal yung kay Doc Lino na board resolution para ma-finalize natin nung nakaraang yon, as mentioned earlier. Thank you. Any other comments? Reactions? Wild reactions? Hindi namin malalaman. Wala kayo dito. Joke. Okay. We proceed. Ito. Supposed to be, meron talaga reports of officers, HOD, and PBMA councils. No, kasama yun sa agenda. Pero, yun nga, because of the pandemic, long distance relationships tayo ngayon. Nagpadala ng message si HOD Speaker of the House, Dr. Edna Sinaida Villacorte. She wants to inform everyone in the body that HOD is now working on the manual of operation of the different councils. Comments? Ngiti tayo, nasa camera, board. Comments?
Madam Press, hindi
Pwede
makita
siya
yung
masyado
aming smiling
mag-comment.
faces.
Alam nyo, FYI, nakangiti sila lahat. Pero hindi nyo nakikita. So, we proceed. We proceed to our treasurer's report. May I call on the stand our beautiful and hardworking treasurer, Dr. Lina S. Policarpio. Yes? Yay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. I'm here to deliver the Treasurer's Report for 2020. Despite the conditions we are in, the board committed to carry out the expectations of the general membership, that is to serve the profession, and from my end, to protect the coffers of the association. So this will be the flow of my presentation. I will be covering on the budget monitoring sheet that we implemented this year, a comparative cash receipts and disbursements for 3 years, and the status of the trust fund. Okay, sorry po. Ayun. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so again, to properly manage the funds and resources of PVMA, we introduced a budget setting and monitoring system. And as I've said, my role is to protect the coffers of the association and ensure the proper management of funds and resources. This monitoring system allowed the board to be cognizant and conscious of the financial status of the association. As we all say last year, and even up to this day, times are different. To say that our term last year was different is also perhaps an understatement. We met online from day one, that is the first board meeting, up to the end. Up to now, we are doing it online. It was a dynamic group with a drive to accomplish things. The board may not have agreed on some matters, but in the end, we agreed to carry out our commitments and our tasks to serve the profession. And with the leadership of our energetic president, we cannot do otherwise kasi siya sobrang dedicated and sobrang committed to make a difference in the lives of the veterinarians. Okay, so I'd like to present to you the budget monitoring sheet that we implemented. This was proposed last May. This is not perfect, and the succeeding board should or may want to continue this, using this. This is not etched in stone and needs some polishing to make it work better. For last year, a total working budget, or as we call it, revolving fund, was set at 6.2 million with reference to the usual expenses of the PVMA board and the proposed project submitted to the board. We summarized everything, including the inputs from the councils, and I just would like to give you a quick run through of how it looks like. So as you can see, the first part is the admin expenses, and that totaled to a budget of 2 million. Our meetings, 270,000. And as you can see on the 2020 actual, right now in terms of the admin cost, we only spent 1,038,000. This is as of December 2021. So we have a remaining budget of 980,000. Next. On this next page, this As you can see, the budget of the different councils remain untouched. And I would like to apologize to Dr. Warly Mingrahal. I believe this is a remiss on our part that we were not able to communicate to the different councils their approved budget. So as you can see here, there's a budget allocation of 850,000 for the various councils. So as you can see, the 6.2 million budget, we have spent 3.9 million and the remaining funds of 2.2 million. And as I've said earlier, this system somehow tells us where we are in terms of expenditures and how much more we can use for pending projects and other unforeseen events. So, Mr. Vice President, if you like to continue using this, pwede naman. Just need some refinement or kumbaga tweaking to make it work better.
Yes, Dr. Dina, we'll follow that setup. Maganda po siya. Easily understood.
Okay, so we now go to the comparative cash receipts and disbursements. A comparison of 3 years from 2018, 2019, and the current year. And as you can see in the slide here, the cash in bank, the beginning cash in bank is 4.758 million for last year. And the bulk of the cash receipts really came from the income from the last convention. And the total, if you will, pag inad nyo po yan, pwedeng hindi magtali because I just pick some of the more important items, hindi po kakasya sa screen. So just to give you a glimpse of our financial status, and the majority came from the balance of last year and the convention proceedings, which was lower compared to the previous years. So the 11 million, 7 million, and 2.8 million. Now, on the disbursement side, it totaled to 3.885 million, with income tax payment amounting to 577,000 since PVMA was registered in 2019, was VAT registered in 2019. And then salaries and wages at 525,000, professional fees at 383,000, and the various webinars that we conducted, and we paid an event organizer 313,000. So all in all, disbursements amounted to 3.88 million, and we have remaining funds of 4.39 million as of December 31, 2020. Now, we could not have done all the engagements with the various groups without the help of our donors. And as you all know, calamities hit the Philippines in 2020. And we are so fortunate that we have colleagues from here and abroad who are willing to lend a helping hand to our fellow countrymen. Through partnerships with our sponsors and donations from friends, the association was still able to deliver projects and programs. These are the donations that we received, totaling to 361,895.65. And we spent here, or we were able to distribute 265,835.65. The 96,000, which came from PVMA USA, is still intact because that is intended for our Guimaras Rabies Control Program. So nandyan po yan, hindi ginalaw for 2020. And that will be, I believe, utilized when things will allow us to travel to Guimaras. Okay, so now who received our donations? These are the beneficiaries, PVMA Bicol chapter. Next. We gave them 50,000 for the victims of Typhoon Rolly. Then Marikina and Rizal, the City Vet Office of Marikina, San Mateo Rizal, Cainta, received the following amounts as well. Well, actually not amounts, but we gave them dog food, rice, and other products to help the victims, as well as the animals in the dog pounds of the various areas. We also extended assistance to our two members of our secretariat, who were also not spared of the floodings in their respective areas. Likewise, an amount of 30,000 pesos was given to PVMA Cagayan Valley to be disseminated to the victims of Typhoon Ulysses. So all in all, for 2020, we were able to give out 226,206 in donations to the various victims of calamities that year. Now, let's go to the trust fund. Our trust fund is distributed among 4 accounts with different terms, as you can see in the table here. We are yet to add into this the membership fees collected last year, which is, I believe, amounting to 18,000, if I'm not mistaken. And right now, we have a total amount of 6.6 million, or 6,617,842.09 in our trust fund. So I am glad to inform the body that the PVMA funds are intact and properly managed. For this year, budget will be quite tight. As such, the next board will have to organize fundraising activities as well to sustain the level of engagement with colleagues and the various industries we touch. It was the unwavering commitment and dedication of our president and the board that kept us going. We could have opted to just watch as the world stood still and say we cannot do anything. But we cannot do anything at this time. But she was steadfast in her determination to make a difference in our lives as veterinarians and our fellow men, especially the typhoon victims and pet owners who cannot afford the services of a veterinarian. So to you, Madam President, thank you for what you have done to this association.
Thank you for the diligent treasurer or financial report. Thank you, board. Any comments?
Madam President.
Comments from the board?
Madam President.
But before?
Comment, Doc Cora. I'd like to commend Dr. Lina Policarpio for starting right the minute she took over as a treasurer and ended very well in protecting the coffers of the association. Thank you so much, Dr. Lina Policarpio.
Sure,
Madam President. Madam President.
Kasi kapag galing sa corporate, ripe na corporate leader. Thank you, Doc Lina. Thank you, Doc
Madam
Lina.
President.
So, friends.
Madam President.
Our
Madam President.
Pastor Tumaliwan.
Madam President. Yes, Madam.
Let's hear from him.
Pastor, hindi ka na.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Okay, kindly check your audio.
Naririnig niyo po ako? Hello? 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 Yes, Madam President. Yes, Madam President. Madam President. Hello? 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 Can you hear me now? Madam President.
proceed. Okay na.
Naririnig mo po ako, madam? Can you hear me?
Ako na lang, hello? Yes, I think Dr. Pastor was just asking any motion for the approval of the treasurer's report.
Madam President,
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rolly.
I so move for the approval of the treasurer's report and further second the motion of
Any
Bernabe that we enjoin the next set of officers of the PBME to continue the innovative treasurer's initiative of Dr. Lina Policarpio for the financial management of our coffers. Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
President.
Yeah, I
Thank you,
likewise
Dr. Rolly.
second the motion of Dr. Rolly for the approval of
Thank
the
you, Dr.
treasurer's
Rolly.
report. Thank you.
I think we should get the approval from the members.
Yes, Doc
Thank
Sasa.
you.
We have,
But before proceeding,
yes,
Doc
Doc.
Sa, board sa approval ng treasurer's report and the resolutions on the reporting, I would like to acknowledge the move Essential from the body, yung approval of the minutes of last year's business meeting. So approve na approve po siya. Approve sa board, approve outside the room by recommended by Dr. Rubina Hunting Crescencio and seconded by our ever sportive, loving Dr. Maria Elizabeth D. Calianta from PRC-PRB.
And
Any more
also,
comments, Doc Sa?
yes, Dr. for the approval naman of the treasurer's report, Dr. Rubina Crescencio
Thank you, ma'am.
made the move for the approval. Any second the motion from the member? Dr. Marte Altamirano seconded the approval of the treasurer's report.
Thank you,
Thank
Doc.
you.
Thank you, Doc Bing. Thank you, Dr. Al Marte. So we proceed to my report. Board, participants, colleagues, I would like to proceed with my report. Isang taong presidency, 5 minutes sa video, yung kapapanood natin, at 20 pages po itong backup na narrative. Hindi po joke. At least kayo pwedeng kumain na habang nakikinig sa aking 20 pages na President's Report, pero sila pagugusahan po natin ang ating board. Paupuin. Okay lang ba? So, yung makita nyo, no, meron tayo dyan isang malaking proyekto, yung Pay and Neuter program. Ano lang, parang few seconds lang siya dyan. Kasi yesterday, we had shown it, di ba, yung full video ng National Spay and Neuter program natin. So, unahin ko na yun, baka makalimutan ko mamaya. Colleagues, board, let us acknowledge the hardworking Spay and Neuter National Chairman, Dr. Harris Constantino. Kayo naman, Dok, pakita ang kapugian. Close up. Hi ka dito. Dito, Doc. Yeah. We love you, Doc. Thank you. Kanyang approval po yun ng kanyang First Lady, si Doc Lizelle, at ang kanyang mga barkada sa BLM. So, ito na po. To my beloved PBMA family, I would like to open my President's Report with a sincere apology. For many months before this event, we have planned to make this something really special. We may sound like a broken record already, but we envision this event talaga to be something every veterinarian will truly be proud of. Ayun nga, despite all our efforts, preparations, sleepless nights, biggest fear is still happened. Nagkaroon po tayo ng technology glitch sa ating PBMA portal kahapon. Alam nyo po, to ensure the smooth flow of this digital convention, we got the services of the different IT experts. So we have the same service provider, yung dati natin sa registration, SMS blasting, speaker evaluation, OBN online registrations. Expert po siya doon. Kumuha po tayo ng expert sa convention website, expert sa broadcast website, expert din sa digital election. Lahat po sila mga unique experts. Kaya the good news naman po, with those things happened yesterday, they still managed to continue with our program yesterday. So kung nahaharas po kayo, naunawaan po namin, naharas din po kayo. Kaya at this point, acknowledgement din po sa lahat ng bumubuo ng ating IT team experts. We will continue our program today and tomorrow. Our digital program today and tomorrow, no matter what. Our morning program yesterday, the one that was affected, yun sa opening natin, di ba? Greetings and the awards will be uploaded for continuous viewing sa ating PBMA fan Facebook page. So, para walang mamiss. Then sa awa ng Diyos, sa backup ng ating mga ITs, yung plenary sessions with the corresponding CPD points nung afternoon, ay di ba natuloy naman po. Marami pong salamat sa nag-appreciate at sa nakaunawa. It is what it is. So we move on. Alam ko pong marami sa inyo ang na-frustrate, marami ang nainip, marami ang nagtatanong. Gusto ko pong humingi ng taos-pusong paumanhin. At pasasalamat din po sa inyong patience and understanding. Please know that we have the best intentions in our heart for this event. The programs we did, the times we choose to expose ourselves to this pandemic, to prepare for this, we did it with sincere and pure heart. We did it on the premise of serving the veterinary profession above and beyond what is required. This may not be the proud moment, but I believe in each and every one of my colleagues in the National Board, every one of my fellow vets, each and every one of you, there is no way to go but up. In the past year, we have been blessed to become the pandemic president. This COVID-19 pandemic, along with the challenges, thank you,
to our profession such as the African swine fever at saka yung pong AI and other emerging diseases has molded me into a leader that I am today. Nung simula ang katanungan ko, bakit kaya ako? Ganda ng timing. Talaga naman sa term ko pa. Dami-daming taon. 50 na ako. De joke, 60 po. Mukha lang daw 59. But for all the hardship and the adversities that we have faced, sinamahan ninyo ako. Board, I love you all. Maraming salamat. Colleagues, mga lahat ng support team, maraming salamat. Alam nyo na po, naniwala kayo, nagtiwala kayo. March 17, NCR lockdown, lahat sarado. Shock tayong lahat. We are advised to stay at home. Nagpanic, humingi ng tulong sa mga kinauukulan. Nagpanic tayo noon, Doksa, kung naaalala mo. Di ba? Ang mga veterinaryo, hindi rin makalabas. So, lumapit po tayo, nagtulong-tulong. Gusto ko rin i-mention, Doc Ed Unson, Doc Lina, Policarpio, lahat sa board, nag-drop tayo ng sulat. Si Doc Resio, yan, mga tumulong, Doc Ed. Humingi ng tulong sa mga kinauukulan, nakalapit. Abono Sinag, Chairman Rosendo. So, Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Animal Industry. Kasi tayong mga veterinarians patuloy na nakapagtrabaho at kinilalang frontliner na ilapit at na-issuehan ng IATF exemption. So, ayong patuloy na nakatulong, patuloy din naman pong kumita sa awa ng Diyos. Thank you for joining me in this journey. From the way our regular board meetings adapted to the new normal, to the webinar series that we offered to PBMA members for free. 8 po yun. Hanggang sa mga paglabas natin in the midst of the pandemic to organize our spay and neuter program. And our support to the drafting of the Animal Health and Veterinary Services Act sa Kongreso. Your kind words really warmed my heart. As an outgoing president, isa po yun talagang proud tayo sa ating National Spay and Neuter and Anti-Rabies Program. Pero yun nga, sabi ko kanina, hindi naman sa board lang po yun. Back up po tayo nga ng ating Spay and Neuter National Chairman, Doc Harris, at ang kanyang mga kaibigang bumubuo. 12 po sila. 12 to 15 ng Vets Lab Nature, Veterinary Surgeons. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Tagal natin nagsama-sama. Tuloy natin yan. Mga tunay na bayani rin ito, ating mga magigiting na volunteer veterinarians, madami po sila. Walang takot lumabas sa gitna ng pandemya upang magserbisyo. Sa lahat po ng pinupuntahan namin Spay and Neuter program, ang dami pong vet volunteers. Gusto ko isa-isahin. Tingnan natin sa pictures. Nandun naman. Salamat po. Mga city, municipal, provincial vets na laging andyan. And also, I want to mention the support of our friends from the Bureau of Animal Industry headed by kanilang chief ng Animal Health and Welfare Division, Dr. Samuel Animas. Talagang partnership nila mula sa Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Animal Industry, mga LGUs, nakilala ang ating mga adhikain. Sa ating mga kasama sa PBMA chapter, sa walang sawa sa paglilingkod. Sa ating partners and sponsors, maraming salamat. Wala kaming panggastos. And advance acknowledge din ako sa mga sponsors ng para sa taong ito kasi awa ng Diyos. Anyo pa rin sila? Bounty, San Miguel, Red Dragon Farms, Vet Health, San Miguel. Alam niyo na, saan ko Mars, MSD, Masias, our partners. Excellence Cub, thank you po. San Pedro, Fresh Options, Bounty, Doc Mark Paderes, thank you sa support. Ating AW this year, lalo pa natin pagagandahin. mga impromptu po to. PLDT Vet Health, San Miguel, USEC, Mars nga, Vetrits, Nutribi, marami pa pong iba. Ma-mention ko po yan sa ating Facebook page. May nakalimutan pa yata ako. Kinagagal akong ibalita na napaglingkuran natin ang higit na 10,000, 10,000 mga hayop sa 19 na bayan, lungsod, mula sa Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao, yung pong spay neuter natin. Malapit na po tayo sa ating goal na Rabies-Free Philippines 2030. Tutuloy-tuloy po natin to. Another advocacy that makes me really proud to be part of the PBMA is our relief efforts during the national disasters that hit us this year. Nakita nyo naman, Doc Lino, Doc Bernard, Doc Lina yan, kasama namin sa Marikina, nagbibit-bit ng mga dog food. Hindi lang po sila nagpapapogi. Pogi na po sila, pero katulad ni Doc Harris, ni Doc Ronnie, yan. Talagang backup na backup yan eh. With the help of our friends from the Southern California Filipino Veterinary Association, PBMA USA or PubMA, Dr. Bruce Bumstead, we were able to help out victims, both humans and animals alike, of the typhoons Rolly and Ulysses in Marikina, Rizal, and those who were affected by the flash floods in Cagayan with the effort of our Board of Directors, Dr. Pastor Tumaliwan. We are also one of the first to launch a fundraising project for our frontliners during the earlier days of lockdowns. Yan. Naglaan po tayo ng budget, di ba, no, Doc Rolly? And siya yung chair dyan. Yan. Totoo nga na ang PBMA kaagapay sa hirap man o tagumpay, even beyond the veterinary profession. We have also taken a lead role in the drafting of the much-needed Animal Health and Veterinary Services Act in the House of Representatives. Maraming salamat, salute, cheers to Congressman Conrado Estrella III, ang ating pong ninong, and other stakeholders supported by Attorney Reggie Tamana from House of Staff from the Office of Senator Villar. We have painstakingly swept through the details of it to make sure that it is going to benefit our profession and our country as a whole. Ito po, 20 years ago, yung initial draft, 10 pages, ang author po si Dr. Chodulo Topacio, itinuloy po namin. Inumpisahan noong January 2019. So, nung na-file po nung January this year, 1 year after, sa Congress with House Bill number 08416. Yan po ay sa tulong mga bumubuo ng technical working group. Pasensya na in advance, baka may akong hindi ma-mention ha. Dr. Rubina Crescencio, Dr. Aminda Manantan, Dr. Maria Elizabeth Calianta, hinihan ko din ang opinion dyan, Dr. Max Montenegro, ang ating NAC ADSE Chair, Dr. Edna Senaydo Villacorte, volunteer vets, Dr. Daniel Rodriguez, special friend po natin, mga BAI team din, Dr. Samuel Animas, dalawang Samuel yan, Dr. Samuel Castro, Daphne Horca, Janine Maramag, Dr. Tong Benigno, ayan, napakatalinong contribution. Si Miss Mona, meron din tayong volunteer, Miss Mona Consunhi. Dr. Noberly, right. Dr. Noberly Calub. Right kasi siya sa Facebook, yes. Dr. Ronnie Domingo, PCC Director and outgoing BAI. And now po si OIC BAI Director, Dr. Wildren Morales, napakabait, napaka-supportive po sa lahat ng project ng PBMA. Tuloy-tuloy po sana. Maraming salamat. 15 pages na lang. Pwedeng water break. Sinadya kong habaan to para maubos yung oras. Joke. Alam ko marami kayong tanong. Promise, iisa-isahin po nating sagutin yan. So aside from that, nag-work din po ang ating Task Force Quack Quarantine Quack Initiative, OIC Chair Doc Bernard. Nag-leave po kasi for a while ang nag-initiate nito si Dr. J.M. Victoria. So, tinuloy po yan ni Doc Bernard. At meron po, hands-on po ang ating legal counsel, si Attorney Ernesto Tabuhara, sa lahat po ng ating activities. Attorney Tiki, hello. Maraming salamat sa support. Muli nasubukan namin na yung suporta kahapon. Tinawagan kitang mangyak-ngyak. Maya-maya, iniwan mo, hearing mo, kami tinulungan mo. Maraming salamat. We love you. Sa patuloy rin ng ating crackdown sa mga illegal practitioners na puminsala sa reputasyon nating mga lehitimong veterinaryo. We had parang 4 task force quack operation as reported in our Facebook against Mappers yun. A quack in Las Piñas. And ngayong buwan, quack sa Manila City and quack in Cavite. Talagang hinabol ni Doc Bernard yung PRC certificate na non-member yung nag-ooperate. Maraming salamat. Tutuloy po natin yan. Now that our fight against the ASF is already in our communities, we have also committed our full support to the Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Animal Industry, in its Bantay sa Barangay ASF program, headed by NLA Director Dr. Ruth Miklat Sunaco, and to ensure that the voice of every stakeholder will be heard. Okay. 7 minutes, bilisan ko ah. And as a way to connect every veterinarian in these socially distant times, the PPMA has launched a well-received and well-beloved webinar series tailor-fit to the circumstances that we are facing today. We thank each and every one of you who became part of it. Our speakers, moderators, panelists, and the viewers who joined us every week. Natutuwa rin akong iulat sa inyo that we have strengthened even more our ties with our affiliates and specialty colleges by collaborating in several projects and events throughout the year. The cherry top on all this is that our passion in service was recognized internationally as the Federation of Asian Veterinary Associations elected yours truly as its auditor. Marami tayong pangako. Aasikasuhin po natin yan, 2020 to 2022. And si Dr. Eugene Mende, PBMA past president, and PBMA supporters, ating kaibigan, and Dr. Alina Policarpio, ating treasurer, will be with me as part of the FAPA subcommittee, and we promise that we will be the voice of every Filipino veterinarian to Asia and the world. So natapos man ang pagsisilbi ko po sa inyo bilang inyong Pangulo, ito lamang ang simula sa aking mga plano na lalo pang iangat ang veterinaryong Pilipino sa buong mundo. I won't deny it, the PBMA president is, in a time like this, is extremely hard. Our movements are limited and we have greatest plans that could not materialize. Pero nagpapasalamat ako sa inyo dahil sa pagtitiwala po ninyo. Sa isa sa pinakamahirap na taon para sa mga Pilipino, sinamahan niyo po ako. To our Lord Jesus, I leave everything to you. Salamat po to my family, to my 3 children, Doc Pierce, Mariel, and Doc Kim, my PBMA family, PBM national officers and board of directors, my Vet Health Corporation family. Thank you for joining me in this journey. Truly, it was an extraordinary year for all of us. But despite all the setbacks, despite all the adversities and challenges thrown at us, nanatiling puno ang ating puso para sa paglilingkod. By being here with us alone, mga registered na 1,900, despite all the difficulties we have experienced, you have proven that you also love our profession. Maraming salamat po at magandang umagang muli sa inyong lahat. Na-carried away ako. Ako nga pala nagpe-preside. Okay. Next part of our business meeting. I would like to call online, no? Dr. Ruby Destajo, our COMELEC chairperson for the year for her announcement.
Okay na.
Hello? Doc Ruby, dinig mo ako? Doc Pastor, pwede mong itry kausapin si Doc Ruby?
Doc Ruby, pwede ka na po. You can start now. You can start now.
Doc Ruby, pakicheck ng audio.
Wala pa pong audio si Doc Ruby. Doc Ruby, wala ka pong audio. Doc Ruby,
Baka naka-mute, baka naka-mute.
Sorry. Okay.
Now, better.
I'm sorry for that. Good afternoon, everyone. This afternoon, we will be having the nominations for the officers for the current year. I can't hear anything at my end. I'm sorry. For the schedule for the nominations, this will start at about 1 p.m., I guess, and ends at about 5 p.m. The nomination will be online, and we will process the nominees as we access the whatever you call that, and sorry. My colleagues and I in the COMELEC will evaluate the participants of the nominees for tomorrow's elections. Okay. We will be accepting your nominations online. I'm really sorry. I cannot hear you on in real time. Now, please take note of the guidelines for this year's elections. The guideline was crafted and approved by the board prior to the convention, and we made several Zoom meetings regarding how to run the elections, how to proceed with the nominations. I'm not sure if things are really working well. I hope that they will be this afternoon so that we will not have problems with the elections for tomorrow. I think that's all for now. Okay. The positions that are open are the positions for the vice president. Wait. Sandali. The positions for the vice president, of course, the treasurer, the auditor, and then 6 members of the board of directors. Now, for the list of vacancy for the council positions, we have 3 vacancies on in the Council on Legislation. We have 2 vacancies in the Council on Technical Standards, 2 in the Council on Biologics and Therapeutics, and 3 in the Council on Continuing Professional Education. Okay. These are the vacant positions for tomorrow's elections. Okay, we will be accepting nominees for the nominations. The nominees, I'm sorry, for the nominees, you have to, if you're any qualified participant can, any participant can nominate a colleague for the position. And I'm not sure if they have corrected the part that you cannot nominate yourself. There, if you want to run, please ask somebody to nominate you. And then, if you are nominated, we will ask for your confirmation that you are willing to run. Of course, inform you that somebody or this veterinarian nominated you, and we would like to know if you agree with the nomination, if you are willing to serve or to run. Okay. Otherwise, we will not consider your nomination. Okay. And if you are, there are, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. For the assessment, for the evaluation of the nominees, the committee committee will decide later. Okay. So any member can be appointed, can be nominated for a position. Thank you very much.
For questions, you can direct your questions and reactions to Dr. Ruby Restajo.
Yes, Dokora, we forgot earlier to get the motion for the approval of the President's report. Can we get any motion from the members?
Motions for the approval of the President's, yours through this report earlier from the body.
Nag-lunch na yata yung mga tao, Dok. Wala pang naglalagay sa chat box. Ayan. Thank you, Dr. Randy Galutan. And Dr. CB. Sino to si Dr. CB? CB lang siya eh. Sige, let's go for Dr. Sheila Benaventura na lang. Seconded the approval of the President's report.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, board, colleagues, do I hear? Ayun na po, doon po nagtatapos ang ating programa ngayong umaga. But we need to hear a motion for adjournment first. Walang motion?
I think we have several
Yes,
questions
yes.
regarding the elections.
Yes, Doc.
Kasi we need to, our COMELEC chair still online?
Putol-putol lang
We
kasi.
have
Can we call on Dr. Ruby?
Dr. Ruby, if you can hear us po, we have several concerns like can you
Yes.
post or email the election guidelines? I think this is also important. Another thing is...
Teka.
Saan pa ba yun?
Yeah,
Bert,
Doc, I'd
sige,
like
please.
Okay, I'd
Bernard,
like
go
to
ahead.
answer the question regarding the COMELEC guidelines. Ano po yan? Naka-upload po yan dun sa convention website natin. Look for the sign po about COMELEC. So anything about COMELEC issues and including the current guideline po na dinraft ng COMELEC, it's on the convention website po. So I think for tomorrow, you can also go there and then you can also log in your vote. For those who wish to make nominations po ng mga candidates, you can also go there po and then click yung yung link doon. There's a way to nominate candidates there po. So that's how you do it po. So go into the convention website, look for the sign that says COMELEC. So you have the COMELEC guidelines, you have the nomination form, and anything about COMELEC, if you also want to ask them questions, I believe there's a link there po. So I hope na sagot po yung tanong on that po.
So, as mentioned by Doc Bernard, lahat po ng mga tanong pwede pong dumirect doon sa ating sa ating pong convention website. Kompleto po 'yun. Gusto niyo pa ba ilagay na page by page sa Facebook? So proceed to masyado pong mahaba. Proceed to to our convention page for the COMELEC guidelines. So, any more questions? Doksa? Madam Secretary? Dr. Acorda? I would like to acknowledge Dr. Tom Acorda. Ano sabi? Ah. Sorry. Hindi, kinongratulate ako ni Dr. Tom Acorda. Kala ko ginawa niya online. Anyway, ayun po. Any more questions, Ms. Secretary? Doc Pastor? Doc Pastor? Doc Arnel? Doc Lourdes? Ganon naman kayo. Ganon, hello, hello. Doc Ruby, Doc Dave. Kita namin kayo. Hello, hello. We miss you all. Ayan, si Doc Arnel na dinig. Doc Pastor, isa pang kaway. Doc Ruby. Doc Lulu, Doc Dave. Happy to see you. Thank you. So, wala na? Adjournment? Madam Secretary, time check. The business meeting for 88th Annual Convention is hereby adjourned.
Someone, Madam President. Madam President.
Yes.
Someone, Madam President.
Sino yun? Ay, Doc Pastor. Ay, Doc. Motion for adjournment. So, yung confirmation ng adjournment, maraming salamat po muli. Over and out.
Thank you everyone for taking part in this business meeting. We will now have our lunch break and we will start our afternoon plenary sessions for today at 1:30 p.m. We hope you have a great meal and we will see you later. Explore the virtual exhibit at pvma-booth.digital to learn more about our partners and to connect with your fellow practitioners in the field. Good morning, everyone. Let us start the second day of our 88th PBMA annual. Stand to win prizes by joining us in the Me and My PVMA selfie game. Simply take a picture of yourself with the PVMA conference as your background and send it to 88pvma at pvmadigicon.com with your full name as the subject of the email. Participants are allowed one entry per day, so increase your chances of winning by taking selfies and making more memories with us. To mark your time in and earn your Continuing Professional Development or CPD credit, follow these simple steps. PVMA will send a message at the start of each talk, and participants must reply with the following: your full name, space, the type of talk you're attending, space, the number of the talk. For example, Dr. Juan de la Cruz, space, companion animal talk, space, number 3. Participants are also required to complete the speaker evaluation form and to answer the quiz provided. Stand to win prizes by joining us in the Me and My PVMA selfie game. Simply take a picture of yourself with the PVMA conference as your background and send it to 88pvma at pvmadigicon.com with your full name as the subject of the email. Participants are allowed one entry per day, So increase your chances of winning by taking selfies and making more memories with us. To mark your time in and earn your Continuing Professional Development or CPD credit, follow these simple steps. PBMA will send a message at the start of each talk, and participants must reply with the following: your full name, space, the type of talk you are attending, space, the number of the talk. For example, Dr. Juan de la Cruz, space, companion animal talk, space, number 3. Participants are also required to complete the speaker evaluation form and to answer the quiz provided. We would like to thank the U.S. Soybean Export Council, Southeast Asia, Bounty Agro Ventures Incorporated, and other partners for helping make this event a reality. We will have a 10-minute break. Please return by
Alam nyo ba na ang Chooks to Go ay ang healthiest oven-roasted chicken in the market? You heard that right! Dahil ito ay mula sa Bounty Agro Ventures Incorporated, ang nag-iisang poultry integrator sa Pilipinas na hindi gumagamit ng anumang antibiotics para palakihin ang manok. Garantisadong bawat manok ay laki sa alaga, hindi sa gamot. Zero antibiotics. Base sa datos mula kay Peter Oostenbach ng Delacon Biotechnic, isang leading natural at non-antibiotic growth promoter. Mula pa noong 2017 ay at par na ang Bavi sa buong European Union pagdating sa no antibiotics technology. Mula pa noong 2006 ay ipinagbawal na sa buong European Union ang paggamit ng antibiotics sa mga hayop dahil sa dulot nitong AMR o antimicrobial resistance sa tao na ngayon ay tinuturing na global health problem. Tinatayang 10 milyong tao ang posibleng masawi by 2050 o isang tao kada 3 segundo. Ngayon, sa pamamagitan ng no antibiotics technology, hatid ng Bavi at ng Chooks to Go ang panibagong bukas na puno ng masarap at ligtas na pagkain para sa ating lahat. Kaya pag manok ang pinag-uusapan, dito na tayo sa Chooks to Go, the healthy chicken. Another first from Bounty Agro Ventures Incorporated. Chooks to Go, ang nag-iisang manok ng bayan.
U.S. soy farmers are actively engaged in practices to manage water, preserve wildlife habitats, and help improve biodiversity every day. The facts are in. Through sustainable farming and constant innovation, U.S. soy contributes to a healthier planet. When you dare to compare U.S. soy to soy grown in any other region of the world, you will see that U.S. soy provides the sustainability solutions that global consumers and investors are demanding and adds no extra cost for its verified sustainability.
Welcome back to the 88th PBMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, uplifting the Filipino veterinarian in the new norm. Our moderator for this afternoon session is a poultry practitioner with many years of experience in poultry production and animal health. He is a past president of the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners and the Philippine Society of Animal Science, and is a member of the CHED Technical Committee for Veterinary Medicine. Let us welcome Dr. Daniel Rodriguez to the floor.
Good afternoon. Welcome to day 2, the afternoon session. I'm your moderator. I hope everyone had a good lunch. I'm sure we missed seeing each other this year, but I'm sure no one missed queuing in the long lines to the buffet tables. Well, anyway, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. Ms. Vivian Reyes is a consultant for human resource, people and organization development, and an executive director, an executive coach in her own firm, Vivian Reyes Consultancy. She has gained her certifications as Action Learning Coach from the World Institute of Action Learning and as a facilitator for team psychological safety from Team as One. A graduate of Mapua's Institute of Technology with a degree in management and industrial engineering, Ms. Reyes has 2 decades of experience in human resource and development. Here to talk on the mental health and wellness of the Filipino veterinarians under the new normal, friends, let us welcome Ms. Vivian R. Reyes.
Hello,
Welcome to our session. Today's topic is very relevant for the times, and I'm happy and honored to be able to share my own personal experience and applications of the learnings that I went through in this journey of health and wellness for the last 3 years, including those that I have shared with my clients. The topic, mental health and wellness of the Filipino vets in the new normal. Personally, I call it a better normal. Why? You'll learn more fully as we discuss through the session. In the meantime, what is our goal for today? Today's goal is to learn, unlearn, and relearn habits for mental health and wellness. I'm going to be sharing with you some of the habits I personally have applied and have been effective with, and some of the habits that I still am trying to be what we call still in progress and adopting over this period of time, especially during this pandemic. So come and join me and explore all these habits that I would like to fully share with all of you. But before we proceed, let me now tell you what the topics are in this session. Of course, we're going to be talking about stress so that we are all on the same page and we know what we mean by stress and the impact or the effects of stress to our body and mind and health overall, as well as share with you a framework that I have been introduced to for health and wellness and what I call the 3S to good mental health and wellness. So, sounds interesting? But before we proceed, let's pause and take your pen and paper. You can also use your phones for this, but I would just like to ask you and request you not to do Google at this point. This is not to give you a test or a quiz where you will earn points anyway. This is merely to have on hand what it is that you know about the topic and where we can fully explore and help you gain more knowledge about the topics that I am going to share with you. So are you ready? Okay. First, is stress good or bad? So if it's good, tell us why you think it's good, why it's a good stress. And if it's a bad stress, why is it a bad stress? So just bullet points. Don't have to have a very long answer for this. Just top of mind. Okay? All right. To the next question. What is the impact of prolonged stress or anxiety? And can you name at least 4 effects of prolonged stress or anxiety to one's health, body, and mind? Okay, I'm going to give you a few seconds to be able to answer this. And again, once again, just top of mind. Yeah. Okay. All right. Third question, it's a multiple choice. What is a typical stress response? How do we respond to stress? No, is it letter A with anger? No, you're angry first and then or you avoid or eventually you are able to accept it. Or B, we fight it, we take a flight from it or freeze in front of it. And letter C, do we also deal with it with anger or we are in denial and eventually become desperate? So is it A, B, or C? Okay. The last question, a multiple choice once again. What are the 3 S to be mentally healthy and well? Okay. Is it A? Start with self-awareness so that you can then do self-care and manage stress. Or B, you start also with self-awareness, but also self-acceptance before you move to self-care. Or C, start with self-care, manage the stress, and then graduate into finding your significance. Okay, A, B, or C. All right, so let's pause there and we will revisit and review all the answers to these questions throughout the session. So our first stop, so that we can all have the same understanding of what stress is, going to define it. And we're going to use Hans Selye's popularized term. Hans Selye is an endocrinologist, a Hungarian and Canadian doctor who has made a lot of scientific work and research on the organism's response to stress in the 1950s. And today, his definition is still largely being used, and this is what we call the response to any pressure, threat, or demand. And it's also a total response to stressors for your body and mind, so therefore stressors to physical and mental health. Okay, if there is stress, there should be sources of stress, what we call the stressors. And stressors can be internal thoughts or external stimuli. So an example of internal thought would be, sometimes when to some of you, or you would have experienced this when you were about to get your board exams and you already did it, you were probably worrying, did I pass the exam? Would I be a doctor? Would I be a full veterinarian already? So those are stresses within your internal thoughts. And external stimuli would be once you became a vet, for example, and you have experienced a client before you who's kind of irritated or is very demanding, that can be a source of external stressors. Okay, and stressors, it is our perception of it that determines if it is a stress or not. So one stress or stressor may not necessarily be a stressor to another. So let me give you again an example of this. And I'm not bragging, but I have learned to, many people will probably say traffic, top of mind is a stressor. But for me, I have learned to be able to adapt to it and use traffic as an opportunity for me to be able to catch up on my books that I want to read while I'm in the long traffic. Of course, because I'm not driving or I'm not the one flying the airplane if I am on a flight, right? So I use that as an opportunity, and therefore it's no longer a stressor for me. Okay, right. Now, you will ask, what is stress versus anxiety? They're actually very related. So anxiety is heightened stress or high stress, and it comes from the chronic worrying, from endlessly worrying about something. And it becomes a disorder when there's actually so much worrying, and chronic worrying when there's actually no stress or no threat. And when it's just only perceived. But that's not the topic today, anxiety disorder. That's for your psychologists and psychiatrists. Just to say, I am not a psychologist and I'm not a psychiatrist, but I have learned all of these experiences of wellness through my certification program and through the human resource practice that I have done for the last 20 years, 8 years of which has been devoted to people development and growth. Okay, we have the first question earlier. Is stress good or bad? How many of you answered good? Okay, and how many of you said bad? How many of you maybe even intelligently thought about it as it's both, can be good and can be bad? Because you're right. There's a good stress and there is a bad stress. And what is a good stress? What would be an example of a good stress? A good stress would be like when you were preparing for your board exams. You are very stressed there, but the adrenaline in you keeps on rushing to be able for you to really truly answer completely and correctly. Okay? And there's no real threat or danger to this kind of stress. The bad stress, of course, is there where there's a presence of threat or danger and fear sometimes. And this could be like when you're the COVID, we're really stressed about this because you don't know when you're going to catch it and who is going to catch it and who has it among the people that you are encountering with. And over time, even good stress, if experienced on a prolonged time, can become a bad stress. Now, how do we respond to stress? When we are under stress, that was a question I asked of you earlier, right? So what is a typical stress response? Is it A, anger, avoidance, or acceptance? Or B, fight, flight, or freeze? Or C, anger, denial, or desperation? You may have already been Googling this already, yeah? So the answer is fight, flight, or freeze. Question is, how do you normally show up with your stressors? Do you fight? you resisted and you really faced it head on? Or are you too, depending on maybe the stressor you would answer, just flee from it, run for life because there's no way I can fight this? Or would you also find yourself sometimes having to freeze and unable to move, unable to think, and just totally freeze? So either you fight, you flight, or you freeze. And this is a normal reaction if you are having one of these reactions to stress. And why is that? Because, and probably a lot of you already are familiar with this, our brain, the triune brain as we call it, is made up of three parts. The prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for our thinking, our logic, and evaluation, analysis, and the hippocampus, which is responsible and regulates our memory and emotions. When we are in the face of a stress or threat or danger, imminent danger, these two functions of the brain or parts of the brain weakens so that it is hijacked by what we call the amygdala, which becomes stronger, and it turns on the fight, flight reaction. And it stores memories of that event or trigger so that when we see it again and we're in the face of that threat or stress once again, the amygdala would turn on once again the fight, flight, or freeze reaction. Okay. Now, over a period of time, if you're exposed to stress or anxiety, which we know as high stress, what will happen to you? So can you name at least 4 effects of this prolonged stress or anxiety? Please check the list that you have in your answers earlier. The very first one, and probably you are all familiar with this, is the weakening of our immune system. So we become susceptible to a lot of infectious diseases, illnesses, and even cancer. And some of you who have already their wounds might find themselves that you're not healing any faster. In fact, it's getting very, very slow because your immune system have been down, with prolonged exposure to stress. Another one would be your brain function. Do you notice sometimes that you cannot concentrate? You tend to forget a lot of things. And clinically, they say that there's been research that over a long period of time, if you get stressed or anxious, your hippocampus, that part of the brain, becomes smaller, or there's atrophy, as they call it. Have you experienced also some mood swings? Because that's an effect of a prolonged stress. And you increase yourself to exposure to anxiety, depression, and even sleep, which is so important for us in rejuvenating energy and regenerating our body cells. And of course, certainly this is not a complete list, but these are the major sort of impact of stress to us. We become more susceptible to pain. We become intolerant of pain, where before you probably are, tolerant of it and can really carry on pain. This becomes increased as you have exposure to prolonged stress. And it's not necessarily just physical pain. It may be emotional pain. You become more sensitive and hyped because of your prolonged stress or anxiety. Okay, so what do we need to do today to be mentally healthy and well? That's really why we are all here, isn't it? Now, before I answer and give you some of the things that we have done and practiced already, I would like to introduce to you a framework of an overall health and wellness that I have learned in the last 3 years and have been learning from it since 2017. This is what we call the 12 Dimensions of Wellness by Dr. John Travis, who's the founder of Wellness Resource Center in the US. He has authored many books on wellness, and he has also authored the 12 Dimensions, which I will read to you from clockwise. Self-responsibility and love, the breathing, which is so important to us and basic for our life, sensing, eating, moving, feeling, thinking, playing and working, communicating, intimacy, finding meaning, and transcending. All these 12 dimensions are part of our system. And it's really a complete, I would say it's the most complete. That's why I'm really attracted to this wellness inventory framework. But I won't be able to cover all of this in these sessions. So I did something for us to be able to walk you through this in a very brief timeline. All right. So what happens when we have bad stress? This is what normally happens when we have bad stress to our dimension. So we become, in terms of self-responsibility and love, we become sort of always guilty, blaming ourselves or blaming others. And in our breathing, we become quick-paced. We're always in a rush. Okay, or we may have to also be slowing down, having difficulty breathing when we're stressed. And our senses, we become dull in our senses. Sometimes you are unable to be mindful of what's going on around you, isn't it? And in terms of eating, you can either become eating more or eating less. So you have weight loss or weight gain. When moving, it's the same. You do less or you do too much so that you become sedentary or you rush through many things. And in terms of feeling, you feel a lot of emotions, mixed emotions, mostly negative emotions or sad things and negative thinking thoughts as well. You have anxiety, you have fear. In terms of playing and the working, you become non-productive. You don't enjoy the things that you used to enjoy. You're not able to complete tasks, okay? And in terms of communicating with people, you become unclear and tends to have a lot of misunderstanding, which can lead to strained relationships and loss of direction and meaning in life. And in the end, you sort of give up and you become defeated. So it's a cycle of, I think, if you are going through all of these symptoms or signs of stress, this is a very highly stressful environment for the person to live with. All right, so that's just an example. Now, what do we need to do today to be mentally healthy and well? I gave you earlier like a question, is it A, B, or C? How many of you answered A, or B, or C? So using the same framework, the 12 dimensions, which I said I won't be able to go through all of this one by one, but I have managed to put this into different categories. So self-responsibility, breathing, sensing, and eating are all foundational to self-care. Moving, feeling, thinking, and playing and working are what we call dimensions to help us manage our stress. And the dimensions of communicating, intimacy, finding meaning, and transcending helps us to find our significance, which is the basic physiological need of mankind, to be feeling worthy of something and able to do something that is of value. Okay, so yes, this is the 3S: self-care, stress management, and significance. Let's go deep dive to self-care. Now, you are here today, and today is a good day to take care of yourself. But so is every day. Self-care doesn't have to be difficult. You can take steps, that you can do every day, practical and easy steps. So one of which is starting your day right. Now, question, how do you start your day? How do you begin your day? If you are like me, my old self, maybe 4 years ago, I normally would pick up my phone, turn off the alarm, and then click through my messages and social media and find out what has happened while I was sleeping. And before I knew it, I've been in bed, not even having gotten up yet, in bed, checking my emails, checking my messages for already over an hour, and I am already feeling stressed. And then all of these things hijacked my agenda for the day, because then I start to suddenly, there's something I need to do here and do there and do that. And all my agenda for the day flies away because it has been taken over by what I have read. Yeah. And it becomes so stressful. Nowadays, to start my day right, I actually turn off the alarm and I have my scriptures where I read and I say, of course, I breathe a sigh of praise and thanks first for being alive, especially during this pandemic. To be alive is a truly blessing. So I thank my creator for making me survive another day. But also because of the pandemic, and that's why I say this is a better normal, I am able to, where I used to just go to church for like once a week, I'm able to do it now because of online media. I'm able to do more masses, hear masses, and that's how I really start my day. Being able to become intentional. I think about what I want and how the shape of the day would be. But first, the first thing that I feed myself, my soul, my spirit, is the word from the scriptures. Now, maybe to you, it may be to start the day with an exercise, or to meditate, or to just be quiet and to be mindful of your surroundings, to take a fresh, a breath of fresh air. And some might be even going to doing their, going to plant their water the plants. That was a calming exercise as well. So really up to you how you want to start your day, but you'd start it intentionally with a purpose and not hijacked, sorry to say, by your phone. Okay? All right. So that's how you start your day. And secondly, you eat, breathe, and sleep healthy. Foundation for any of our wellness would be to eat. We know this. Eat the proper food, breathe correctly, and sleep healthy. So in terms of eating, I would like to share what I am using. When maybe you have your own sort of healthy eating plate. I'm using the Harvard Medical School template, and very visual, as you can see. Part of this template says that the large part of the plate should be vegetables, right? Without even reading the words, you can already say it just by the color and just by the size of the portion of the plate. And then secondly, the healthy protein. Of course, there should be fruits and there should be whole grains. So really up to you, because in the end, it has to be a diet that you can sustain and that you can truly fits your body. So you can go to a dietitian or even your doctor and just check what is applicable for you. The important thing is that you are intentional once again, and you do have a plan to healthy eating. Secondly, this is something that I'd really like to share, because when I've learned about this, I think many of us can relate to this. We always rush, isn't it? We always rush into certain things, including eating our food, especially you, the veterinarians in clinics or in many of your work where you are. You tend to rush because of your hectic schedule. But do you know that it takes the brain about 20 minutes to recognize that you've had enough? Okay, so which means that if you're rushing to eat and you probably taken 5 minutes just to eat, you're not yet full. So your body will crave for more because the brain says, I'm not full, right? So it's another good reason to not rush through your meal, because you will only end up eating more than what you truly need. Okay. Now, there's another tip for healthy living, and this is from Dr. Andrew Weil, who is an American celebrity doctor, and he advocates alternative medicine and has authored many books on health. He says, and I quote, "If I had to limit my advice on healthier living, it would be how to breathe correctly." Do you know if you're breathing correctly? Okay, make this. Do you take a regular 3-minute diaphragmatic breathing? What do we mean by this? How do you breathe when you say inhale? Do you do this? Inhale and exhale. Your shoulders are going up and down. Then you're probably doing it incorrectly, because the right way of breathing to have the real quality oxygen come into our system and flow fully well into our system and let the carbon dioxide out as well is to do the diaphragmatic breathing. Now, how do you do this? Place 2 hands, over your belly, like this, like so. And when you inhale in your nose and see if your belly is expanding as you breathe. And you exhale through your mouth. And as you exhale, see if your belly is contracting. If your belly is expanding as you breathe in and your belly is contracting as you breathe out, then you're most probably trying to do the diaphragmatic breathing, which is a good way of breathing correctly. So regular 3-minute diaphragmatic breathing once in the morning, maybe in the afternoon, as well as before you sleep, goes a lot of help, or a lot of way to healthy living. Okay, now let's talk about sleep. How many of you have quality of sleep, and how long does it take for you to get to sleep? How long do you have for sleeping? What's the right amount of sleep, I should ask? Okay, some would say 7, some would say 8, some would say 9. Okay, 7 to 9 is really the good number of sleep, but also the important thing is the quality of sleep. Are you sleeping continuously, the real deep sleep, like this baby over here? Okay, because what happens when you continue to be sleep deprived? You are either Mr. Zombie, Miss Huggity, or Mr. Grouchy. Who are you among these three characters? You know? Sabi nga nila, wag magbiro ka na sa lasing, wag lang yata sa bagong gising. Tama ba yan? Does this apply? Okay. All right. So it is important for us to cultivate good sleeping habits because as we sleep, our body takes the time to rejuvenate and re-energize. You know, it takes a lot of input energy because you are going to be using that when you wake up, that energy, and it allows for your body to regenerate. Okay, so how do you maintain good sleep? I will walk you through some of the tips quite quickly because I am looking at time and I really have just a few more minutes to share. So first of all, you must have the same time when you go to bed every day and also a waking time. Okay, why? Because when you disrupt your routine, you know, what we call the circadian clock, when you disrupt this routine, it takes you even more difficulties to actually go to sleep or to waking up. And then therefore it disrupts your body from regenerating and rejuvenating very well. Now, one other thing that you can do is before you sleep, you know, it's really very good to take a warm bath. You know, you don't have to have a bathtub, just a warm bath, and it makes you feel so soothing, you know, good to the senses, makes you feel clean and very relaxed. Another thing is to make sure that you have a very relaxing environment as you sleep. Okay, dim the lights if as much as possible, because when the lights are on, and you can argue that you can only sleep when there are lights on, but actually physically, and I am not able to explain this scientifically, but in a layman's term, when you sleep with the lights that are dimmed, it helps for your body to say that it is already evening and it's time to rest, to sleep. So dim lights, a soft cushion, you know, this is the ideal, but a clean surrounding and a good, well-made bed is enough for us to get a good sleep. But take away your gadgets. Make sure that you're turning it off at least an hour or two before you go to bed. Otherwise, your gadgets are already closed, but your mind is still working because of all of those things that you have fed from reading in your gadgets, right? And taking regular exercise is also good for your body, but make sure that you do this at least 3 hours before you go to bed, because otherwise that extra energy that you have gotten from the exercise might also keep you awake. Take a nap. Take power naps from anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes is good enough so that you can recover from the sleep deprivation. Also, stay away from caffeine from, you know, anywhere between 6 to 7 hours. And some of you might argue, well, I can take coffee and I can still sleep. Yeah, yes, but over a long period of time, this will take a toll on your body. So make sure you are taking coffee only in the mornings as much as possible for a healthy living. And one of the things that really makes us stress, you know, is the things that we worry about. So one of the habits we are advocating is that you get yourself a worry book. You got a book where you will write everything that you need to think about for the next day and put it there and close it and leave it for the day. And you end it with listing down the things that you are grateful for and praying for the things that you have really been blessed with for the day. So that's what you do through the day. Now, what do you do at the end of the day? Oh, by the way, here you can take a shot of this list, which is actually what I also talked about in the previous slide of how to maintain good sleep, right? Now, to end the day, as in that last item in the list, ending with positive thought and feeling before sleeping really helps. So end the day with gratitude, you know. Take your positive thoughts rather than your negative thoughts to bed. Otherwise, what you slept with as a thought in the evening is the thought also that you will be most likely waking up to. So list down at least 3 people, can be things or events that you are grateful for today, so that you can live that happy feeling or moment and baon mo in your sleep. And when you wake up, you also feel refreshed. Okay? So in summary, for self-care, SEE, see that you do self-care. By S, starting your day right. E, eat, sleep, and breathe healthy. And 3, end the day with gratitude. I love acronyms, so it's easy for me to remember what what I try to be doing. So SEE. All right. Next, stress management. How do you cope with stress? And some of the things that we're going to talk about, there are 3 again things. But first, where does stress start? Where does it all begin? Kitty Cat, would you like to answer? So, stress actually really begins in our heads, in our minds. Yep. And that's why the next 3 tips or habits I am going to be sharing with you has to do with mostly our minds. Focusing on the things that you can control is the first one. Now, but normally the question is, where do we focus our attention? Isn't it that we normally focus on the things we cannot control? We waste a lot of our energy worrying and even fretting over things that none of us can influence. Like an example during this pandemic, are you part of those who had been asking about how long will this crisis last, and then looking at the trends and the patterns of the statistics of the COVID cases, and you're also worrying about, will the store have enough supply for food, for everything that you need during this pandemic? And were you worried about the others' action on, what people do, what their motives are, and if they are doing social distancing? And you're also now asking yourself, what will happen in the future? What will 2021 and 2022 be? How can I travel? These things are not for us to have any control over. And therefore, sometimes you find yourself already stressed and not able to do anything productive. So focus on the things that you can control, which is largely about how to maintain your own health and wellness. So how to make sure you're also safe by following the protocols, of course, wearing the mask and the face shields. And also so that you can make sure that you are not overly worried or anxious. You might start limiting your social media, and looking only at the news when you really have to, and doing instead things that you find are fun to do, even when you're at home, locked up at home, and taking in a positive attitude, being hopeful about so many things, finding opportunities in a lot of challenges. Okay, so these are all within your control, and focusing on them gives you a sense of fulfillment, achievement, and less stress because you have inner peace and calm. Okay, another thing to remember is when you're focus on the present. Many of us are living in the past, regretting what has happened, so especially during the early part of the pandemic, we're all blaming whoever, and whatever for the influx of the virus in our country. But really, that's not within our control either. And even if we do ponder, or pound on people, blame a lot of people about it, there's nothing we can do about it anymore because it's all living in the past. And we cannot also live in the future worrying about what will happen. All that we have today is the present, and all that we have power to do is the present. So the question that we have to ask is, what is an important thing I can do today that is within my control and will help me also for my own health and wellness? So if you ask me during this pandemic, and the reason why I call it a better normal is because I was able to find out that I could paint, I could draw. These are long lost skills I have. The last time I did this was I was in elementary many years ago, and now I've rediscovered I can do it. And I can plant, like the many of you who are plantitas here, maybe in the audience. And those of you who have learned to even bake and cook. I do basic cooking, but this kind of cooking I have been able to do, and I've been able to master during the time that we are in lockdown. See, so I've channeled my energy. I was also worried. I also got into anxiety, but I tried to apply what I've learned from my wellness program by focusing on what I can control, focusing on the present, and doing stuff, channeling my energy into positive things. Secondly, stop feeding your anxiety. Anxiety, as you know, won't go away. I mean, there is right to be able to worry about things that might happen, but to overly feed our anxiety causes us undue stress and impacts on our health overall. So how do you stop feeding it? Because what you nurture in your mind grows. What you feed your mind grows. If you think about what is worrying you and carrying it all through the day, that will cost a lot in your health. Like, for example, if you nurture fear, you carry fear wherever you go. Before long, you will find yourself developing panic attack. It's going to grow in you. So what am I saying here? I'm not discounting that you might experience some fear and good. It is also always good to be able to acknowledge that there are things that we have to be mindful of so that we are not in danger, but overly worried about things that are not really there at the moment, that's what I'm saying, is going to take a toll on our health. And I'd like to share with you something that I've also tried to believe and lived by in this pandemic. So regret cannot make good the past. Worry cannot better the future. So decide to give that we can our best today. Okay, this is not my original quotation. I have just adapted it from a priest friend. All right, and the third technique for managing stress is to remember T time. T stands for thoughts, emotions, and actions. What I'd like to share with this is that remember that thoughts, emotions, and actions are interconnected. You know, when you receive a trigger or a stressor, normally comes through your thoughts, and this impacts your emotions or your feelings, which then impacts your actions or behavior. They cannot be separated. However you feel is an influence of what you are thinking, what you have in your mind, and then it goes to, you manifest it through the behavior or the action that you take because of how you're feeling. So if you want to make a change in your actions or in your thoughts or in your emotions, you have to be aware of this interconnection and find out and where do I begin? Do I change my thoughts so that I can change, therefore, what I'm feeling? Instead of being fearful, shall I now concentrate on what are the good things that I still have? Instead of looking at what I've lost, I look at what I have so that I don't always get to be so sad, but look at the bright side of things. And therefore, I will act on what I have and truly treasure what I have. So that's an example of how interconnected things are. You have the power to change how you're feeling and what you're going to do by changing your thoughts, changing your emotions, and eventually your actions. They are interconnected. So remember that. TEA. Remember your tea time. Okay, so in summary, like I said, I'm very fond of acronyms. You stretch FAR for stress management. F for focusing on things you can control. A, stop feeding your anxiety. And R, remember your tea time. Now let's move to the third, but not necessarily the least important. In fact, by the very word itself, significance, this is very relevant for our overall health and wellness. Because what are man's basic psychological needs is to belong, to feel valued or one's worth, and to achieve and have self-fulfillment, isn't it? So significance is being able to live life every day like it matters, because it does. And with John Maxwell, his book on the power of significance, he says that people, human beings, it's important for us to feel our significance, to be able to contribute, to have that sense of belonging and an achievement for what we are worth. So what are the 3 things you can do to be able to make sure that you're living the life that truly matters, a significant life? First of all, connect with your family and friends. And I think during this pandemic, thanks to technology, you probably have connected with your family and friends more than you have done so when we were back in the old normal, isn't it? How many of you would say yes? As I did. We were able to connect with people who were abroad, who we normally just connect with when we are there, when we travel. But now, because of technology and primarily because of this pandemic, we were forced to reach out to our connections with our family and friends because it provides us a sense of security and support, which is so important for our mental health and wellness. Secondly, anchor on your values. Now, it's so important for us to be able to do the work that we truly value. It has a different energy. It gives you that high, when you're able to do things that you are passionate about and you love. And even if you get tired, you can always find a way to re-energize. Similar to my coaching job, even if I get tired talking to many people in a day, but because I love what I do, I really find that it re-energizes me even if I get tired doing it as well. So because it is not forced on me, and I truly believe in the value of what I do. Similar to you as veterinarians, it's important for you to be able to save lives of the pets, or the big animals in the farms. And because this is not forced on you and you want to do this is your passion, you find the energy, the strength, the will to be able to continue to do this on a longer period of time, anchoring on your values. It provides you a compass and an alignment. So when things are not aligned to what you value, when things are forced on you, those tasks, no matter how much they pay you for it, your body really sort of feels that disconnection and misalignment, and it will translate into stressors. Okay, the third about this significance is transcend, to rise above one's challenge or difficulties. In other words, some of you might say to be resilient, and culturally Filipinos are very resilient. But more than resiliency, we want to be able to transform and become the better person behind or after each challenge or difficulties that we have faced. And in this pandemic, we have individually and collectively gone through so many challenges and difficulties, and yet we all, I think, have risen above the challenge and the difficulties by becoming stronger and being more connected with our families, with our friends, and even becoming a better person today than yesterday. And in Viktor Frankl's book called Man's Search for Meaning, Viktor Frankl, by the way, is the one of the Holocaust survivor, and he's author also of the book Positive Thinking. He has been one of those who experienced being under the knife, under the operating table during the Nazis' operation, the German occupation. He was one of those experiments, and he was operated under the knife without anesthesia. Now, how would you survive that pain, that agony, that's, can you imagine that? But because his willpower, his mind, or his willpower to survive, his mission to be able to, survive it and live to tell his experience, that's what has kept him and made him survive all this time, the power of his will. And he says, everything can be taken from a man, but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. And I also personally like this second one, which he says, when we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. Okay, so to recap, for significance, 3 things. Significant, the acronym is CAT. C for connect with your family and friends, A for anchor on your values, and T for transcending. So in summary, stress is your response to any pressure, threat, or demand, and can impact on your systems or immune system rather, your brain function, your mood, and even in the pain that you're experiencing, the threshold for pain. So to maintain the mental health and overall wellness, remember the 3S that I shared with you about self-care, stress management, and significance. You have 9 habits before you that you can take one day at a time or one habit in 30 days. You don't have to do everything all at once. I, for myself, didn't also start everything all at once. I sort of zeroed in on one item for the next 30 days, 15 to 30 days. And when I've mastered it, I went on to another one. Okay. So really depends on you. And I would like to just ask you for final, not ask, but share with you some thoughts from Dr. John Travis, the wellness author of the 12 Dimensions of Wellness. He says that wellness is a choice. Do you agree? You are responsible for your own wellness. It is not your doctor. It is not other people, but you. The choices you make determines how you're going to get through your health and your wellness. And it is a way of life. Your lifestyle, the way you live, the way you eat, the way you breathe, determines the kind of life you will get and you will have. It is a process. There is no end destination for the journey to wellness. There are many things that you can do to be able to do this. But what is important is that you focus on the present moment, the here and now of what you can do to be able to maintain health and wellness, especially mentally and physically. And lastly, wellness is the integration of the body, mind, and spirit. Because we are humans, so we have the spirit, don't forget that. So that everything that we do, everything that we think, we feel, and what we believe all influences our health and wellness. Okay? So I leave that with you to remember that wellness is a choice, a way of life, a process, and the integration of the body, mind, and spirit. So, a question. After everything that I have shared, what is one thing you will do in the next 30 days towards better mental health and wellness? This is one of my sketches. Okay? Your action. Take a picture, and you don't have to answer now, but maybe think about it over the next few days. What is it that you are going to truly practice? I hope there's 1 or 2 that you can take away and start, to do, to be able to start your journey to health and wellness. Okay? So with that, I would like to say and share with you these thoughts. Stay healthy and be well. This is Coach Vice Reyes. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope that you have learned a lot from this session today. See you next time. Bye.
Okay, now we're back live with our speaker. Ms. Reyes, by the way, is a Suki of the Philippine College of Poultry Practitioners. We were fortunate to have her as a guest speaker. We had 3 one-hour sessions, and unfortunately for the group, she had to cram that into 1 hour this afternoon. So if there are actually 9 speakers from the PCPP during this 3-day program, and so if they appear very relaxed and stress-free, they probably have Miss Vivian to thank for. Okay, let's go on to the first question. Okay, here. From Doc Thea. What are the possible symptoms to look for when you can say that you need to seek a professional or professional help, probably?
Yes. Thank you, Doc, for the question. No? I think when you're feeling kasi yung mga symptoms of there's lack of sleep, you cannot sleep, you find yourself unable to sleep, lack of appetite, there's sluggishness or panghihina ng katawan or nagtatamad, you find no energy, you're not motivated to move, and you find yourself also always wanting to be alone in solace and depressed and sad for more than 2 weeks, and sometimes always fearful and getting chronic worrying, that's the time you have to really seek more professional help. Our role as coaches, we are like your first aid. Maganda if you can talk to us first, and then pag alam namin na this is beyond us, and we normally ask how long have you been experiencing these kinds of symptoms, and if it's more than 2 weeks, we normally let you or tell you to go seek professional help. Narinig niyo po.
The right person to talk to veterinarians, because I think for almost 20 years now, she has shared the same room with a veterinarian. So I don't know if you get stressed by the veterinarian or not. But anyway, we go to the next question. Now, this is from Doc Jovan Bragador. Millennial ata ito, ha? I have to decode the text. Professionals, regardless which field we are into, whether it be government or private, small animal or large, ruminant, swine, exotic, there are lots of stressors and COVID adds to it. How else can we vets best cope with this?
One of the things, and that's a very difficult question, I might say, no? There are many answers to that, but one that really comes to my heart is ask yourself, what do you want to focus on in the moment? You can focus on stress and become more stressed, and you know that it won't go away, and then you have already wasted energy on it. So ang lagi ko sinasabi sa mga kino-coach ko, what is that one thing that if you do well now and you focus on it will really help you overcome stress, and at the same time get you a better future, give you a better tomorrow. So dun tayo mag-focus ng energy natin, because some of what we are worrying about or really thinking about are always sometimes just in our heads. They are not real yet. They're not happening yet.
Related to stress is depression. No, it's something that carries some stigma in our society, which is why we tend to hide it or not talk about it. But I was able to drop by the ABMA, the counterpart of PVMA in the US, 2 years ago. And when you entered the main convention hall, there was one main entrance on the left leading to the session rooms, and another entrance on the right leading to the displays or the booths. And in between that was a very big booth, the ABMA Wellness booth. Attached to that booth were 8 booths for examination rooms. And what was very striking to me was that there were 2 big streamers. One promoted a short course or accreditation in workplace wellness. And the second, which I felt I would be surprised to see that here, no? But I think we should have it. Was the QPR suicide prevention. So question QPR, that was question refer, question probe, and refer. So they were offering already suicide prevention programs in the US veterinary profession even before the pandemic.
Yeah.
Can we have the next question? From Dr. Camilo Batidis. Good afternoon, Ms. Reyes. How can there be good stress really can't grasp the concept.
Yes, I also wasn't able to grasp this at first when I was learning about this. But an example that was given to me, di ba pag nag-exercise tayo, we get a bit of stress in the muscles. But it's good for us. It's tinatawag na no pain, no gain because you have to really stretch your muscles to grow it, right? So ganun din ang concept ng good stress. Good stress is when you are facing a challenge or a difficulty and you're expanding your mind and your capability to grow. Parang ganon. But, like I said, even if it's a good stress, kung palagi kang na-expose sa ganon, chronically masyadong marami yung ganitong klase ng stressors, the body can only also take so much. So you must make sure that you're able to recover. There's a recovery period from your stressors. I hope that answers him. Another siguro that would be good is like, let's go back to the example I gave about having an exam. Hindi ba you're stretching din, nasa-stress ka, mag-exam ka. But what good it does to you is that you prepare for it very well. So yun yung sinasabi natin. That's why it's a good stress.
Dr. Jocelyn Tingson, ma'am, same lang po ba yung good stress to good problems?
If your problems are allowing you to be able to think beyond the box, since sinasabi natin, and to be able to become more creative and innovative, then maybe that is good stress.
No more questions. We don't have any more questions. Okay. So with that, I think we proceed with awarding.
Before that, Doc, may I just say something? May I just say, I'd like to just talk to the rest of the group to thank you all for this, for inviting me and for the chance to be able to do this, but also to say to the audience that if you are, experiencing any kind of stress, any symptom of the stress, it is best to talk to someone like a coach. And if the coach feels that this is beyond his or her experience anyway, they will refer you to a professional if it is necessary. Ang maganda po kasi is really talk to someone about this and do not keep it as a secret or to yourself alone. You shouldn't be handling sadness or even anxiety or depression in the worst case just by yourself. Thank you.
So much for your inputs and learning that you've imparted to us. So on behalf of the Philippine Veterinary Medical Association, the PVMA presents this certificate of appreciation to Ms. Vivian R. Reyes for imparting knowledge and insights as a speaker during the 88th Digital PVMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference held February 17 to 19, 2021 at First Pacific Leadership Academy in Antipolo City. Signed, Pastor C. Tumaliwan, Secretary, Paulina C. Abad, Convention Chairman, and Corazon P. Occidental, PVMA President.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you po.
We will have a 10-minute break. Please return by 2:50 p.m. for the next plenary session. Thank you. Welcome back to the 88th PVMA Annual Convention and Science. Welcome back to the 88th PBMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, uplifting the Filipino veterinarian in the new norm. Let us also welcome back our moderator, Dr. Dan Rodriguez.
Our next speaker earned her veterinary sciences degree at the University of Queensland in Australia. An authority when it comes to veterinary accreditation, Dr. Julie Strauss is a former lecturer of the University of Melbourne and is now Executive Director of the Australasian Veterinary Boards Council. Dr. Strauss is also currently the Vice President of the Australian Council of Professions and is an established name in the veterinary medicine field, having practiced full-time in the past and has attended numerous relevant seminars and training programs. Here to talk on an introduction to the veterinary accreditation with the Australasians Veterinary Boards Council, my fellow veterinarians, I present Dr. Julie Strauss.
Hi everyone, bear with me while I start up this presentation. Veterinary accreditation with AVBC. I hope you're in the right place and this is what you're expecting. AVBC, Australasian Veterinary Boards Council. So what does AVBC do? Well, Australia and New Zealand are ancient lands with wise Indigenous peoples. They were settled by Europeans in the 1700s. There were a number of settlements and they became the states and territories of the Commonwealth of Australia. And New Zealand, of course, is a sovereign nation. Australasian Veterinary Boards Council is located down here in Melbourne, and it was incorporated in 1999 to act on behalf of the veterinary boards in each state and territory of Australia and New Zealand. The veterinary boards themselves Of course, they exist primarily to protect the public and animal welfare. When you hear Australasian, it refers to Australia and New Zealand together. So ABBC is the strategic arm of the registration boards or veterinary statutory bodies of each of these states and territories and New Zealand. Veterinarians come from all over the world to practice here. ABBC provides several pathways for registration. The first is accreditation of veterinary degrees, and each of these states, not Northern Territory, not Tasmania, but each of the others has at least one veterinary school. It also assesses the suitability of qualifications for candidates for specialist registration. In other words, it carries out initiatives that are more suited to a joint approach and are much too expensive for each of the veterinary boards to carry out. Each jurisdiction is completely independent with its own veterinary legislation, but a veterinarian registered here in New South Wales, for example, can be registered to work in any of the other jurisdictions. And there's an arrangement called the Trans-Tasman Mutual Recognition Arrangement, which allows a veterinarian to be registered in both New Zealand and Australia. Now, the organisation, you can see that ABBC brings together the VSBs, the Australian Veterinary Association, the New Zealand Veterinary Association, and it has quite an impact on veterinary students and graduates of international veterinary schools. As you see, the public, or maybe you can't quite see it, the public is the outer ring, and it reminds us that as a profession and as regulators, we exist to serve the public and animal welfare. So some of the key roles of ABBC. It's a forum for Australian jurisdictions and New Zealand regulators. We look at qualifications for migration. We run the Australasian veterinary examination, specialist qualifications, and accreditation of veterinary education. Now, just some of these others before I get on to accreditation. The Australasian veterinary examination. So these are the steps. First of all, eligibility, where we look at the degree and the institution from where the veterinarian came, that could come from the Philippines, and we would make sure that that degree was suitable for registration in the home country. And then there's a preliminary examination, and it's computer delivered in testing centres all over the world. And finally, there's a clinical examination where candidates go to Queensland, to the University of Queensland, and they have physical examinations. So they physically examine a cat or a dog, or they do an oral on public health, or there's pathology, animal handling in small and large animals, and also intensively housed animals. So this is an example of the sort of question you might get asked in the MCQ examination. You know, it's hard to imagine, but this question would have cost about $4,000 to produce, because we put so much effort into the composition, we test the question with final year students, we carry out psychometric analysis and statistical analysis. So ideally, the question hones into exactly what we're looking for and the sort of skills we're looking for. Our stated objective is that the exam tests at exactly the level of a final year Australian and New Zealand graduate. We also carry out registration of veterinary specialists. Where do our specialist applicants come from? Well, again, they come from all over the world. Interestingly, the greatest percentage has been from the American College. We also have our own local specialist training institutions through the Australian and New Zealand College of Veterinary Scientists. And increasingly over the years, we're seeing more and more European graduates. So most people who apply have read our minimum standards document, and there's only a few that are not accepted for specialist registration. So the categories, by far the most common category is small and animal medicine and small animal surgery. A third of our applicants are registered in those categories, and the demand has been very high in recent years for diagnostic imaging and radiology. But we also have a smattering of zoo medicine, aquaculture, large animal reproduction, and equine exercise physiology. So over the last 6 years, we've had 272 specialists registered in Australia and New Zealand. Okay, this is what you come here for, BSAC accreditation. So the purpose, to ensure veterinary programs are entitled to have the confidence of the professional community and the public. So back in 2001, I was first employed by AVBC, and I was invited to write the first policies, procedures, and guidelines for veterinary accreditation. I'm not saying I had a lot of expertise back then. I was following a relatively low bar. There had been no written standards before 1999. As far as I understand, groups of men in suits would walk around a veterinary school with a clipboard, very knowledgeable veterinarians, all of them, noted a few items that required mending, and then retire for the evening with a lovely glass of red wine. So VSAC built on this quite amazing work, given there was no documentation. And over the years, the standards have become clearer, and veterinary schools themselves have developed a clearer understanding of what the public and the profession require from them. So why accredit? Let me put them on the next one. Okay, so the legal requirements, they must meet legislative requirements. They must ensure that a degree in veterinary science or medicine meets the requirements to enable registration of new graduates. They provide external quality control to ensure that the educational standards of veterinary schools are at an acceptable level to meet the requirements of the community. They ensure that veterinary schools have sufficient resources to educate graduates to standards adopted by AVBC for the accreditation period. And also, this bottom one, we have mutual recognition agreements with all of the registering authorities in Australia and New Zealand, but also the United Kingdom through the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, South Africa through the South African Veterinary Council, and very soon with Ireland. Quality assurance. This is the most important aspect of accreditation. So I'm going to focus a little bit on that. So accreditation is about clearly defining the standards and what's required to continue to meet those standards. How are you going to measure achievement of those standards? And how are you going to bridge any gaps between where a school is and where it needs to be? And in following this cycle, we're defining, we're measuring, we're improving. And that's what the quality assurance aspect of accreditation is all about. Just to be clear on definitions, so quality assurance is about preventing defects in manufacturing products. It comes out of terms used in engineering and architecture. So to illustrate, I have used pictures of these beautiful buildings. This one's in Bilbao. It's by an architect called Frank Gehry. So the focus is on quality assurance. We're trying to prevent defects in our products. We're not wanting to stress test our products after manufacture to knock them down and start again. So it's not about quality control. It's about quality assurance. So the task of engineering can be described as making a product that meets a test. It must work at least once. Whereas the task of quality assurance is to make sure the manufacturing process produces widgets that work all the time, fit for purpose. The product should be suitable for the intended purpose. For example, not only is a car the right size and shape, but can you drive it? Is it environmentally sound? Is it safe? Is it reliable? Can you maintain it easily? A Vice Chancellor asked me once, why don't you just look at a veterinary graduate when they're spaying a cat? Surely you don't need to go through all of this accreditation process. So as you and I know, the production of a veterinary graduate is much more complex than that. So AVBC agreed on a set of standards based on the best I could find at the time, the American Veterinary Medical Association, the AVMA, the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, and also the Australian Medical Council. So like all good quality agencies, we've refined them again and again over the past 20 years, and this is what the AVBC standards look like now. This is the first 6. All right, organisation. So we say things in our standard like the dean must be a locally registered veterinarian. Committees must have clear terms of reference. They must keep minutes. Leaders must formulate, clarify, articulate their mission. And this standard helps the school to enhance its communication, it improves morale, and it gives it a sense of working towards common goals. Well, finances are reasonably obvious. It's to ensure the veterinary program can be sustained throughout the whole accreditation period. The team looks at past financial results. It asks questions to understand how competently the school manages its finances. Standard 3, facilities and equipment. Site team walks around the campus, again with clipboards, maybe, or notebooks, and it looks at any farms or contracted teaching practices. They see students at work in the clinics. They view all of the learning spaces, cattle yards, horse paddocks, all the time asking questions about how the school carries out its function. And it also checks that it's got posted procedures for safety, biosecurity, and that it's actually carrying out student learning as it describes. Animal resources. The students given the opportunity to get their hands on enough normal and diseased animals. Are the animal species appropriate? In Australia, is there access to dairy farms, piggeries, horse studs? Is there an abattoir? What's the caseload to the clinics? Do students get involved in keeping clinical records? So that's the animal resources standard. Information resources. Well, this standard used to be about having enough books in the library. Now it's about, well, teams ask, what's your learning platform? How does it work? Show us the skills laboratories. Student and learning support. Are there enough lockers and change rooms in the postmortem rooms? Is there a counselling service? When students are out on placement, what happens if they get into trouble? Who do they call? Admission and progression. Are you enrolling the right students? Is there a committee responsible for reviewing the admissions process? Are there non-academic factors considered in selecting students? Standard 8. Academic and support staff. Are you systematic in checking the nature of the work of your staff and the impact on their lives? Do they have work-life balance? Do you compile thorough and complete documentation for use by new members of staff? What are your induction procedures like? Curriculum. AVBC doesn't dictate curriculum. In fact, we encourage as much diversity as possible in how different schools get their students to achieve day one competences. What teams do check, though, is that the curriculum is mapped to ensure that there's a structured pathway for students to achieve these competencies. Assessment. Is your assessment as relevant as possible to the skills you want your students to achieve? Are you doing a written exam to check surgical skills? 11, research programs. Students need to understand the scientific method. They're scientists, after all. And they need to be exposed to research and, better still, to participate in at least one research project during their degree. Outcomes assessment. This is where we identify where the veterinary program is and is not matched to its declared intentions. Schools need to show how they understand the processes that led to the outcomes they achieved in all of the above standards, so that these can be improved where that's necessary. Are they doing surveys? Are they asking clinicians? Are they asking employers how the students are doing? Are they checking back with the students themselves? Are the students getting jobs? What's their satisfaction level? So, good accreditation responds to the diversity in institutions, programs, and students. It supports development of a quality culture. Hard to pin down culture, but a school with a quality culture is one that's always looking at its outcomes and looking for ways to improve. And it takes into account the needs and expectations of the students, all the other stakeholders, and society in general. Right, what are the stages of accreditation? Right, initial contact. We don't mandate accreditation, just want to make that clear. It's the school who contacts AVBC through its president or its vice-chancellor. In Australasia, unfortunately, though, if a school is not accredited, then its graduates can't register. Initial documentation. The school submits a self-evaluation report. In 50 pages, it provides evidence that it's met each of the 12 standards. The site visit. The site visit, usually with about 6 or 7 people, is to triangulate that evidence and see firsthand how the program is carried out and to ask questions of academic and support staff and also students themselves. The oral report. At the conclusion of the site visit, the team meets with the Vice-Chancellor or the President of the university and gives a quick summary of what the findings have been of the team during that week that they've been on site. The next step is the formal report. So we say to the Vice-Chancellor, we will finish our writing up, hopefully within the next week or two, and then we will send that report back to the Dean. The Dean will check for factual accuracy, and then we will then review it. The school may ask for a review of any findings it disagrees with, and then a formal report will then go to the veterinary boards of Australia and New Zealand. And then at the next AVBC meeting, there'll be a final decision on accreditation. Just wanted to run through some of the challenges because it's not all straightforward, as you would well know. Sometimes if you get your emphasis wrong, you just see higher education as a product, and it's not a factory. We're not churning out cars, we're churning out people, we're educating, and we need to be very careful that we frame everything in terms of people. People are the centre of all of this. What we don't always see is the important faculty-student interaction that goes on. We're only there for a week and we can't pick that up through written documents. Sometimes you're trying to convince a staff who would rather be back doing their research, and sometimes you're asking to meet too many standards simultaneously, and some of them are just not possible for some veterinary schools. And it's always hard to pinpoint exactly which aspects of quality, sorry about the spelling of aspects there, are going to be assessed. I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that the Sustainable Development Goals also cover accreditation, but I don't have a lot of time to go into it. I just wanted to let you know it's part of the presentation, and I also have a few references here as well if you wanted to find out more. So I'm skipping over this section of my talk, and these are the references, especially UNESCO quality assurance in higher education. Right, the outcomes of accreditation. So for established schools in the AVBC 7-year accreditation cycle, they would be accredited, and fully accredited means that they've met every standard 100%. Accredited with minor deficiencies. So minor deficiencies have minimal or no effect on student learning and safety. They're readily corrected in 1 year, and they must be corrected in 1 year to avoid a change to probationary accreditation. So this is probationary accreditation is a status granted to a school that has one or more major deficiency in one or more AVBC standards. Major deficiencies have more than minimal impact on student learning and safety, and these deficiencies must be corrected within 2 years. If not, we roll over to terminal accreditation. We've never had a school in terminal accreditation, but it's a status assigned to a school that is unable to correct their deficiencies within a specific time period. So this classification is intended to protect enrolled students. And we have a process which would allow them to gradually phase out and make sure that they've reached all of their competencies. Reasonable assurance is a process that we have for developing schools that have just been opened, and they may or may not have had enrolment of their first cohort. So they provide a self-evaluation report, just like established schools. They have a site visit, and the report of the evaluation addresses the standards based on plans and existing sources such as budget, facilities, teaching and admin staff. So a reasonable assurance evaluation, it's based on planned action. So what we do is we go in as if it's a normal accreditation visit, but we're mainly looking at plans. So the outcomes are more, if you do what you say you do in your plans, then you are likely to achieve accreditation status. So once a school has enrolled its students, it is staying on plan. They may achieve provisional accreditation during the first few years of the development of the degree. Lastly, my section on international accreditation. So why did we first consider international accreditation? I remember asking Fred Trout, this gentleman here, he's from Chicago and he was part of the AVMA team at Massey University. He said, why don't we all do this together? And we all have similar accreditation standards. Schools are getting multiple groups coming in doing accreditation each year. And he said, it sounds good, but baby steps, Julie. I can't do his Chicago accent. Baby steps. So that was back in 2003. And we've made a lot of baby steps since that time. So the reasons AVMA began accrediting schools in Australia and New Zealand. We had our mutual accreditation recognition agreement with the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons. Accreditation is very expensive, and having multiple groups come in is expensive, both in time and finances. And we saw opportunities for mutual learning amongst our various accreditation systems. So we had a meeting in Melbourne, and then later in the year in Chicago in 2007. We decided that we would try joint teams, that we would have co-chairs. So depending on where the accreditation site visit was, if it was in Australia, we would have an Australian and an American co-chair. And the key partners would be the AVBC, AVMA and the Royal College. We also had the European accreditation system, EVE, and South African Veterinary Council as observers. You can see vaguely in the background the team of our first international site visit to Murdoch in 2009. We spent a whole day building the team so that everyone understood each other, they understood their background, and they understood what their aims and objectives were. And also they got to know each other's personalities, incredibly important when you're working intensely together for a week. We got the team composition right. We had unambiguous roles for our co-chairs. So the AVMA did all the technical process during the day. They chaired the interviews, where in the evening, the AVBC chair built up the team, debriefed on the day, and changed processes for the following day. It worked really well, and it's something I'll never forget. I'm very privileged to have been part of it. And so regularly, every 2 years since then, we've met. This is a meeting in Chicago where we talked about new models for clinical teaching. It became obvious that veterinary teaching hospitals wouldn't be enough to handle the increased numbers of students going through schools. And so students were going out into the community, into veterinary hospitals more and more, and schools were developing they were developing agreements with these hospitals to carry out clinical teaching. And so we came up with an accreditation model for this distributed teaching, which is what we called it. There we all are again in London, and more alignment. In fact, our standards were becoming almost identical, and we're improving all the time. And here we are. This is in Foz do Iguaçu in Brazil. Shift me up a bit there. This is where the OIE comes into accreditation. The OIE had been carrying out performance of veterinary services surveys for many years, PVS surveys. And part of that was to look at the veterinary statutory body role in standards of these veterinary services. And what they decided at this conference was that we should develop partnerships, veterinary statutory bodies, together to identify and fill some of these gaps that were identified in the PVS surveys. So roll forward a few years to 2017, and here we all are. There's Prof. Parkinson, there's me again, in Bangkok, and this is the ASEAN Veterinary Statutory Bodies Network meeting. And it was a wonderful beginning, and I feel so honoured to have been there, where the veterinary statutory bodies of ASEAN got together and they resolved to support each other in the functions of veterinary statutory bodies. In countries where there is no VSB, for example, Vietnam at that time, they would help to develop one. And with embryonic VSBs, they would again support them to develop the functions of autonomous VSBs in their countries. And we were brought in. Thailand was very persistent in asking AVBC to be involved, and we feel really, again, honoured to be part of a twinning arrangement with the Veterinary Council of Thailand, and also through a flow-on effect to the AVSBN. And that's about supporting council functions like the registration of veterinarians, disciplinary action, registration of veterinary paraprofessionals, but most importantly, given our skill set, accreditation. So we've conducted a number of workshops with the VCT, and most recently with the BSBs and educators in the ASEAN region. And the most recent one was December via Zoom, of course. And so where we're at, this slide has gone very wonky, but that's interesting. I don't think I can get it up. Oh no, there we are. So the school doesn't meet OIE Day 1 competencies, then we would say that the focus there should be registration as veterinary paraprofessionals. And this discussion, of course, is still underway, but perhaps if a school meets the OIE Day 1 competencies, maybe they're eligible for registration at the local BSB. If they meet further standards, maybe that the school will be eligible for their graduates to be registered at ASEAN level. And then there's a global standard. This is still very much under discussion, but it's very exciting to see what is happening in ASEAN and to see how the educators and the veterinary statutory bodies are working together. So this final slide is all of us together in December, and there were some great discussions, including many of your colleagues who you'll recognise there. It gave everyone a lot of hope that the new energy of ASEAN would carry forward ways to facilitate free movement in the ASEAN region and hopefully joint accreditation. And this will bring enormous benefits, including improved public health, tracking transboundary disease, and improving animal welfare throughout the region. So that's my introduction to accreditation in Australasian Veterinary Boards Council. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, we are now live with our second speaker, Dr. Strauss. I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly.
I have a bit of an Australian accent, so I tend to say Strauss. You're close.
I think I also said Strauss earlier in your
That is absolutely fine.
To start it off, has any Filipino school applied for accreditation?
No, not at this stage. We have been in discussions with various deans over time, but you know, if they would like to apply, then they're very welcome.
We've had actually a lot of changes over the last 3-4 years. We shifted to the outcomes-based education format, and this also coincided with the implementation of the K+12. The Philippines has the unique qualification as being the last 3 countries who were using the old system. But now we're in K+12, and the first batch of senior high school graduates are in the middle of the veterinary courses. So we hope that will help. I'm sure that will help. Do we have questions? Okay, we have one question. I think they're intimidated by all the requirements that has to be done. But you know, you have to start somewhere. So I hope all the deans and their faculty are listening and taking up the challenge. I'm waiting for the first question to pop up. Okay, now from Dr. Jomart Magcalas. Good day, or I think you say good day. Do you already have a veterinary accredited university here in Southeast Asia? And what are the challenges they experienced or common compliance issues?
We have been in to conduct some initial site visits, and yes, there are some real challenges. And it's really important to know that when you're trying to compare standards that are required in Australia and New Zealand and what's required in Southeast Asia, sometimes they don't align. And of course, language is a key issue. So we conduct our site visits in English, and we found that if English is not the sole language of instruction, then there are problems aligning the standards. And so we also need to read all of the quality assurance papers, all of the exam testimonies. We need, not all of them, but many of them to be translated into English. So that's been a key issue for us. I'm not sure, in the Philippines, is instruction in English or is it a mix?
Mainly in English.
It's in English. Oh well, you wouldn't have that problem that we've encountered up till now.
I understand that you had Filipino classmates when you were taking up some graduate courses. How did they stack up in class?
So I was fortunate enough to do a master's in animal production for developing nations when I was still quite a young veterinarian, and so the focus was mainly Southeast Asia, but we had some Africans. So I was the only non-international doing that course. So I had trouble keeping up because I didn't understand a lot of the animal production principles. So it really does depend, and where your strengths are quite different to what our strengths are in Australia. So it's very hard to compare.
The next question is from Dr. Thea Plete, but this is the question I asked earlier. No, so you already answered that. Are there veterinary schools? Not yet, but I understand there have already been some inquiries.
Yes, we have had a few.
I think there are no more questions. Well, anyway, it's more of a responsibility of the faculties of our veterinary colleges, and I understand they're in constant communication with you. So I'll take the opportunity to award the certificate of appreciation. The Philippine Veterinary Medical Association presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Julie Strauss for imparting knowledge and insights as a speaker during the 88th Digital PVMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, February 17 to 19, 2021, at the First Pacific Leadership Academy in Antipolo City. Signed, Pastor T. Tumaliwan, Secretary, Paulino C. Abad, Convention Chair, and Corazon P. Occidental, PVMA President. Thank you very much, Dr. Strauss.
It's an absolute pleasure. Lovely seeing you all.
In the next convention, and better progress among Filipino veterinary schools.
We will now have a 10-minute break. Please return by 4 p.m. for the next plenary session. Thank you. Welcome back to the 88th PBMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, uplifting the Filipino veterinarian in the new norm. We turn our attention back to our moderator, Dr. Dan Rodriguez.
Our next speaker is an Australia-based swine practitioner and is also a senior lecturer at the James Cook University in Queensland. He earned his veterinary degrees and also his PhD from the Liverpool University in the United Kingdom. Colleagues, if you think the next speaker's face looks familiar, you're not mistaken. because he has been a frequent guest speaker in past PVMA annual conventions and scientific conferences. Here to talk on African swine fever, successful recovery, let us welcome back to our convention Dr. John Carr.
Good afternoon. It's a great honor, as it always is, to be able to speak to you guys in the Philippines. I'm just so sorry that I cannot be there myself, and we're having to do this virtually, but we will certainly be there next year. Anyway, this afternoon's talk is a bit of a repeat from what we did last year, and talking about the devastation that African swine fever is unfortunately doing in the Philippines. What I want to talk about today is to try and recover from this African swine fever disaster. As a bit of a background, we can look at the virus again. And there's certain aspects of the virus that we have to remember if we're going to recover from this disaster. First is with the virus. It's a DNA virus. It's very important to remember because it means it's not going to change. The same virus that entered Georgia in 2007 is still the same virus that is affecting the Philippines today. We have changed it a little bit by attempts to making some vaccines, but we'll come to that in a minute. This particular virus that we have is type 2. There are 24 different types of African swine fever virus, and they all live in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa particularly. This map is the illustration of the outbreaks over the last 14 years. So we have the outbreaks in South Africa, which is ongoing all the time. We have a type 1 in Sardinia, which is a representation of a 1970 outbreak from Africa into Europe. And then all of the rest in the Northern Hemisphere and now in the Southern Hemisphere is this type 2 African swine fever virus. It's important to remember that the virus is very infectious, as in it spreads rapidly between pigs on contact. But it is not very contagious, as in it does not spread very far. I mean, African swine fever on its own will not spread more than 3 meters. It's slightly more than COVID, which is getting to 1.5 meters, but it isn't much better than coronavirus. But we can see how both coronavirus and African swine fever, despite being relatively low contagious, with being infectious, is very easy to spread around the world between the host population. The big issue with the virus is that it does not die with the pig. It remains in the environment, and particularly it remains inside the pig, and is particularly well protected if it is covered with blood and organic material. If it is not, then the virus will relatively rapidly disappear in the environment, assuming it is warm, which it will be in the Philippines. It's quite a resistant virus. It has an envelope, which at least is something, which means that we can remove it with soap. But other than that, disinfectants need to be fairly powerful. We need to get below 3 and we need to get above pH of 11 in order to kill it, unlike the coronavirus, which is relatively easily destroyed by disinfectants. The virus is a very old virus. It's been around in Africa probably for millions of years. The native pigs in Africa are all immune to it, which is interesting because that means we can get an immunity. And we know that even with our domestic pigs, the Scoffra. But the natural pigs of Africa have developed innate immunity over time. And so the warthog, the giant forest hog, the bush pig, all of these pigs are immune to African swine fever. African swine fever does nothing to other mammals. doesn't do anything to us, dogs, cats, horses, cattle. And so there is no zoonotic implication of African swine fever. But to the Suidae family, it is a devastation in the ones that are not immune to it. The virus, I believe, is probably more likely to be an arthropod virus that has moved into mammals. I think the natural host of this virus is the soft-bodied ticks. We are very fortunate that in this outbreak of African swine fever type 2, it has not infected any of the ticks that it has met along the way. We know that the African swine fever virus can infect ticks. They did in Spain and Portugal, and yet those countries still managed to eliminate the virus. But it is a particular concern that if it gets into or changes enough that it can infect ticks in the Philippines or Vietnam, then this virus is going to be almost impossible to get rid of. I'm still thinking of not living with the virus. I'm still thinking that we will need to eliminate this virus over time. But in the experience that we have from a European point of view, it can take decades for the virus to settle down and then become eliminated. A little bit of history, and it's a bit sad that we actually know this. 22nd of April 2007, we have a ship from Africa that goes to Georgia, just below Russia, and the ship waste is unloaded on the docks. All of this is perfectly legal. Unfortunately, the ship waste is supposed to be incinerated or sterilized, but unfortunately it gets fed into pigs. This ship waste contains African swine fever, and this African swine fever outbreak then starts affecting pigs in Georgia, Armenia, and then it moves into Russia. And from Russia, it then moved into the Ukraine and into the Baltic states, and then west through into Eastern Europe. And the latest victim, as we know, is Germany, which has got problems with some wild pigs have died within Germany. But this has caused economic devastation also within the European Union pig industry, because the German pigs can no longer be exported to China. And so those pigs now are flooding into the local market, and my clients in the UK are suffering because of that, even though they don't have African swine fever. In the Philippines, it is terrible. We had one outbreak in the main island in Luzon. Then we have an outbreak in the south, and then just recently we've got an outbreak in Leyte. We really need to. We have islands. It should be possible not to have outbreaks on our different islands. If we're ever going to get over this, from a Philippine point of view, we've got to try and protect our islands. But we can talk a bit more about that a bit later on. Certainly, the major pig population is in Luzon, and it has caused devastation out of Manila, going south and north on the island. And effectively, I think the whole island is now should be considered positive. You guys, unfortunately, now have probably a lot of experience suddenly with African swine fever, but we're still veterinarians. So what does it do to the pigs? Effectively, it kills the pigs. There are other diseases that look like it, but not many. I mean, classical swine fever or African swine fever does look alike, but a lot of pigs in Asia are vaccinated against classical swine fever. But if I came into this house, I could see how I could maybe think this was a Lactobacillus pleuropneumoniae problem with certainly these couple of pigs looking a little bit like APP. But African swine fever is more unusual in the sense that it'll kill all age groups, mom, dad, babies, nursery pigs. So it is truly devastating to the farm. Whereas APP would not do that. So it is a good differential or bad differential, depending on how you want to look at life. With African swine fever, you've got to remember that you're about a week behind. So when you start seeing clinical signs, the problems probably started at least a week ago. And it could be even 2 weeks ago. But the incubation period is normally 3 to 15 days. And the dramatic thing is that the pigs will be dying about 2 days after the first clinical signs. So on day one, you may have some strong suspicions. And if you don't do anything as such, on day 2 and 3, then it will be fairly obvious that you've got a problem. But it is, remember, you are going to be a week behind. So whenever you do your investigation, you need to think about what happened a week ago on my client's farm. African swine fever kills, and it kills a lot of pigs, but it doesn't necessarily kill all of them. And that's one of the important things to remember as well at times. The ones that don't die have then the potential of becoming a chronic carrier. And the textbook says for life, although my own experience might not imply that. But certainly the textbook talks about the fact that these pigs will be carriers. And I'm not gonna dispute that. So here we have a farm in 2008, 9, something like that, in Russia, I forget. And this was when you entered the finishing house, this is what you saw. So the signs are extremely dramatic. And they were losing this each day. And certainly by the end of the next day, we depopulated the farm. Here we see one of the farms in Korea, where the whole farm has been eliminated as part of the depopulation and control program. African swine fever from Africa, affecting swine, resulting in fever. So it's not a complicated name. We see pigs. This is the sow, obviously. Classically, she's down. She's having trouble breathing. She's extremely hot. This pig had a rectal temperature of 42 degrees centigrade, 43 degrees centigrade. That's really hot. It's hotter than an erysipelas pig. We have often a very red skin. I don't often see the sort of blood splashing that the textbook talks about, but you'll see very red buttocks, very red belly, and the very red ears are also fairly dramatic. And when you use a infrared camera, then you can pick up these pigs. This is this pig here in a group, and this pig was extremely hot at 40 degrees on the infrared camera. This is a rectal thermometer. Remember, don't take rectal thermometers between farms. All producers need to have their own rectal thermometer. You do not want to be spreading African swine fever with the rectal thermometer. African swine fever is in all body secretions, so it's also in the anus and it also in the feces. So you've got to be very careful. The infrared camera can be useful, but you have to remember that when the pigs are hot, what they'll do is they will seek out water and they'll try to cool themselves off. So in some respects, the infrared camera, if the temperature is normal, then that might be relevant, that might be fine. But if the temperature is hot or cold on the skin, then you might have to be suspicious. But I use the infrared camera just as a guide to tell me which pigs I need to check first when I'm going to do my sampling. With a very high temperature, the sows will abort, and like all of them, and a lot of them have had 50–60% of the sows abort. African swine fever is not transmitted across the placenta. So the piglets are actually born naive, even if they come from a positive sow. So there's no transplacental spread of African swine fever, but the very high temperature will make the animals abort. What you see, and often the clinical signs tend to be seen in the sows first, but that's not always true. I think what happens is that the sows are examined 2 or 3, 4, 5 times a day as people are walking past them, and you end up knowing them sometimes even as individuals on small farms. The finishing pigs, on the other hand, may only be looked at once a day. And so the clinical signs in the finishing appears to be later. But whatever. If we go into the grow finish pigs, we see pigs that, again, are very high temperature. We see pigs that are red. We see these red ears. The pig will be in pain. The pig will fall over. The pig will be appear to be incoordinated. And all of this is associated with the very high temperature. Highly infectious, not contagious. All the pigs touching this pig are going to get African swine fever. Almost 100% of them will get African swine fever. The pigs on the other side of the passageway, however, may not, at least not initially. I mean, as it will take time. African swine fever, to my mind, takes 6 or 7 weeks to sometimes move around a farm. It's not an explosive outbreak. It can be an explosive outbreak within a pen, even within a building, but it is not an explosive outbreak from around the farm. It's in all body secretions, saliva. So when these pigs kiss each other, they easily pass it on. And they lick each other, they smell each other. It's on the nose, it's in the eyes. It's very easy to transmit from pig to pig when they're on contact. The pigs can appear to be cold, although when you touch them, you realize that they're extremely hot. So here we have an outbreak in the nursery, and all these pigs are becoming positive. Respiratory disease as well. And they will stop eating, they'll stop drinking. With the body falling apart, it's not unusual to have vomit, sometimes with blood in it because they are bleeding from their stomach. Pigs don't vomit that easily. So when you have a bunch of pigs vomiting, it is very unusual unless they've been poisoned by something. We can also, we can go back a second. So we can have vomiting, and we also have diarrhea, and the diarrhea can have blood in it as well. And this again obviously looks like swine dysentery. So again, that could be a differential between your African swine fever outbreak. But again, swine dysentery would tend to be in the finishing pigs only on a farm that's, and it may have a history of swine dysentery on that farm as well. But certainly you could have swine dysentery as a differential. When you come in and the gestation cells are like this, down, high temperature, blood. This pig's got blood from the nose, blood from the ears, blood from the eyes, blood from her vagina, blood from her anus. I mean, there is virtually no other diseases that will cause this, particularly when you're not dealing with one pig, you're dealing with several. And this pig was clearly positive to African swine fever. African swine fever destroys the clotting ability of the pig's blood, destroys the platelets, so it's a thrombocytopenia. And one of the problems with African swine fever is that once you start having this thrombocytopenia, you die very rapidly. And that means that you infected on day 1, you start having clinical signs on day 6, you die on day 8. The immune system would kick in on day 14, but you're dead, I'm afraid, by then. So what do we find as veterinarians? The classic is these very red ears that we have with this strain of African swine fever. The spleen can be very big, can also be fairly normal, but in probably 8 times out of 10, the spleen will be extremely big. But there are other conditions that will do the same. And here we see a normal spleen. The normal spleen will be of a length between the elbow and the tip of the toe. So this one's actually on the slightly on the small side. But if you wanted to know what is the normal length of a spleen, then you basically place it along the arm of the pig, and if it goes from the elbow to the toe, then it's a normal size. This spleen is clearly extremely big. This is from one of the cases in Korea. One thing that I find extremely dramatic and is relatively uncommon in other conditions, I mean, as in struggle to think of many other conditions that will cause this, is hemorrhage and edema of the gallbladder. Here we see the liver, the stomach, and this is the gallbladder, and you see how hemorrhagic that gallbladder is. Very, very dramatic. And likewise, this is maybe the same pig, but likewise the lymph nodes can be extremely impressive. The gastrohepatic lymph node in particular, instead of being maybe the size of my thumb, can be like the size of my fist or 2 fists, and again, hemorrhagic as well. The textbook talks about spotted kidneys, so this would be a textbook picture of African swine fever. But in my own experience, I've never seen it quite like this. I'm more likely to see this, where we just have a few spots on the kidney. But either way, it can be, the kidney can have hemorrhages on it, and you combine that with the other clinical signs that you've seen on the live pigs and also on the dead pigs, and you have hemorrhages in the internal organs. Of course, the big question should be, do I open up the pig? Because one of the problems if you are looking at recovery is that the last thing you really want to do is to open up pigs and then spread the virus, because once you open up the pig, you are really contaminating the environment. So as veterinarians, the least I would do is remove the pig to off the property, or the edge of the property at least, and then maybe even consider trying to incinerate the area around the pig. But if you are fairly sure that it's African swine fever, then don't open the pig up. Take a swab. I don't even think we need to take blood. Take a swab, and we can then examine the swab for PCR. If you want to do examinations of a farm, then what I normally do now is I just use the saliva rope. So I hang rope around the farm, let the pigs play with the rope for half an hour, for a couple of hours, and then I submit the rope saliva to the lab and check by PCR for African swine fever. And this is certainly from a Chinese point of view, that's what I do on my Chinese farms as a monitoring program. And you can very rapidly know where African swine fever is if you do that. We look at why countries survive and why countries fail as such. And I'm just using Korea as an example because there are parts of their example that we can use in the Philippines. So the Koreans had an outbreak very close to the South Koreans had an outbreak very close to North Korea. And it is believed that it is because pigs swam across between North and South Korea. And it affected their commercial farms, and the South Koreans then depopulated this island and the surrounding areas where the commercial pigs were, leaving them with a very major outbreak in their wild boar. These triangles are from a wild boar. The fact that we have pigs swimming between islands in North and South Korea is significant, given the fact that we also have a lot of islands and pigs can swim between the different Philippine islands. And this was a photograph not so long ago where pigs were found washed up dead on the beach, and obviously now are being disinfected by a government official. And African swine fever is particularly frightening how that could move between the Philippine islands. So Korea is a success. It has managed to save its commercial industry, but this particular outbreak down here is obviously of a major concern. I have farms in this area here, so we are particularly alarmed to have dead pigs in this part. But the problem that South Korea has is massive numbers of wild pigs. Each one of these dots represents thousands of wild pigs. And they have particularly problems down the eastern seaboard with their mountains. They have beautiful mountains and a lot of wild pigs because of it. And this little map down here illustrates a feral pig, a wild pig, in Canada. This is a male, and this is his tracking movements over 3 months. And you can see that this pig moved probably around 50 kilometers, looking for food, looking for mates. So pigs are able to move around fairly freely, and there are a lot of wild pigs. And also in the Philippines. People say, oh no, there aren't that many wild pigs, but there are. There are. Pigs are wall to wall in the Northern Hemisphere virtually. And we have our native pigs, the tassel pigs of the Philippines, but we also have our domestic black pigs who may well be owned, but are freely able to roam around, and they can then get very close to our commercial farms. So how can I stop the spread of African swine fever around the Philippines? Well, one of the things that I do is find out exactly where it is, and using these rope techniques, we could track the African swine fever around all the farms relatively easily. Well, he says relatively easily, but we can certainly track where African swine fever is. However, when you're on the ground, how can I stop the spread? Well, as I've said before, that one of the big problems with African swine fever is the fact that the virus does not die after death. And we see here a pig, this is number 2 in Poland, and this pig was still infective with African swine fever. African swine fever is a kissing disease, though. The pigs have to come into contact with another pig. But that other pig could be feces, it could be pork, it could be saliva, and all of these things we carry on our feet and our overalls and our hands, and by inadvertently feeding to the pigs. The number one problem is the feeding of swill. This is the classic way of which African swine fever moves around. And here am I in Uganda as it happens, and we're feeding pigs restaurant waste, but we cook it to reduce or eliminate the risk of African swine fever. But the feeding of pigs swill is the number one way of which the virus will jump vast distances. There's one thing, pigs kissing each other, but feeding of pigs as swill. On our commercial farms, it should be totally illegal to feed swill. You shouldn't be bringing any pork products into the farms, which could potentially contaminate your pigs. On the smallholder farms and the backyard farms, I still think we should not be feeding swill, but I appreciate, what do you feed the pigs on? But in Cuba, the government picks up swill, sterilizes the swill, and then it is sent back to the small-time pig farmers. Maybe something like that would have merit within the Philippines if people are going to have backyard pigs. But the problem is, as well, is cooking needs to be 60 degrees for 30 minutes, an hour. It's a long time. It's not just a simple matter of getting it warm. That's not going to make any difference to the virus. We have casual introduction of pigs. Wild pigs will walk around. In the UK, African swine fever would be a complete disaster, not only because it's a disaster to any country when it gets in, but 30% of our pigs are outdoors. And that means they could have very easy access to wild pigs. This is in Vietnam. You probably can't see very much, but here we're walking along the street. I have a farm at the end of the street, and they're backyard pigs. There's a pig, a black Vietnamese pig, in this guy's back garden. And so, by me walking along here, I could be picking up African swine fever from this pig, and the runoff is contaminating my feet. If I don't take adequate precautions, then I will walk it straight into my own farm. Here we see a farm in Canada. We see a big feral pig right next door to the pig farm. Got to try and keep the pigs at least 50 meters away. Very difficult in a country like the Philippines, where we have so many pigs. So why would pigs visit my farm? Food and sex. The outdoor industry in the UK, we've got a lot of gilts and sows outdoors. The boars are going to come when they come into heat. But we need to eliminate any chance of us inviting the pigs to the farm. So for instance, when you have spilt food under feeders, it needs to stop. A lot of rubbish. Landfill frightens me. In landfill, we have pork products being dumped as part of just waste, and the pigs will go along and root along and then get themselves infected from eating the landfill. Pigs can easily get up to access to the farm and are often hidden. I mean, in places like the Philippines, where we have a lot of jungle, it can be very difficult to see where the pigs are. Here we see a farm in Russia with some corn. Can you see the pigs? Well, when the corn is low like this, we might be able to see them walking around out of the forest. There's a lot of pigs in forests in Russia. So the pigs could be in this forest, and you might see them as they walk along. But once the corn is 2 meters tall, you have no idea where the pigs are. You might be able to see them when you can see the evidence of them, because you've got tracks and you've got evidence where they've eaten the corn. But by then it's too late. The pigs have come right up to the farm. So what we do now is we try to low crop around our farms. Easy when I have the space, much more difficult in a country like the Philippines, when one farm will come up against another. And just to illustrate, we saw this last year, just to illustrate how common pigs are, here we see in Poland pigs running for their lives from the combine harvester. And because of this video, I then introduced the 100 meters around my farms in Ukraine and Russia, where I have the space to be able to do it. And the farms have stayed free. Here we see a problem in Poland. This is in Warsaw. I mean, there's so many pigs in Warsaw. Pigs, this is the center of town. The people on the bicycles don't really even care. I mean, they're so used to seeing them. And the pigs just wait for them to pass. But the bottom line, I believe, from a security of the Philippine farms is a fence. We've got to have a pig-proof fence. I've had farms within 50 meters of a fenced commercial farm. So we've got villages 50 meters away from a commercial farm, and they never broke with African swine fever. The village broke with African swine fever, but the commercial farm did not, because of the fence. And as veterinarians, we need to be well trained in terms of what makes a fence. No point having a gate that is half open. Pigs will easily get through this. If you're going to have a fence, you need to make sure that we can see the bottom of the fence completely. We can see that there is no holes underneath. The pigs cannot burrow, the pigs cannot jump. And if you look down the fence, then on this piece of video, you can see how the fence is not looked after. The fence is covered in weeds. So if there's a hole in here, then we'll never know about it, and the pigs will be able to get through. We've got to clean up our farms. A lot of our pig farms are very dirty, very, very full of rubbish. We just throw stuff away. All of this stuff makes the farm ripe for things like mice. Mice brings in cats, even if it's not feral pigs. But the mice and the rats can also help to move African swine fever on their feet. We have disasters. This was following a typhoon in Vietnam, and the same thing has happened in North Carolina, where pig farms get washed with a hurricane and lots of pigs die. Water is a unique way of being able to transmit African swine fever. It seems to be when the pigs drink African swine fever, the chance of getting the infection increases dramatically. As I said before, we must not have pork products allowed onto our farms. We must protect the commercial units, and we must protect all pigs. But particularly, we must not have pork products onto our farms, so that there's no risk through food getting onto our pigs, into our pigs, from the food that is spilt onto our knees, for example, or our clothing during the coffee break. We all love pork, or at least some of us will love pork. I certainly love pork. And we've got to think about, where did we buy the pork from? One of my farms in Canada was quite proud about the fact that they only used their own pork on the farm. So when the staff ate their dinner, they only used their own pork, except for the fact they sent the pigs to the slaughterhouse and then got the pork back, which is clearly insane. I mean, and these guys were convinced that because they were using their own pork, then their farms were safe. But you've got to be very careful. Where did we get our pork? Where do we get our meat from? Where do we get our vegetables from? Maybe the lady serving the vegetables in the market was also serving pork. So you've got to be careful about what's on her hands. How do we get those vegetables? How do we bring them onto the farm? How do we clean them when we're thinking about giving our staff their lunch? Trucking. So some of the work we've done in China, we find that when we check our trucks, we very regularly will find PCR positive African swine fever. Truck drivers and trucks, we were looking for African swine fever in food, and we can talk about that next. We really don't find African swine fever in food, but we do find it on the trucks. So this truck in Vietnam is delivering food to the farm, and there's African swine fever in the rubbish that's on the back of the truck. And he's going from farm to farm to farm. And then as he pulls his sack off, he contaminates the sack and then drops it onto the farm. And then we then introduce it into the pigs. We can have pigs being delivered to the farm, pigs leaving the farm. African swine fever can survive 11 days in the environment. So if there's runoff from the back of this truck, we can infect the road, and then we can walk on that or drive on that and then infect our farms. So one of the things we've tried to develop is a 3-zone system. So if we take this as a standard farm, what we've done over the years is we've tried to have a green and a red zone. So we've got off farm. So the red is off farm, and then we've got on farm, and that has worked well. But the off farm and the on farm means that there's no gap between it. And so what we've now tried to develop is a more clearly defined on farm with a gap, a gray zone between on farm and off farm. So we now have a three-zone system where we have on farm. We then have an air gap. African swine fever is not contagious, will not transmit over 3 meters. So if you have an air gap, then there's no real reason why pigs here, or African swine fever here, can get onto the farm. But we've got to then think about how food crosses that gap, how the pigs cross that gap. And what we have then is a truck that sits in the gray zone. So the outside feed truck comes and delivers food to the perimeter of the farm. That food is then picked up by an on-farm truck, which does not leave the farm. And that it then delivers it to the feed bins, which are on the perimeter of the on-farm site part. And then it drives around. Likewise, pigs on-farm will leave onto a truck, which transships the pigs to the edge of the farm, and that is then off-farm. So you need to have this air gap, and I would argue 50 meters if you can find the space, but an air gap of some more than 3 meters, but an air gap of about 50 meters if you can, so we can protect our commercial farm away from the outside world. I use the word commercial farm because with small holdings, this sort of level of biosecurity is almost impossible. It's too expensive. You don't own the land. Very, very difficult. People will not go across without showering, without changing their clothes, without washing their hands, changing their boots. You must think about having an air gap between on-farm and off-farm. We have birds, rodents. Now these animals do not get African swine fever, but like ourselves, they can carry African swine fever. And so we need very clear codes of practice, standard operating procedures in terms of how we're going to look after rodents, dogs, birds getting onto the farm, particularly cats. And one of the problems with African swine fever in the Philippines I believe, is that the farms are often so close together that we start getting a problem in the Philippines, and then the pigs die or we depopulate the farm. But the rodents and the insects are then being driven onto another farm because they're looking for food, particularly cats. So you can imagine how you have a farm in the middle surrounded by 5 or 6 other farms. The 5 or 6 other farms will go because of African swine fever. So now there's no food for all of the wildlife that was living on those other 6 farms. So they go to the one farm that's left. And we've certainly lost farms that have been surrounded by other farms. And despite good biosecurity, I would not necessarily say excellent, but despite good biosecurity, things like cats are able to jump walls and are able to breach our biosecurity in that way. Flies worry me a lot, particularly from a veterinarian's point of view and an advisor's point of view. We must make sure that the flies are out of the car before we drive to the next farm. We've certainly found African swine fever on the feet of flies. People are less of a risk, although people often are perceived to be the risk. But the main thing about people is we must make sure that people wash their hands well. And we must make sure we use a nail brush in order to get our fingers clean. We're getting better with the movement of feces on our clothing and particularly our boots. And I use a lot of color when we have around the farm so that we are clean as we go around the farm. Hunters are a particular concern. If you hunt pigs, it's very easy to you'll become quite heavily contaminated with African swine fever if the pig that you've hunted is positive. Food, it's something that people talk about, but in truth, I've never found much contamination of food, if almost any. However, and one of the things we try to do is we try to impose a 40-day moratorium on the food. So we bring soya and corn into the food store and then leave it for 40 days before we use it. But I am concerned about things like the footwear of the people handling the food, the clothing that people handling the food. So this lady, for instance, had been working on her father's farm at the weekend and then wears the same clothing while working on your commercial farm, milling some feed, then it's possible that the food could be contaminated from her clothing. A major concern in the Ukraine and Russia that I have is people who do building. And it's very easy to move feces, particularly on electrical cabling. And we've lost several finishing farms where we've done refurbishment. Here was one where we're refurbishing this finishing unit. There were other pigs on this farm. We have a very good biosecurity on this farm, but the building guys came in to do the fans and they brought in feces on their cables. And so we now insist on having our own cables and things for these type of people. And from the veterinarian's point of view, I don't want the veterinarians bringing in knives and equipment that could be contaminated with other pigs. And so we need to ensure that either the postmortems are done off-site or the farm is equipped. And particularly with things like rectal thermometers, we cannot take rectal thermometers between units, needles and syringes. We talk about needles and syringes, we still need to consider ourselves regarding medicines. We must not have dirty needles and syringes. Very easy to move African swine fever around a farm through a dirty needle. You're just basically taking the blood from one pig to the other. And we must then get our medicine hygiene greatly enhanced. And we talked a bit about last time, I do sometimes take blood from some of my surveillance. It is a little bit more sensitive than saliva, but not more sensitive enough for me to take the risk. If I have suspicions of African swine fever, my oral rope and my oral swabs are proving to be more than adequate as a means of detecting the virus in the pigs. saying that if you're going to do some detection as well, particularly if you're going to bring in new stock onto the farm and you want to remember to check for antibodies as well as for antigen. The PCR will be positive for about 30 days, only 30 days after an infection. So the pig has survived, but the antibodies will be there from day 14 and then onwards for, well, say a year. But if you're going to bring in new stock onto the farm, I'd encourage you to look at antibodies and antigen. So a disaster has struck and my farm is broken with African swine fever. I hear a lot about other people's experiences where they were able to remove the pigs and survive. Fantastic if that's been your farm and that's your experience, then absolutely fantastic. My own experience is that I can save a farm by removing a building of pigs. Yes, I've done that. I might even have to take 2 buildings or 3 buildings, but I will hopefully save the farm. Within a building, my success rate is nearly nil. If this pig has got African swine fever, within days, all of that entire row will have African swine fever. And African swine fever has jumped between rows because I walk around between rows. And when I'm in the building, no matter how clean I try to be within the building, the reality is I will act as a transport medium. And African swine fever, as I say, can move 3 meters. And the pigs over here are only 2 meters away. So with saliva and spit and body secretions and urine, African swine fever will move around the building. And you're a week behind when you start this exercise. This is the big problem, is we're a week behind before we start. This building goes positive, I might be able to save this building. Might be able to save, if I'm quick enough. Vaccines. Well, we're getting some news about different vaccines. With Spanish, when the Spanish had their outbreak, they made a vaccine and it made things worse. We know of unapproved vaccines that are coming out of China with parts of gene-deleted vaccines. We know that the US is developing a vaccine, one of which is promising. This is 177L, another gene-deleted vaccine, and they're going to be doing some trial work in Vietnam. The published work from the American strain is promising, but it is done on very small numbers, and so one has to be very careful. What I want out of a vaccine is obviously to stop the clinical signs and need to stop the death. It must not spread between pigs. All the dead vaccines that we've tried don't work. The vaccine has to be live, and that then creates a problem because then it can mutate back and become virulent again. So vaccines in African swine fever are very difficult. We've been looking for 40 years, but we've never had an outbreak of this severity and this economic severity. So there are more people now looking for this vaccine, but COVID-19 has certainly not helped vaccine development for African swine fever. I give you a little bit of my own personal experiences. The illicit Chinese vaccine, which is this 2 genes have been deleted, MGF360 and the CD2V gene. Interesting, it infected a farm. We have boars that have very sick, vomiting blood, having dysentery, made you very suspicious. We tested it and it was positive. This is a 240 boar stud, and 25 of them became sick on day 1, which again is very dramatic. We wondered if it was a poisoning in the food, but we checked for African swine fever. One of the problems was the pigs had no fever. And so with no fever, I was like, well, it doesn't, the vomiting, the blood and everything else. Pigs were still alive, they were incoordinated, some of them were lame. But we checked for African swine fever as a precaution. And to our horror, it was positive. Interestingly, this is a boar stud, and we have no evidence that any pigs were infected from the semen from these pigs. We did move the virus, we think, on boxes into a gestation barn, into a breeding barn. The reason I'm saying it wasn't through the semen is that none of the pigs that we bred from these boars became positive, but other sows that were pregnant became positive with the same strain. So we believe that we moved the virus, but not through the semen. So this particular boar you see is down. He was lame, incoordinated, vomiting blood, and he's off his food. But his temperature was only 38, 39. He didn't die as such. I shot him, but I suspect he would have died. Here we see another case, this time in a sow. We have these skin blotches over her body. Again, her temperature was 39, 40, slightly raised, off her food with blotchy skin. Doesn't look like PDNS. Because we are alarmed, there was 4 of these sows on the same day. We checked them for African swine fever, and as part of the routine, and unfortunately we found the same mutant strain. The mortality was relatively low. This is a 1,000 sow unit. So day 1, we found this particular sow. Now, interestingly, the PCR wasn't always positive. So out of my boars, we only found 6 or 7 that were positive initially, even though there was 20 of them were sick. And that again is a slight concern, as in, is the PCR able to pick them up? We also noticed that the ELISA was positive when we started to pick up the PCR. So these pigs had clearly been sick for 2 weeks before we had clinical signs. Likewise with the sows, we have antibodies as well as PCR positive. So with the sow herd, we had 1 or 2 cases initially. By the end of the week, we maybe had 5. By the end of the second week, we probably had 10, 15, at which point we depopulated the farm. I didn't want to live with African swine fever on that particular unit. So I want to recover from African swine fever. It is cleaning. And my recommendations now is you want to get rid of all the pigs, I'm afraid. All the pigs, all the feces, all the food. You need to do a very, very good clean. And majority of us are not able to do a very, very good clean. So you also need some sort of independent person to come in and say, Joe, this isn't good enough. My recommendation is you need 3 complete washes. And for breeding areas, gestation and breeding barns, I normally wait 3 months. On the finishing units, I can get it down to about a month, 6 weeks. But don't rush it. Far too many people rush this and then end up breaking again. It needs to be clean though. And then as a final thing, I lime wash it. And when I mean lime washing it, it's not sort of throwing some lime on the floor. The place is lime washed, white. Now, the lime moves the pH to a very high pH. And so it will help to control the African swine fever. But the major issue that lime does is that I can see it. And when somebody makes a mistake, like leaving a panel and then lime washing over the panel and forgetting to lime wash under the panel, I can see it. There are other fantastic detergents and disinfectants, but the advantage of lime is that I can see it. I can't see where some of these other ones have been. I have to trust the 16-year-old. This is too important to trust a 16-year-old. I have to assume that the job is done badly, and then I have a better chance of succeeding. And then after I've cleaned and washed the farm thoroughly 3 times, then I will put in sentinel animals. Of course, the sentinels have to be negative. Then I put in sentinel animals, and the sentinels have to then live. They have to remain ASF PCR negative and ASF ELISA negative. So this is going to take time. So there's another month for my sentinels to be in the building before I'm going to risk putting my proper pigs in. Can we live with African swine fever? There's some farms going to try to do so. And certainly I have got farms, particularly in Vietnam, where I have really little choice because I've got no real chance of bringing in other pigs that are negative. So we have African swine fever. We have a 300 sow unit. We lost a lot of pigs. The number of sows dropped to about 150. I then partially depopulated, as in I got rid of all of the piglets, nursery, and the grow finish. We cleaned the whole farm. We just left the breeding stock, 150 of them. African swine fever seemed to disappear. I assumed that all the sows were positive. And we then had babies. The babies lived. Babies do well until 40 kilos. There's some evidence of maternal immunity through colostrum. Then after 40 kilos, they can die. So on this particular farm, after a partial depop, the pigs after 40 kilos lived. And we started to produce our own gilts. And we did well for about just over a year, 18 months. And then Dad brought in a couple of new boars, didn't test them. And unfortunately, he then brought in African swine fever. Because the farm had grown from 150 core animals now back to 300 sows, we have a lot of animals that are naive, and the new boars infected the naive pigs. And we now have African swine fever again on that farm, and we're back into the process. So this farm is positive to African swine fever, except you would not know it looking at these pigs. So this farm certainly was positive. I didn't check all these animals to show that they were negative at this point or positive at this point. But it is certainly possible to live. But in my experience, it comes back. And we've still got a long way to understand how to, if we're going to live with this virus, how we're going to live with it. In the farrowing house, this sow had African swine fever historically, and this is her new babies. This is a congenital tremor. Congenital tremor can be associated with classical swine fever, but is not associated with African swine fever. And as I said, this then is a summary. So we have a 300 sow unit, collapsed to 150 sow unit. We then did a partial depop. We then grew the farm back to a 300 sow unit. And then unfortunately, we brought in boars, which were positive, and we didn't check them. And we reintroduced African swine fever. And we're now back to 180 sows because we've lost more sows. We had to sell poor pigs to try and stabilize the problem again. And this second wave problem is not unusual. This is a farm in China. They cleaned out the farm, started again, but unfortunately, they tried to repopulate from multiple sources. And we found this particular sow, one batch of 50 sows come in on a Monday, and 10 sows in the batch are not eating. Temperature was massively high. Sow was constipated, and then they started to die. And we reintroduced African swine fever. And again, their mistake here was they checked by PCR, but they did not check for ELISA. And so what they'd done is they'd brought in pigs that had recovered, but then they are lifelong carriers. We've got to be a little wary when we talk about African swine fever as well. There's a certain degree of exaggeration with a lot of the press. We have a massive problem in the Philippines. I'm not belittling that, but there are things like re-emerges in Uganda. African swine fever is endemic in Uganda. It doesn't re-emerge, it's there all the time. And yet a lot of these papers will sort of blow the story out of all proportion. I do worry about our native pigs. There seems to be very little press about these animals. I do worry about them because they are represented by relatively small numbers of pigs, but I see no reason why they won't get African swine fever, the same as our Suscophora, our domestic pigs. With that, I thank you for listening, and I look forward to any questions. It is a disaster. We've got to protect the commercial farms. The small holding farms are going to be very difficult to protect because of their lack of biosecurity. Unfortunately, the answer has to be a fence, and we've got to keep pork and pork products off our units. Thank you.
Dr. Carr, if a picture paints 1,000 words, your presentation this afternoon definitely painted at least 1,000,000. And I'm very happy that we have a lot of questions for this session. I wasn't surprised. I expected a lot of questions. I know you've been busy answering some of them already, but for the benefit of everyone, because I'm sure most of us, like me, were listening and watching attentively to your presentation. So we'll go over them again. From Dr. Olivia Puntilan, for most farms that were affected by ASF, the outbreak started with the breeder herd and then eventually progressed to the younger animals. Why is this so?
It's difficult to know. I hear this a lot. And in some respects, my own experience is sort of the same. But I believe that the sows are just seen more often. And as I said in my presentation, we know the sows by name. And therefore, if Doris is sick, we know that what Doris was like yesterday. Whereas Edward and Charlie in the finishing units, you don't know them. And so you find Edward dead. But you haven't noticed that he's actually been sick for a couple of days. Saying that you hear the story enough that there has to be maybe something in it. Certainly what I have found is that piglets seem quite resistant to clinical signs. But once you get to 40 kilos or more, unfortunately enough pigs will die and have clinical signs that I start seeing them. I hear it, but the bottom line is that even if it is the sows first, it will be the finishers in a couple of days.
Our next question comes from Dr. Junil Semira. Since you mentioned that the mortality is 30 to 70%, what is the best thing to do with the animals that do not have signs? Do we need to slaughter or eventually, do we need to slaughter them, or do they eventually become a source of passive immunity?
Okay, African swine fever, the textbook. And one has to remember that majority of this work is done on very small numbers of pigs in highly controlled laboratories like Plum Island and Pirbright in England or whatever. I mean, that's where the research has happened. And so that's where the textbook is taking from that information. The textbook says that African swine fever has a carrier status, that once you are infected, you will be infected for life. Very much like a herpes, a pseudorabies, a Jeski's virus. So therefore, the question is, the ones that live are going to spread the virus to the ones to new pigs that come onto the farm. So the answer to the question should be, you should get rid of them all. However, I've worked in places like Vietnam where the big problem I have is I have no negative pigs. I have no money. I can't buy. Where do I buy my breeding stock from? And that was the example I gave in the presentation. That what I have found is that the sows, my sows in Vietnam, we killed everybody. We did a partial depop. So we moved all the finishing pigs off to another farm. And I held my breath, and it would appear that the sows did not have a carrier status. And their piglets then survived, and we started to have gilts. We started to grow the farm. And that was my example, that I then brought in positive boars who clearly had a carrier status. They were good-looking boars. And then they infected not the sows, they infected the new stock that was clearly negative. So I don't know. I mean, the answer is I don't know. If it's a breeding company, the answer is no. You have to depopulate the farm, start again. If it's mom and dad's pig farm and they've got 20 sows and 5 of them live, all the rest of them die, well, maybe I'll start again with the 5 and keep my fingers crossed. This decision really is actually more central government. If it's the first case on an island, one of the islands, like yet, I would get rid of the pigs. If it's a small holding in Lucerne, we've got the problem. We've got the problem for 20 years. I mean, this is not an easy fix. It needs the answer is a fantastic question. The answer, on the other hand, is much more. It's as much a social answer as it is being a veterinarian. As a veterinarian, I kill them. But what does mom and dad do about feeding their kids and getting the kids to go to school? It's a very difficult question.
Economic aspect to the situation. And I think
Social
if
economic.
it affects 30 to 70% of the herd, then 30 to 70% would survive.
Can do.
The next question from Dr. Junil again. In a farm that is hit by ASF, when is the best time to repopulate and how many percentage repopulation?
I don't understand what percentage of repopulation. I don't understand that part.
For that.
Okay, well, the simple answer is that, as I said in my presentation, don't rush it. For a breeding farm, seriously, it's going to take 3 months. And then I've got 1 month of sentinels, and the sentinels may fail. And that means you've got to go through another 3 months. When this problem started in Russia, we had 9 months. We had a 9 months depop period. And the experience of Russia and the Ukraine and, parts of Poland, we've taken that numbers down to about 3 months. If you thoroughly clean the farm, I can start again in 3 months. But if your neighbor's only 10 meters away, starting again, you're probably just as likely to get it again. In the Philippines, this question is going to be very difficult.
Going on to the next question. Good news for the audience. No, we were informed at the start of the question and answer portion that we would be given extra time because we know how interesting and important this topic is to Filipino veterinarians and Filipino swine farmers.
Yep.
From Dr. Shiana Llames, if you suspect ASF in the farm with dead pigs, can you just collect swab samples instead of conducting necropsy? I know you answered this in your presentation, but it might be good to reinforce the advice.
You have to do what the local government wants you to do. And certainly last year, we had this discussion as well, because the local government, following the OIE recommendations, talks about blood samples. For myself, the studies that I have done, the blood samples and the oral fluid samples are identical. Or even an anal swab. I mean, if whatever. But you've got to follow what the local government says. But I have the same problem in Australia. The recommendation in Australia is you to take a blood sample, you to open up the animal, take the blood sample. I mean, it's crazy when you could then vaporize all of this African swine fever virus. So I am thinking of how I'm going to repopulate the farm even on day one. And therefore, I want to limit the amount of virus spread on the farm. My experience is that a oral swab is more than enough. I think one of the problems with government veterinarians, and I have to be a bit careful here, but with government veterinarians, is that African swine fever diagnosis is a herd diagnosis. Sure, you have one pig, no other clinical signs. Okay, well, I would do a post-mortem. And if my post-mortem indicates African swine fever, well, I've already created so much blood, I can take my blood sample. If, on the other hand, I have 50 pigs dead today, well, if I swabbed or make an oral swab from all 50 pigs, if that's African swine fever, one of them will be positive. And I think that's where the difference between a population veterinarian and an individual animal veterinarian comes in. African swine fever diagnosis is a herd problem. It's not going to be Doris dies. It's going to be a whole bunch of pigs that died. And at that point, no, I do not need to open them up. An oral swab is more than enough to detect at least one of them to be positive, in my experience.
Comes from Dr. Jimmy Season. Is ASF vaccine really necessary for farm repopulation? Thank you, Dr. Carr.
No. We don't have a vaccine. I mean, I talked about possible vaccines. The reality is we do not have a vaccine. The reality is I've repopulated many, many farms. And I know of many, many farms that are being repopulated quite successfully. So the answer would be no. What is important is very good hygiene, very good cleaning. Yes, that is important. You've got to understand the biochemistry of African swine fever. You either have a lot of heat, you have a lot of detergent, or you change the pH to quite extremes. But the vaccine doesn't exist at the moment. Maybe in the future. But today, we, as veterinarians, we can only watch and wait and hope that these vaccines develop. But after 40 years of looking, I've not quite given up hope. We have some very clever people looking for vaccines. The COVID-19, so China had 3,000 PhDs looking for a vaccine for African swine fever. I mean, unbelievable. Unfortunately, I bet all 3,000 of them are now looking for a COVID vaccine. It all comes down to priorities. African swine fever, I believe, is actually more important than COVID-19. But I suspect the audience is the only people on the planet who would agree with me. Majority of people on the planet would not understand why I even say that.
Right, and I expect that in case a successful vaccine finally comes along, initially the first few years would be characterized by a shortage of supply. The demand will be very high, and unless they do something like AstraZeneca, wherein they partnered with other vaccine companies and gave their production information for free, then maybe we can, that would be a good step.
Yes, I would certainly recommend anybody in the audience, if we hear a good vaccine, buy shares.
Buy shares of the manufacturer, you mean?
Buy shares of the manufacturer. African swine fever. There's 1 billion pigs on this planet. At any one point, there's 1 billion pigs. That's a lot of vaccine.
The next question is from Dr. Luis Gray. What is the best disinfectant for the farm if ASF is resistant to disinfection? I know you mentioned this in your presentation. You had to use a disinfectant that was stronger than either pH 3 or more basic than pH 11. But maybe you can enlighten the audience by telling us what types of disinfectants would fall under these categories.
It would be wrong. I work for too many companies. And I don't want to pick on one company more than another, which is why I mentioned Lime, because Lime is sort of owned by builders, not owned by companies. In my experience, governments do a lot of testing. And I'm British, so I mean, the British government do a lot of testings on different disinfectants, and I just look up their website, and it tells me what concentration I have to use, how long contact time is needed. And to my mind, rather than say this disinfectant A is better than disinfectant B, I think that the thing that veterinarians need to push on our clients is contact time. We put foot baths with fantastic disinfectants, and the contact time is less than 2 seconds. Well, to be honest, there isn't any disinfectants that are that powerful or that good. So what we need to do, I think, as veterinarians, I think this is a major role that we can offer our clients, is helping them to understand how the product works, and teach them, rather than say product A is better than product B necessarily. Both products probably work, but how do they work? What, you know, is one okay for organics? Is one not okay for organics? I mean, it's that type of answer, I think, the veterinarian can offer the client. And that's what, you know, rather than flogging disinfectant A, we should be selling our advice, I think, if that's a fair answer to the question. I'm avoiding the question. I work for too many people.
We understand. Okay, for the next question, from Dr. Jim Edward de la Cruz. How many days or months is recommended rest period after the ASF outbreak? I think you've already answered this. So
3 months in a breeding sow, and 3 months would be my bog standard answer.
yeah, plus 1 month.
With the finishing farms in the Ukraine, I have got down to about a month with people who have had multiple outbreaks. If you've not dealt with African swine fever before, pick 3 months. Once you get used to the absolute requirements for cleaning, and you have staff who are trained. I mean, for instance, in the Ukraine, it's almost admission of fault. In the Ukraine, one of the companies I work with, we've had a couple of outbreaks. We actually have a team of people now who are very good at cleaning up African swine fever. So if one of our finishing units break because of stupidity or whatever, then the pigs are removed, and this group of 10 guys, 4 of them are ladies, and actually it's a lady manager. She's a big Ukrainian girl. You don't disagree with her. And she goes in and they clean the farm. And in English we say, I could eat my dinner off the floor. I mean, they do a fantastic job. But they must have done 10 of these. And so they've learned. And with those type of people, we can get it down to a month. But when you're starting for the first time, talk to the clients about 3 months. It's better to undersell than to overpromise.
Okay. The next question comes again from Dr. Olivia Puntilan. Given the significant role of water in ASF transmission, is there merit in testing water samples for ASF? And if so, is there a special method for sample collection, and how often should it be done?
I've tried, and in truth, we find that we find almost all the tests are negative. Clinically, what we have found, though, is that if you want to infect a pig, you can put the African swine fever virus in the water. So, for instance, if you have a forward feed trough and they have a combined water trough, you put African swine fever at one end, and you'll infect almost all the rest of the pigs. If you have nipple drinkers and you just have the feed, then the infection rate is much less. But my success of finding African swine fever in feed or water is very poor. As I said in the presentation, it's the transport. I'm probably more likely to find it in the bucket than I am in the water. So testing, environmental testing, my Chinese clients love environmental testing. They spend an absolute fortune. And they say, all the tests are negative. And I go, yeah, I know, but the pigs are sick. Personally, testing the environment often is a waste of time.
Okay, now we move on to our last question. So because this was answered already. From Dr. Ruth Calianta, regarding native pigs, since they thrive best on traditional farming, mud wallowing, feeding of organic materials, what would be your recommendation for disinfection and ASF control?
Sorry, I lost part of it. Could you just repeat the question?
Regarding native pigs,
Yep.
since they thrive best on traditional farming,
Yep.
like wallowing in the mud, feeding on organic materials, what would be your recommendation for disinfection and ASF control?
None.
If you find dead pigs in your locality, what do you do?
I mean, in Uganda, I have small farms, 6 pigs, 1 pig, 5 pigs. The way we control African swine fever is that they are always fed food that is cooked, so that the swill, the food, is not a source of African swine fever. We also, when there's an outbreak in the area, we put them in a pen and we restrict their movement so that they cannot walk around the village and get access to other food while the African swine fever moves through the area. And I get the guys to wash their hands with soap and water. And a couple of the farms even spray the pigs with soap and water every day or whatever to try and limit the spread of African swine fever. But the vast number of small holdings, 9 out of 10 will get it through the food. They'll get it through swill feeding. They'll get it because they're using restaurant waste. They'll get it because they're taking waste out of the village. They're taking waste out of the kitchen. And unfortunately, we all love pork to such a degree that there is some pork in that food. And unfortunately, the pigs, once they become infected, they can infect everybody else. But if you cook the food, and you've got to be pretty good at cooking, but if you cook the food, then you reduce the risk. And certainly I've farmed in Uganda for 20 years on small farms without getting African swine fever. And all the other farms around me have died. And the only thing that I do is we are very meticulous about cooking the food. I'd like to think all the other things matter, but cooking the food is the number one, I think. And unfortunately, in the Philippines, that's how we got the infection in the first place. The food was not cooked. The restaurant food was not cooked.
Right. Okay. I know there are some questions, but you can answer them later in the chat, and we'll forward them to the group. So I'd like to take this opportunity to present the certificate of appreciation. If I can have it flashed on the screen. Okay, thank you. Philippine Veterinary Medical Association presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. John P. Carr for imparting knowledge and insights as speaker during the 88th Digital PVMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference held this February 17 to 19, 2021 at the First Pacific Leadership Academy in Antipolo City. Signed, Pastor C. Tumaliwan, Secretary, Paulino C. Abad, Convention Chairman, and Corazon P. Occidental, PVMA President. Thank you very much, Dr. Carr.
As ever, it's been my honor. Thank you very much indeed for asking me.
Thank you. Hope to see you again next year.
Definitely.
And that ends our plenary session for today. The PBMA would like to present this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Daniel Rodriguez for serving as a moderator for the 88th Digital PVMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference. Thank you for being an integral part of our program.
Philippine Veterinary Medical Association presents this certificate of appreciation to Dr. Daniel Rodriguez for serving as a moderator during the 88th Digital PBMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, February 17 to 19, 2021, at First Pacific Leadership Academy, Antipolo City. Signed, Pastor C. Tumaliwan Jr., Secretary, Paulino C. Abad, Convention Chair, Vice President, and President-elect,
And yours truly, Cora Occidental, President.
Thank you, speakers, and thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, for moderating the event. It was truly an afternoon of learning and insight. Before we end for today, let us listen to the presentation of candidates from the PVMA COMELEC. Let us welcome our COMELEC Chair, Dr. Ruby H. Destajo.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Unfortunately, we have not been able to make a lineup for the candidates for tomorrow's elections. The COMELEC will extend acceptance of nominations until 8 p.m. tonight to accommodate late nominations, particularly for the standing council. Election will start tomorrow as early as 8 a.m. until 12 noon. For the vacant positions in standing councils, please send nominations to pvmacomelec@gmail.com. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Destajo. And that concludes another day of activities for the 88th PVMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, uplifting the Filipino veterinarian in the new norm. Join us tomorrow for our breakout sessions and our election proper. We hope you had a great time today, and we will see you very soon. Thank you once again for joining us at the 88th PVMA Annual Convention and Scientific Conference, uplifting the Filipino veterinarian in the new norm.